Awakened our spirit into the soft blue light. This unfamiliar glare, it blocks me out, I'm blinded. Inspired my efforts to keep you safe. seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. Saw you in that red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead.
Said stay out of this bit, but I don't get tired of it. You told me I'd never be happy. I'm not sad at all. Maybe I'm a fool, following my dreams, but mama, you're gonna see me on every magazine. was all alone. Then you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Where do we go from strangers found, lost in time with one another? The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. I was all alone. Then you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Strangers found, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here.
This is the season where the gap between the major regions and EU is almost gone.
No one is really a pushover here anymore. Two really strong South American teams, two really strong Middle Eastern teams.
I think it's gonna be crazy. There's gonna be a lot of upsets.
The caliber of players here is like super high.
Zen is maybe the best player in the world. We're expecting big things from Valley.
Magic is incredibly talented.
The talent at this LAN, it's stacked.
If I had to pick one team that's the biggest threat, I'd probably say Falcons right now.
Vitality is also super good.
Karmine Corp, they are probably the best team.
Energy, I'm excited to see how they do.
Every team that's here, they put in a lot of work, they're talented.
Everyone can win the tournament.
To be here at the Birmingham Major feels amazing.
I'm very excited for it.
The crowds in the UK are always really good. It feels great to be part of a tournament like this.
Playing in front of a crowd, it's going to add a lot of hype. Our only objective at Vitality and for the players is to win everything.
I don't think there's a single team individually better than us.
Coming into Birmingham, we have proof that what we believe in works.
We just came off winning the EU regional. We're ready. I think we're going to take it.
Right now we're feeling confident we can go all the way.
We want to win every single tournament.
The boys are confident we can lift the trophy.
We all know that we can beat anyone here.
We're ready. Dignitas is taking that trophy.
We are not gonna be an easy match. Just told them to be ready for us.
The Birmingham Major is about to begin. Finally, we've made it to this point after entire split of action across the world. 16 teams head over, for some of us across the pond, for some of y'all on the same land mass, are here in Birmingham, over in the UK. And Hercules, it's going to be a great time here for our first major here in 2025.
Yeah, this is such an exciting day. I know that there's a bunch of people tuning in all over the world at different times, but everybody still showed up as always. It's a really, really good one. We got exciting guests that some people haven't seen before, new teams that people did not expect to make it. It's going to be a whirlwind of a LAN.
It absolutely is. I mean, let's get right into it. Let's see all of the things that we got going, all the teams that we got playing here at this tournament. Obviously, you got to accrue points to qualify, and in North America and Europe specifically, we got some crazy stories in the third open. In both back-to-back, GK Esports and Gen G needed to win the event to qualify for the major, and both of them did it. It was a wild 2 weeks of Rocket League. It literally had never happened before, before GK did it, and then Gen G did it right afterwards, Hercules.
Yeah, that definitely, if you guys had not heard that storyline, you're going to hear about it a lot this weekend, so long as both those teams are in it. And of course, like Jorby said, it was something very unexpected, and for it to happen back to back just made for great Rocket League, and two teams that are going to now have a ton of eyes on their performances.
And of course, we have some familiar faces as well. Furia continue to be dominant in South America. Team Secret, while the org stays the same, the faces might be a little different than you're used to seeing out of that Team Secret squad. Same with Twisted Minds over in the Middle East, but Falcons and Furia out of the Middle East and South America continue to be fixtures in their regions, and talking about them being two of the most powerful teams here. So exciting to see where they're going to land. But of course, all of these teams aren't just playing for funsies and for pride. They're also playing for that sweet, sweet green. Let's take a look at that prize pool. First place takes away 6 figures, a whopping $102,000. And if you go 0-3 out in Swiss, you know, you'll still get $3,000. So not bad there on the prize pool. And obviously you get the points. Getting to Lyon, France, our very first LAN in France. You're going to need to accrue as many points as possible if you have hopes to qualify for that tournament. Moving right on though, we have next up after the prize is talking about the format, and it is a format that we know and we love here in Rocket League. It's Swiss. You know, the graphic might look a little intimidating to you, but that's okay, because all you got to know is that 3 is the magic number. 3 wins, you're in. 3 losses, and you're out. All the stuff in between, it doesn't matter. You ain't got to figure out what the matches are. We got smart people to figure all that out for you, an algorithm, if you will, to figure out those matches automatically. And then after Swiss, it goes right into a playoff bracket, and the same playoff bracket we've been using for the online portion of the RLCS, we're using here in Birmingham. Upper bracket and lower bracket. So before in Swiss, in previous years, it would just go right into a single elimination, 8-team single elimination bracket. And now, if you do well in Swiss, you give yourself an extra life to be able to get into that quarterfinals and eventually, into the semifinals, and then eventually the grand finals. So that's how the teams can make it the entire way here. You get tons of chances, you get tons of lives, and tons of tries to get into get as many points as possible to qualify for Lyon, and also that sweet money there, Hercules.
Oh yeah, there's something for everyone. Just showing up, like we said, prize pool wise, you're gonna get 3 points and $3,000 in your pocket, and then just like Jorby said, you get rewarded for those wins once you start making it towards that playoff bracket. But like we're talking about, you don't got to sweat the details too much. We're here to guide you through the weekend here on the alt stream and on the main stream. There's going to be matches going on all day long, something for everyone. You will always be able to find your favorite teams. So again, be sure to open up both tabs and just enjoy your RLCS weekend.
That's true, and you know, if you watch it up at home, it's going to be on all day. We got 8 matches on each stream, the main stream. You've got our first 4 matches already lined up. You'll start with Chiefs versus Furia, moving on to that Gen G versus NRG match. I'm guessing that one might be the one you're looking forward to, Herc. But out of the 4 here, is that the one? Other than that, though, what else are you looking at here?
That one is definitely the one. I want to know if the upset happens or if we're just getting old school Gen G vibes. But outside that, I think Twisted Minds Vitality is going to be really interesting. That Twisted Minds roster, I think a lot of people might be underestimating them, including Vitality. So if there's upset potential here on the alt stream, or excuse me, on the main stream, I think it's going to be that one.
Well, and of course, we have the alternate stream, and where the rest of the matches will be shown here. GK versus Esports will be the start, and we got K-Corp Wildcard, Luminosity Ultimates, Secret Falcons. I think I know which one you're going to be picking on this one that you're looking forward to, but which one is it, Hercules?
I'm definitely going Falcons Secret on this as my match of the day, or at least the morning over here. Again, you got a couple of these roster changes, couple upsets, you never know. Falcons, could be coming in slow. I don't think they're jet lagged. They probably got there way early and adjusted, but that seems like a very, very exciting matchup.
Well, that's what we got for the alternate stream and the main stream. We'll always have nice little graphics to show which matches will be on either stream, so make sure you got both of them up. And if you got the stream up at work, don't worry, I'm not going to tell your boss, though you can have it safe and sound knowing Jorby hasn't outed you. But enough of that. We've shown you all the teams. We've shown you how they're going to play the games. So let's get into it. Let's start talking about it. GK versus Foot Esports, our first match of the day here on the alternate stream for the Birmingham Major. Now GK, we talked about it a little bit. Their story to get here was in the third open. They had to win the entire event. Things had to fall their way. Well, things did fall their way, or rather, they were dropping people on their way, climbing to the grand finals. Archie at the center of it, and this GK team impressed in the third European Open, and up against Foot Esports, 3 Spanish players there from, representing, Sub-Saharan Africa. But this GK Esports team, a lot of fans out there for them, Hercules.
Oh, 100%. If you were not a GK fan before and you just love good Rocket League, you definitely became one after their last run to get them into this Birmingham Major. It was one of the most exciting runs of Rocket League. It was one of those, you've got less than, I think it was like a 3% chance is what they had, and they defied all odds. So rightfully so, this team has earned their spot here. It's just a matter of keeping it going. And I mean, this is one of the most rightfully earned ego teams out there, right? Not even ego in a bad way, but it's ego confidence. I think Oli's kind of learning the ways of Archie a little bit. And of course, Joyo and Archie together is just a combo for fireworks at this point. This team is incredible, but like we said, they're going up against an import, and it's an interesting one at that. They did incredible in their region where they were competing this past season. Pretty much nobody could take them down, Jorby, and so now we're gonna see if they can keep that up here.
Yeah, for the Esports, the SSA representatives, a fully Spanish roster, VK Salen, Leorio, and new player on the team, Torres. It will be joining his first RLCS LAN. VK Salen and Leorio had made RLCS LAN before, representing Sub-Saharan Africa, have not been able to get more than a game win outside or in any kind of Swiss format when we do go to land, and no doubt they've got a tough matchup headed for them here against GK Esports. We'll see if the fully Spanish squad has it in them here with Leorio and company. They've been on land before. It hasn't helped them too much when it comes to the rest of the competition here with how strong these teams have been. They're definitely coming in as one of the weaker ones, but you know, upsets have happened before and could happen here today. Who knows? RLCS could be pretty crazy that way.
Oh yeah, there's always a tiny chance, and the team, you know, that Foot Esports are going up against have proved it, that you can never count anyone out. So you do gotta pay hard attention to them. I'm very excited to see what this team brings to the table. Like you said, we've seen them on land a few times. The experience hasn't quite translated into anything super spectacular, but of course this is just another moment for this team to gain a little bit more experience, especially when you're going up against teams like GK Esports, right? They've got all the experience in the world at this point in the combination of the three, and it just makes for pretty good Rocket League to watch.
Yeah, I mean, you know, sometimes Swiss round one can give some pretty interesting results, but we haven't seen SSA really be on any positive side of an upset result before, even with a fully imported squad. So that's definitely been a struggle. And I mean, Archie, you talked a little about Oli finding his stride with this team. He's kind of been bumped around a couple of teams these last couple of years, has made a LAN or two, but wasn't able to find consistent success. And even this split was a struggle for GK Esports. Joyo, who has been a fixture for a couple of years on LANs, has also been on a slump. And Joyo, one of the best players to just come out of nowhere back in 2022. If you remember the Los Angeles major way back when him and Team Queso took the scene by storm. But since then, it has been a struggle to try to recreate that magic. And Archie has had one of the most interesting stories to me as well, because he's been getting more consistent, he's been getting more dangerous, and I'm curious to follow his story throughout this entire tournament.
Yeah, this is very much a toss-up on whose story just gets to continue to find success and who's going to be struggling a little bit more here, Jorby. But before we get into the match, we gotta decide what's going to be going on, because we're supposed to know the answer technically, right?
Well, I don't think I'm supposed to know the answer. I'm supposed to pretend like I know the answer. But I'm gonna tell you something, Hercules. I don't have to pretend for this one. It's GK very easily here. I don't think we're gonna be here very long, but we'll see what Food Esports have.
I'm right there with you. I think this is unfortunately an easy win, and I mean that respectfully. Just the performance that GK have had and the momentum they're gonna be riding after that last open, I just don't see it in the cards for Foot.
Yeah, it's GK all the way, hopefully for them, carrying the momentum that they had built after the third European Open. Those are our predictions. Tell us yours in the chat as well, and we'll get things going here. I think we are about ready. I think the players were on their sides. They've been in free play, getting it up. We are close to getting started, but GK, we'll see how they go. I'm excited to watch them and Gen G on both sides. But Food Esports, can they win more than a single game in Swiss? If you're following this team's story, that's kind of their story, is get more than a single win in all of your matches in Swiss. And if they do that, then, well, they've improved on their mark since their last LAN. With GK Esports, I think, will be a difficult out for them. So, Food Esports, what do you got? GK, this is one you should win. This is one that if you think you are that team, you shouldn't be dropping a single game here. But we'll see what they got.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see. I'm looking at predictions. There's like 1.4 million points on GK right now. So a lot of belief.
You're not going to get many points back if...
Yeah, whoever, if the upset happens, the guy who put 40K on Foot is about to be nasty rich. But I see there are some believers out there for this team. Potential upset probability. I don't know the exact percent, but I'm feeling like it's more in that less than 3%. But Jorby, I think it's time.
Yep, we're done waiting around. We're done yapping. Well, I mean, we're not done yapping, but we're done sitting here and yapping at you. Don't look at our faces anymore. Look at that sweet, sweet hype chamber. We're finally getting started. We got two matches, one on the mainstream, one on the alternate. Over here on the alternate, GK Esports versus Foot Esports. Jorby and Hercules on the cast. Take it away, guys.
Well, guys, we're back. Did you miss us? We're already
I always
ready
wanted to
to
do
go.
that.
I know. I was going to see, like, are we going to just be like, hey, Jorby, hi, other Jorby? But, Jorby, it's time. GK Esports versus Foot Esports. It's an interesting one. It's the first stream, or one of, in tandem, for the Birmingham Major.
Yep. Game 1 brought to you by Progressive. GK with Oli to start, trying to bring that Batmobile back in style. It's fun to see the Batmobile make its way back. It just takes me back a little bit. Makes me think of Cooks here, Berry Peak. You know, the good old days.
The good old days of Rocket League Esports. It is always nice to see it come out every once in a while. And I do appreciate that he's stuck with it. He understands the good luck vibes of keeping that car on.
Yeah, Chiefs would say long car hype. Although he's not a Batmobile main, he's a Dominus main. So. But either way, he understands the power and the grace of a long car. So far, not too much to speak of in terms of Foot. GK have held the ball fairly well in this first minute. And Foot on the back foot, actually get the 50 and maybe set something up here. But a nice pass, nobody able to challenge. First man had no boost, couldn't go for it. So Foot still looking for a way out. Shuffle step around 1. This looks deadly for VK Sailing. The layers are there.
I do gotta put some flowers towards Foot Esports. There's gotta be respect on their name here, because twice they had pretty decent shots. It was the second one, though, from the corner that snuck its way in. A little bit of an awkward touch there from Oli, and then Joyo's positioning just made for a wide open net.
Yeah, bit of a miscomm. Oli didn't have a lot of boost. Joyo thought he'd come to support him and realized, oh, Oli's getting the touch. Joyo had to backflip, try to recover, but then he was stuck on the wall, and you saw how awkward he was afterwards. Not the mistake you want to be making if you're GK this early. You want to try to get those vibes going. Foot get demoed in net, but nice stop there from Torres, who picked up that first goal for Foot Esports. Some rippers there from GK. Either way, though, Foot's defense holds for now. But holding the ball has been a different story. Outside of that last carry that they had, it was a GK mistake they were able to punish.
Ooh, and this was just a nice attempt, too. I gotta hand it. Right now, Foot Esports is trying to outpace GK a little bit, and it's working. They're finding their momentum. This shot on target, and the goal line save just barely gives them time to breathe. But GK Esports, bit of a slow start here in this game. Number 1 still down by 1. Archie slow pass over to Joyo, sent off. VK Sailing, the one to catch it. No connect on it, means it goes back into the hands of GK. And like I said, Jorby, Foot Esports knows they got to play the aggressive game. That's the only way they're going to be able to keep up with a team like this.
They've been able to put a couple of scary opportunities on net. GK can't quite get back to the ball. Oli does force him to give it up. Decent catch from Joyo off the ceiling, and there's nobody home. Getting harassed by Oli on the back line. And GK finally find a way through.
This is just great placement, great timing, little reset to get some power on through. You saw Oli in the net too, just being a little menace to whoever was on the back end there. And a tied game, 2:10 on the clock. What was a little bit of a slow start for GK Esports is finding a ping of momentum here in the second half of the game.
Torres hasn't looked too bad either. His name has been called a couple of times. Scored that goal earlier off the mistake, but also made a couple of key saves. Foot have bought themselves a chance here in game 1. They make this one a bit awkward for GK. Torres will take his time, get a full tank of boost. Where's the outlet? So far, everything's been challenged out by GK. Really just giving up some of these touches. VK Sailing lucky that ball comes back down to him. And Foot trying to find some space back on their own half. They do, but again, you boom it away. Archie coming from downtown. He's going to be driving for a bit. Oli might have a chance, but again, challenged and unable to find their way through. Oli, a little tip, a little dunk, and there they go. GK had complete control, and Foot on the back foot 2-1 for GK.
Just an absolute swarm from GK2. They were like the tiniest of touches, guys. Just keep hanging it around them. You know you're going to be able to force it in. It was just a centimeter closer and a centimeter closer every time, and the defense just crumbles on there. And GK Esports take their lead just over a minute to go. Oli pinch off the ceiling to the backboard. No second follow-up. It was a great read there from Leorio. And Foot Esports going to try and get a foot back in this one.
Good job from Archie popping that ball up, keeping it close. Gave no chance for Foot to get a favorable 50 and booted back downfield. Foot right in front of the box, off the post. Leorio recovers. They cannot stuff Archie. That's 2 massive 50s for Archie. The first one that went to Oli earlier. This one he just puts in himself with no help needed.
I mean, you know what? Archie's feeling it. Do your thing, man. Push on him, force him in. 46 seconds and a 2-goal lead is a very comfortable position, but 3 is even better.
It took about a minute or two for GK to get warmed up here. And send all 3, why not? On the bot kickoff, that's actually brilliant stuff there, GK. Hilarious. For them, 44 seconds, house money now in game number 1. And all the confidence that they need. Was curious if when Foot put that question mark with that first goal off that Joyo mistake, if we'd see GK struggle on the offense, but it did not take them too much longer, Hercules, to get it going.
No, it did not. I mean, of course, there was a second right when Foot Esports was first to score. Everybody was like, ooh, you know, I understand slow start, but how slow is it going to be? But since that second minute, it has just been all GK Esports and really Archie. Archie's done an incredible job of cleaning up, finishing up, and just really initiating some momentum in this game number 1. And Oli, of course, dropped down to Archie. 2 seconds left. Joyo, maybe a 5th if this doesn't get taken away, but they're respecting it. It's over 1. This one still in play. You can do the most you can, but it's not gonna be enough. GK Esports take game number 1.
Easy does it for GK. Archie getting a cool 930 points in that game. A hat trick off of 6 shots and 5 saves to boot. You said Archie was doing a whole lot of the score, and the stats certainly reflected it as well. Joyo opened up that scoring. And that play right there, I like Archie. He started with that 50. All Oli had to do was set it up for him again, and it was an easy tap in for him, and it was a good warm up here for GK Esports.
Oh yeah, definitely, and of course they're gonna prove how easy it is for them to adapt over time. It took them about 2 minutes to just completely figure out the Foot Esports, you know, levels of aggression. It took them about 2 minutes to figure out their level of speed on top of it. So right now, Foot Esports, you're gonna have to come to something. You're gonna have to come to the table with something new. What you brought clearly is not going to work. Let's all be honest. You got limited amount of time against this team to get back into it, because you lose that next one, you're already sitting on match point.
A bit of a skill and awareness difference, I think, in that game 1. Several times, Foot did win the ball off of a couple of challenges, but then when they have the ball with space, you really got to look at what they're doing when they do get that ball with space. And a lot of times, they're just lobbing it up to go for another challenge when either you could bring that ball down or you might just get scored on again here. Archie gonna keep on farming. Didn't know Farming Simulator had a Rocket League DLC, but Archie found it here. Put a redirect on. Torres, good luck trying to put that clear somewhere favorable. An easy start here for Archie.
Oh yeah, this is he found the hack. It was putting the money sign into his name, and ever since then, you can't stop.
Is that the trick?
That's the.
All I gotta do is put a dollar sign in?
I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be so real. Genji all added the dollar sign after they watched what he did, and then they won. So.
Doesn't Archie use pounds though? I feel like
yeah.
You know what I mean? So okay, so wait, if I put the pound currency sign in my name, then that will work.
Yeah, you just have to use a currency that's not from your home country.
That's not yours, right? Well, there you go. We'll call that series Hacks with Hercules.
There you go, guys. You're welcome.
I like that. VK Salen couldn't quite line that ball up, and Foot get pushed right back on defense. Oh, Powerful flick, double commit as well. It's the first opening for Foot, and it's off the bar and out. Even luck not falling your way, but they still have control of the ball, diving in front of it. Can't keep the orange cars behind it. They're forced to retreat. Torres hoping to find Leorio. And again, it's a dump and chase kind of game for Food Esports. These days, it's hard to play that game on land.
Oh, whoa! Shot on in from the mid. For a while, Foot Esports, they only heard the new ping of the crossbar, but finally, down low and in. That was the key way to get past GK. Little questionable on the back end as far as defense went. I think you had seen Archie go up, and it just did not work out well for them. He got bumped out of the way, and it just opened.
It was a good play by Torres. That's been where the bright spot has been for Foot. And about the 2 minutes of brightness you've seen from them has been the new LAN attendee, Torres. BK Salen might have a chance here. He knew he had to be quick. There's no chance he was getting back to that ball. BK Salen back over to Torres. It's a wide open net. And whoa! Oh, it was wide open.
Was is the key word. you gotta take those opportunities when they are presented to you. But right now, GK's doing their own. Pinch back though, goes in favor of Foot Esports. So Oli tried to slow it down just a tiny bit on that one. The tiniest of touches, not quite making any connects for GK. Foot Esports doing a pretty decent job of breaking on into this blue side. Bump off the ball, a shot on target denied by Oli. The follow-up taken off by Archie. It's low in the reserves for GK. This clear is gonna give them some breathing room, but it's short-lived. And Joyo had just enough to redirect this one back into the corner, but you already see Foot Esports up in their faces.
I mean, it was 3 shots on that last try from Foot Esports, all back-to-back, but that third shot needed a little more juice behind it. It was a dead shot. I don't know if it was Torres or VK who took that shot. Demo, and just missed it on the first, and that follow-up shot from Joyo had no chance. Oli getting harassed, gets deleted. The 50 back to Torres, but again, Archie's been so good at recovering, and his 50-50 game has been great so far. And definitely saved GK on what would have been another shot opportunity for Foot, who have been doing a lot better and at least getting back to this ball. That's the thing about the dump and chase game, is if you're always able to get back to a 50, if you can get the other team about a step behind you, that will work well for you on an offensive push. Trouble is, can you handle a transition? And can you actually squirrel this ball away from Joyo and company, who are much better at holding that ball? As you see Foot, they're having to use a lot of boost just to get it downfield. And I mean, what are you gonna do with that touch? Hope it just comes back to Torres, which it does. They don't connect on the pass. But it is showing you that several things kind of have to go Foot's way before they get a chance at a free ball, whereas GK are creating more of those chances by keeping that ball close to the bumper.
Yep, and I love the mention of the fact that it takes so much boost for Foot Esports to even get into the GK side, and I think GK are also recognizing that. They're doing a little bit better of making sure that they all are very much in control of the boost in that midfield, so that transition out is slow enough for them to cut, Foot Esports off. So it isn't as reminiscent of that game number 1. Shot on target, double commit to keep this one out. The follow-up off the crossbar, down and out. The follow, maybe 3. And unfortunately for GK, it is just the ringing sounds of the crossbar ping.
Gotta be my favorite update this month, I
want to know if it adds to the frustration.
I know I'm frustrated. Drop down, no shot. GK, effectively, you should be in the lead right now. I mean, the one from Joyo, I can almost understand because he has to time it off the bar. But the follow-up shot afterwards, gotta find a way to get that ball in. Otherwise, Foot might find a way to steal this game away from you. With 10 seconds left, Oli not gonna get back to it. Torres has Leorio down underneath. It's a free ball. BK Sil! But no one wants to shoot the ball today, apparently. As Foot just dropped the ball, got a demo. Ball stays in the air, touches the ground, and it should be a 1-1 series with Foot Esports tying the series up, but instead we have overtime.
Oh my gosh, and they almost do it off the rip. The kickoff in favor of GK. Just off the mark, though. Foot Esports gets to stay in this overtime. Archie from the ceiling and down. Oli's just trying to do the follow-up. Joyo calls himself off. He feels it's better to just stay a little bit further back, and it was the right call. GK Esports on their attack. Pass over to Joy, a little bit awkward on this one, so he's got to slow it down. And it centers itself, but the clear out to Foot off the backboard, no space to double.
Smart, Leorio, he was leaking forward, saw that that double tap wasn't going to happen, and he pulled back at the last moment to receive it. Now the net's wide open! Now GK's defense, suspect at best in game 2, and they finally got put in the jail cell. Foot find their first game win, and it's Taurus sneak in the left corner of the net. We got a ball game here in Swiss round 1.
Yeah, I was telling you, a 2% chance is still a chance. And there have been moments where GK get a little discombobulated on the back end of defense, and a lot of it is forced by Foot Esports, and we'll see it back in the replay there. It was just everybody pushed up, kind of running around the defense. You're having to avoid these players coming up in your face, and Torres just had the right opportunity to be able to touch that ball cleanly into that net. Foot Esports, they avoid an overtime with a last-second effort. And, well, I mean, it's a tied game. I don't know who thought we were going to be here, but I didn't.
Well, now if they get one more game win, I believe that will eclipse SSA's mark for game wins. I might be wrong about that, but I don't think I am. I think they still only have one game win on LAN. Either way, Taurus has been a bright spot in his LAN debut. In the moments where Foot have looked good, he has been at the center of it. Leorio and VK Salen might have that experience with the last couple of LANs, but this team with Taurus on it now, and I mean, GK really, it just comes off of their errors, comes off of those slight miscoms. The net was wide open at the end. You missed the net a couple of times earlier in that game, and really both teams kind of gave back-breaking errors where you'd think, well, that was your chance to close the game down, and for both teams, you could argue that it should have never went to overtime. Now here we go with Foot. You build that confidence up a little bit more. You got that belief. I still think that the skill, I don't want to say skill disparity, but rather the difference in philosophy of play between that dump and chase, challenge the ball quickly, which is effective, but can you keep that ball tight to the chest, and can you keep finding ways to wrench the ball away from GK? I think that is still going to be something that will be difficult to do consistently in the rest of this series.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. I think GK also just has a lot more options as far as, you know, being adaptive to Foot Esports, whereas Foot Esports realistically is probably coming in with like one or two different versions of themselves. The really, really aggressive side and the slower version that might attempt to keep it close to you, but it's a little easy to call out. And right now they're forced more on the back end, so you don't really get a peek of that. And GK are trying to swap things up. They've wanted to go back to that more aggressive side, and they're recognizing, you know, keeping that third man back just a little bit deeper than before might cost you a little bit less on the mistake end. That was a risky shot, though, and they got lucky it was wide.
I mean, Joyo, he was trying to find that touch to Oli on the defense, and then he just gave it right back up to Foot instead. It wasn't a good touch. I think Joyo's the one who got away with it, as it drops right back down. GK get back onto offense. To commit on the play, Joyo almost found Oli. An interesting give and go, but Foot find their way downfield. Oli tried to keep it away. The Taurus steals the boost, forces the 50 as well. Foot able to heat up. Thought after they scored the first goal of the series that this one might smell a little different. GK went 4-1 in that game. Game 2, that scent definitely came out. But here we go, Oli will put it right back in. GK will strike first here in the first 2 minutes.
I like what I'm saying from Oli too, because I think there does have to be a little bit of a step up from him. He's my player in my opinion, that when he is having a day, right, a really good day, this team gets to go, you know, wild on the field and do whatever they want to do. And right now, Oli trying to do it on his lonesome, couldn't get past 2. Archie's a little slow on the follow there. But Esports putting their all into the defense right now to try and make that clear. They do it. 50's back in their favor. Half the game to go. This is where GK Esports thrived in game number 1. It was under the pressure. Still trying to build on the lead. Joyo's gonna do it single-handedly.
Actually surprised this gets through. It's a nice landing from Joyo. Makes his approach to the ball sneaky, grabs the reset. Archie delayed Leorio. You see him going for the bump. Leorio was forced to freeze on the wall. And the guy coming down center field was a little bit behind on that play. And so Leorio not there means the opening there for Joyo. Now Oli finds Joyo. Trying to find Archie on the opposite side. No dice. Much better here for GK in game number 3. Will be a little bit harder for Foot now in the final 2 minutes. Oli gets the catch. Challenge goes out. Defense looking a lot more solid for GK.
Joyo's just had so much control. The controlled musty, tried to get it out. Leorio said, just stop it. There's no clips happening here. All right, just give us our shot opportunities. And they're going, no. Oli back over to Joyo. He's got enough to try and make a redirect, and it's intercepted by Torres. And this one all the way to the back, and now Foot Esports playing that deep third man, but it's not enough to stop Joyo. The redirect in, absolutely nasty.
It was a terrible touch from VK Salen. And then, of course, when you have a touch that bad, Joyo gets to do the fun thing. A nice little pre-flip redirect. That was a sick angle from Joyo. But VK Salen, he was in that awkward spot to begin with because he had jumped early. I don't know if it was just a misinput, but he had jumped early, had to recover. Then he had to turn back and run. Now he had to panic. Now it's a mistouch. And now Joyo's doing that on you on net. And way to set him up, too. Archie has been dishing it out like a 5-star chef. Every time they're scoring, it's Archie behind it. He had a great pass to Oli to start that scoring. And he gets a nice little redirect to get a goal, too. 4-0 here for GK.
Everybody gets a little time to shine here in this game number 3. I think that loss also kind of had GK Esports sit up, maybe not fully in their chairs, but just enough to let the ego shine at the right time. And it is 4-0 on the board. Just over a minute left to go here in this game number 3, where they should rightfully claim their match point. 1 minute left to go. Shot on target. VK Salen, he's tried his darnest to keep everything out, and for the most part has. I do gotta hand it to Torres. He's gotten some pretty decent setups. The last heroic efforts are starting to come through.
Yeah, Torres had nice 50 here. Oli gets pushed up on that one. That's nice. Again, Torres has been the bright spot for Foot Esports. Unfortunately, the sun has not been able to quite rise for them in this match. That game 2, the best it has looked. But the expectation is coming to fruition here with GK as they trying to build that momentum from what they did. And a lot of people, myself included, wondering about this team and if they can continue to keep shooting upwards after winning that European Open 3. I mean, so far so good. You know, you drop a game there. Foot Esports, they are an import squad representing Sub-Saharan Africa. This is exactly what you expect from GK, where even if you go down a little bit, you adjust, you go in the next game, and you show the other team why you are better than them. And GK currently showing them why here. 5-1. Game 1 was what, a 4-1 mark, Herc?
Mm-hmm. No, 5-1.
Very dominant in the strength of victory.
Oh yeah, and you do have to. The one thing I will say, as far as Foot Esports goes, I credit to the one win that they've gotten so far. I feel like a lot of that comes to the fact that this is not a team that they see often. You have that edge of being able to catch them off guard. It's just a matter of, can you keep doing it? And so far, the answer is no. GK Esports take them down again. The script attempting to write itself, but no, it won't. Despite what you see out there, that is not what just went down. 5-1
Yeah,
GK Esports.
But not the correct hype chamber there. GK Esports are the victors there. Oli, I guess he's just trying to focus up for that next job's not done. I mean, it really is, especially, I mean, in some tournaments past on LAN, you're playing multiple Swiss rounds a day. Mm-hmm. You're playing 2 Swiss rounds today, but you got to wait between each round. Sometimes everyone's playing round 1 at the same time, and so you just go right into your next game. Some players prefer that, but on these days where you have to play your game, and now you have to sit for 3 matches, before, and you don't even know if you're going to be the first team to play in round 2. It might be later, so GK might be sitting on their hands, and Foot might be sitting on their hands for a while. And it's a grind, not in the amount of games that you're playing, but in the amount of time you have to wait. And waiting can be more draining than even playing when it comes down to it. So it's a long, long tournament, even if you get out 3-0 in the rounds.
Yeah, there's a lot of aspects to playing on LAN that don't really get noticed or talked about, and that is a really big one. Like Jorby said, having, to wait, knowing that, you just want to get into the next one and you can't, so you gotta really give it your all while you can, and that is exactly what Foot Esports have to do here in this game at number 4. It's a match point in favor of GK Esports, looking to get their first win in the Swiss with a reset down forward, enough power, but a better save.
Now, what do Foot have in the tank? It will probably have to come behind Taurus. Taurus, who's had the best 50 game. He's had the best looks on the ball. Joyo, though, is doing some tricks. That was sick. This is why I became a Joyo fan. This is why we get so many Joyo fans. How about a musty air dribble, flip reset, double flip reset, twirly do 360 no scope? Is this a Tony Hawk game or is this Rocket League, Joyo? I can't tell when you're playing the game.
He said, put me in the 1v1, coach. It should have been me.
Oh, there's another. Goodbye, Oli. Gets out the punching glove and does his best Mike Tyson on this one. You don't just get hit once. They hit you with the left hook, and they hit you with the uppercut.
I mean, you know what? Show me Buffy Sugo as much as you want, Joyo. I love her. Keep her coming.
Oh, nice catch, Oli. Yeah, GKR in style mode right now. Getting across. Foot. Can you find your footing? Touchdown. That looks decent, but not on target. You had to find the seam between two players, and you ran into the woodwork. GK, very strong start. Exactly as you would expect here at the start of game 4. Foot struggling to find any kind of purchase even in their own half right now.
Archie. Trying to take his time a little bit there. I will say this is a faster defensive game from Foot Esports. They were a little bit cleaner with it, but only 30 in the tank to work with isn't going to get you too far past that midline. This one back, the pass to Torres, caught and sent forward. GK Esports matching their game. Right now, Foot Esports, there's no denying Joyo. He's too much right now. You lose him once, and then after that, I mean, dang.
Yep, no boost for Leorio either. Nothing you could do about it. That's about as free as it has felt. Earlier in this series, Foot had much better of it. Since then, they've been on the back foot consistently. Something we haven't really talked about a lot. Oh, God. Well, that's ugly, but something we haven't talked about a lot is that the fake kickoff, or really the kickoff arsenal that GK have shown. They've gone several different kickoffs. We've seen the bot kickoff, we see that fake kickoff a good bit. We've seen the cheat up, go to the one side, get the 50 for a quick, I don't know what they call it. Gentlemates, old gentlemates that popularized it. But either way, this is like some disgusting work here from GK, putting Foot in the dirt.
Oh yeah, and that's exactly what you got to do, right?
Maybe the mantle.
They're going to have to wait for a bit after. You might as well come off of a high and beat down whoever you saw in the first round. And that's exactly what they're doing. Everybody's just gaining confidence and the ability to keep, again, your ego going through the rest of the Swiss for the day. But 3 minutes is a very long time. This either turns into a worse beatdown or maybe potential for Foot Esports to find their way into it. We've seen a couple shots just off the mark here for GK, but nothing to be too stressed about when you're 5 up. And 250 on the clock here. I mean, Derby, Foot Esports, they put their hands up, but they're not in it.
I mean, I'm not even stressed watching the game for GK. Strength of victory has been, I mean, it's what, 5 goals this game, 5 goals last game. They had, was it only 1 or 2 goals in game 2? Either way, they've scored like 16 goals in this series. Food have scored like 3. So it has not been close at all, and of course it wasn't close on the mainstream either, with Furia taking down Chiefs 3-0. Me especially not surprised at that result at all. The 6 goals, we're just trying to rack up as many as possible. At this point, we're just going for the Brazil. Maybe give one a token goal. There's still 2 minutes in this game.
There's a ton of time. There's a world, Jorby, where they give them their token goals. So we're going to see if it happens here. Off, kickoff, demo in the mid. That might be it. They gave it to him. They said, set him up and give us the clip.
This time the kickoff didn't work for him. Only with a lazy little flip over to the midfield boost. To be fair, I think he flipped as that demo happened. But not going to see the full strength of GK. I think later in this Swiss, when we start seeing them challenged a little bit more, that's where I'm really curious how they will do. Question of consistency. And at the beginning of the series, I was talking about Archie being that player who inconsistency had started to define him a couple of years ago. He'd have a breakout game and you think, this guy, he could be one of the best players in the world if he could find consistency. With GK in particular, I feel like he's starting to find it. This series as well, been at the center of most of it when the game was a little bit closer. We got that 930 points in that one game, but he's also enabling his team to be great with his challenge game and his vision on the passing. I've really liked how Archie has developed as a player. And I said at the start that his story was one I was interested in the most in this tournament. And I would really like to see Archie kind of take that next step up as a competitor. So, you know, he's always had it in him. A great kid to boot as well. Obviously, everyone knows Joyo's character and Joyo's performance as a player, but it's fun to see Archie also take that next step. So I'm curious to follow him throughout the rest of Swiss. No Brazil today, as Foot will put another one in here, and we're getting to the end, but GK have the game in hand.
Yep, they found another one here in this. Like you said, storylines are incredible, and you always get curious about all these players. I think if you were ever an EU fan at any point, you recognize almost all of these players. I know VK Salen is one that's been out there for a minute, and he's been waiting to have his moment, and you know, to the best of his abilities, he is trying to find a name for himself here, but unfortunately for him, you're going up against the big 3, the unexpected big 3 of EU currently. 30 seconds left on the clock and a 4-goal deficit. Potentially could be 5 right here. But 4 at this point is more than enough unless they find a way in. They don't, but it was scary close.
Yeah, it kind of sounded like the bell broke a little bit there. Like you heard the little rattle inside of it as well. It's such a great addition. I mean, I might get tilted for some of the players that hit that, but not here for GK. They take care of business. Foot did get a game, but that's all they will get. Going down to the 0-1 in Swiss, and GK against SSA, no problem. Joyo taking top honors, getting a hat trick in that, and at the start of that, getting that musty dribble double reset pass. Sick stuff. Love watching Joyo get to do a little bit of the vintage stuff. So we got a little treat there, and that was nice.
Yeah, no, a great first showing from GK Esports. A little shaky in game number 2, but they quickly found their way back and never faltered afterwards. And, you know, for Foot Esports, you just gotta, you know, take what you learned from this and, you know, expect the experience and keep on going through your Swiss stage.
Round 1 will continue. We're going to go on a break. We got to switch a lot of things out, so you have time to get up, take a bathroom break, and make sure you get back in your seats as we get the next, not round of Swiss, but the next round of matches in Swiss round 1 going. We'll be back after the break.
There's a reason they don't call them clean bikes, am I right?
Yeah.
Because it's dirt bike.
Gas stations. Whew.
You gotta start at the top and work your way down. You want me to do yours next? Oh, you're from Oklahoma.
They have to fill the silence.
The bathroom code's 9914.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Look at this hot rodder!
First thing I see when I look at the car are them big boy wheels. Black on black, gotta coordinate when I get to the grill. Headlights looking like cat's eyes high being cut through films. Press the start, you hear it really come alive, it's real. Black on black, my wheels, really come alive, it's real. Black on black, my wheels, really come alive, it's real. Headlights looking like cat's eyes high being cut through the fields. Press the start, you hear that. It's real.
Feel this tide choke my neck and I just wonder why I'm buried in a suit I'd never buy, a suit I'd never buy. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to cry? I'm cold steel stainless. My glass half full. Always said don't suffer no fools. Serpents daydream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. Gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the alternate stream. The Swiss stage lives on, and hey, we're alive too, and what a great day to be here at Chiefs.
Yes, looking forward to it, to get to cast some carball. It's been a while and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, and we had some appetizers, I guess, to say the least. Not gonna say bangers, but to, expected results. The A stream wrapped up surprisingly fast and way before us. Furia went through the ringer, a quick one against Chiefs.
Yeah, it really blew him out of the water. The 4-0, 2-1, I think, and then just an absolute massacre there in Game 3. Scored 8 goals to only a couple there. So Furia, well done, came to play, ready to go and get started. And of course, if you were here, you watched, we just watched it. Now my mind can't work. There we go. Thank you. GK versus Food Esports 3-1, and GK definitely started to run away with that one early. So well played, both of those guys. Time to rally for those who lost. But enough about that, Lemon. It's time for our next one.
Yes, and the first match, who cares, but maybe it's how flawless you can be. And speaking of flawless, we have Karmine Corp versus the Wildcards. This is going to be an exciting match for us. Of course, Karmine Corp did just drop that last regional to GK, and one of the most incredible teams that we have in Europe that haven't won a major last year.
Yes, Karmine Corp definitely on the short list of teams that can win this major in particular. They've looked incredibly strong, as you mentioned, despite dropping open 3 to GK. That's okay. GK caught lightning in a bottle, so you got to give credit where it's due to them. But Karmine Corp, there's a lot of people who think they have a pretty solid chance to win this major overall, and they're just wondering how deep the run can go throughout the course of the RLCS season, and they've got their work cut out for them pretty cleanly here, I would say. Wildcard, the #1 seed out of OCE, but it's never easy, but I think Vatira and co are up to the task this time around.
Yeah, this is just such a stacked roster. I mean, a lot of people have Drawley up there as one of the best players in the world, even Vatira. So Karmine Corp are going to be a tough dog to go up against. And I think even dropping that regional in the final to GK, having that win streak broken, I feel like it takes a lot of weight off your shoulders of, okay, we don't have to be perfect from here on out, and especially in your first Swiss match.
And over here on the wild card side of things, you know, like we mentioned, number 1 seed out of OCE, Fever, probably one of the strongest mechanical players in the entire region. I mean, this is his 9th season. Dude's been around for a while, and he's looking to finally break out of that 9 through 11, hit a top 8 one time. Big dog, you got it. Toy Sauce has been around even longer. Can you believe it? Rlcs is in season 3, and I think, if I remember right, season 3 was when he got his best result on 4th place there. So then they picked up Banana Head, of course. This is the power roster from last year, if you guys don't remember. They put up pretty stingy fights versus a lot of good teams, but looking to find that consistent breakthrough out of the Swiss stage. And unfortunately for them, no more difficult draw, perhaps, than Karmine Corp here, but always looking forward to see Wildcard get a chance to go on the screen with the hero shots there. They're good players, man. On the right day, at the right time, they will test anybody. So I know it's an uphill battle for these guys, but these people are battlers. It's been years for these guys going up against the best of the best, and they always put on a solid show.
And they swept the Chiefs that we just mentioned earlier in that most recent regional. And I'm glad you brought up that OCE caused a lot of trouble at internationals. You know, what they do at their own region is one thing, but what they present against other teams is crazy. Like, I think about that former power roster at last year's Worlds. They actually won over that Gen G, or at least the Gen G at the times roster, which was the number 2 of NA. They were taking games off of Oxygen and G2, who at the time were at the top of EU and NA. And, you know, they may struggle against EU, but OCE fares really well against NA, and they are also at the top of the stats for when it comes to shooting, and as a team, number 1 in demos in the game at 5.6. So, you know, OCE can get really scrappy.
And they're going to need to get scrappy if they want to take down this Karmine Corp roster. Vatira sitting right there in the middle, what I like to think of as the captain spot. Dude has just been lights out since he joined back in the 2021-2022 fall regional. Always on the cusp of, you know, taking the crown of Europe. He's had some unfortunately hiccups as people like Monkey Moon and Zen have walked into the scene and made his life a little harder. But Drawley, that guy is sitting on top of the world right now. A lot of people think he's the best in the world at the moment. So big shout out to him. He's put in a lot of work since last year's World Championship. We'll see if he can bring it to the first live event of this season of RLCS. The biggest surprise for me, though, on that left side of Tao, the pickup, not the player a lot of people would think. I mean, he was on that Dangerous Team Liquid roster for a little bit, but flown under the radar until he joined up with Karmine Corp a little bit. So he's been having an excellent season overall. I mean, you have to have a reason to get picked up by Karmine Corp if you're a Tao. He must have had some excellent tryouts. He's had one heck of a split. I mean, you got to join in. You got to take first place in a couple of top regional spots for him. So Tao's been having a great season. Even if he's not getting the job done in the stat line department, dude is out there busting heads with demos. So he's no stranger to the demo game himself.
Yeah, I mean, this roster has to be good with that win streak that they went on. I'm sure it's hard to shine on this roster with all 3 players having their moments in that spotlight. And wildcards, you know, especially, you know, power at Worlds, were very strong and can surprise a lot of people. So this was a tough match to say that it was going to be like a flawless sweep. This is a best of 5, and of course, it's important to note that the Swiss, how you perform here is going to set you up to whether it be the upper bracket or the lower bracket when it comes to playoffs, and how much of a second chance that you get or not. So players getting settled in. So I feel like having a very good Swiss is not only just a statement, it helps the ego, it sends a message to everyone else how you're starting off, but it also has some important impact later.
Yeah, I think if you're Karmine Corp, you're not necessarily worried about how you get the win here. You know, if you end up going 3-1, 3-2, so be it. As long as you come out with a win and end up in that 1-0 round, I think that's all Karmine Corp cares about. If you're Wildcard, obviously we're hunting dubs, but I think the main thing that Wildcard should be aiming for is like, look, let's make this competitive. We're going to make them work for their meal, as I like to say. So nothing free if you're a Wildcard, and I think big key to that success is going to be finding ways to set up Banana Head. Dude is a pure shooter when he's got the chance, and so there's going to be a lot of pressure, I think, on Fever and Torsos to find a way to break through that Karmine Corp structure.
Yeah, and Torsos has always been that physical guy, and even people in OCE are saying Fever's like the best player to ever be in OCE. So this is just the best talent that OCE could put on a team, and now they find themselves called the wild card to try and go up against EU's top dog. And speaking of at least North American top dogs on the mainstream, we did just get an update that Gen G won game 1 over NRG 1-0. So there's just so much
spooky.
So many good matches to catch.
Yeah, a lot of action to cover here at the Birmingham Major. Definitely go have both streams open if you like. You definitely don't want to miss Gen G and RG, that's for sure, but that should be a good one, and there will be good matches all throughout, and they only improve as time goes on in the Swiss stage and all the way into the bracket setting. But for this one, I think if you're Karmine Corp, I would not be surprised to actually kind of see them, what's the word I want, slow down, turtle up a little bit. I think they shouldn't be too worried about anything Wildcard can throw at them, I think. So if you're Karmine Corp here, wouldn't be surprised to just say, look, man, we're going to send 2 deep back. We'll let one guy attack. If he breaks through that first challenge, then we'll push up. And they really might just slowly constrict Wildcard and say, look, we're going to camp out. We're going to make you beat us, which I think would be the optimal approach. If you don't have to press for anything, I don't think you should if you're Karmine Corp in this position. You want to make Wildcard come and beat you. And that's kind of the dangerous, I know it's definitely not the optimal idea, because I'm always a big fan of, look, if you're attacking, you're probably winning in Rocket League, but I do think there are times of like, look, we don't have to press the go, go, go button here if we're Karmine Corp, and I wouldn't be amiss if I saw them kind of just slow up a little bit and say, all right, come on, bring us the ball, show me what you got,
For sure. Like, how far back is Karmine going to want to play, like, to kind of evaluate what Wildcard have and then play more reactive from there? Or do we have Karmine Corp just come out swinging, guns blazing, metaphorically, and Karmine Corp have just kind of racked up the score against any team that they know that they're better than? And I think the only team that's been able to make Karmine Corp scramble on defense has been GK, and it's kind of watching Joyo how he's able to receive that defense and spit it back out at them by just the quickest of counterattacks using the sidewalls. So I think Karmine Corp realized, okay, GK may be their kryptonite, but were the rest of the teams studying up on their matchups? Did Wildcard realize that weakness, and then Karmine Corp able to clean up what happened from that Regional 3?
And you can see both coaches behind him. Jimma there for Wildcard. Guy's a pretty rock solid. He's got a lot of love from pretty much everybody in the OCE community. Everyone over there loves him, thinks he's a phenomenal coach. And of course, Ferris standing behind the Karmine Corp guys, obviously in his own right. Plenty of accolades both on and off the pitch now for both of them. So real battle here, I think, as Karmine Corp getting set, as I believe players are almost ready to hop into game 1 here. And this will be a good one, I'm hoping. I predicted on First Touch yesterday, I was like, look, man, this is a sleeper game. I know everyone's going to be thinking, hey, Karmine Corp's just going to walk over Wildcard. It's going to be, who cares? Don't watch the beast. Slow your roll. You never know. Out of all the games where we're going to have something nasty happen, it would be this one in my head.
Yeah, we got to get prepped ready for our match. I got my Gibbs fan.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
So I can make it feel like LAN. He put me on this, and
it's good.
It also kind of looks like a taser when it's in its pocket. So it's intimidating too, but it also cools you down. So, it's great. And I hope this match heats up, because we already had a 3-1 for GK. Like, it wasn't a perfect series. So kind of these underdogs could show up and really upset. And I mean, Power, or like Wildcard called Power at the World, upset Gen G, who was a top roster at the time. So you never know with these guys.
You never know. And if I had to pick, I'm never going to pick Wildcard. So I got to pick Karmine Corp. But boy, do I want to see a battle here. So Karmine Corp for me.
Yeah, That's an easy pick. I'm gonna go with whatever Chief says because the Chiefs knows best. Definitely
Good choice.
Go. Yeah, I think in terms of like the big upsets that I think we were both synced up on is like maybe the Vitality Twisted Minds match, maybe the Complexity Dignitas. Those were the ones that came up as big toss-ups for me. But hey, toss-up is, speaking of that, we got our game 1 ready to go. So let's head to kickoff and go to our casters. It's us.
Who could have guessed? But it will be game 1 presented by Progressive. Looking forward to it. Karmine Corp versus Wildcard. No more waiting around. Give me the kickoff. I'm ready.
Ready to go. We'll see how the top of Europe fares against the top of OCE. And even Wildcard weren't perfect in all their regionals. They dropped their second regional to Scrim's World. Of course, the new format's really tossing everybody for a loop. But it's Karmine Corp on the left. And this is where they can kind of lay back and evaluate how Wildcard's offense are really going to form together.
And we'll see just how aggressive they're willing to be. As early pressure from Wildcard is what you want to see, I would say, from both teams. Wildcard definitely not going to be happy if they're getting pressed early.
Yeah, both teams have had these back anchors and love the layers from Banana Head. He's even going to force it to the opposite side. Just hoping to send that off to Torsas, who is further away than expected. So Wildcard needing to tighten up these passes because Karmine Corp are just right on their tail at all times.
Wildcard definitely a little bit jumpy there out of the midfield. Drali, first opportunity to slow it down. Down and under. Oh no, bro, don't tell me we're dunking our own team into our own net. This is a great air dribble from Drali, but this is tough. Fever gets baited all the way to the floor, and Banana Head coming across net ends up dunking Torsas into the goal. So Drali early, just casually 1v2.5, I'll say.
Yeah, kind of like, I was going to say 1v3 Drali. I'm glad that we hyped this guy up as what a lot of people are saying is the best player in the world. And to just start off with the first goal, that's a good tone setter, especially with the whole defense there. Like, you had Wildcard scrambling, as now we still need to see a response from Wildcard. Their defenses have been able to hold some of this pressure at bay, but now the pass to Torsas in the midfield won't go by easily. And now confronting 2 players, this pops out. Shot not on target, but Fever just battling against this defense.
And Karmine Corp doing a really good job keeping their head on a swivel, not getting demoed, as that one's going to go off the post. Fever will pick it up cleanly, find a way through at least to the midfield line, and Vatira right back into the mix. Karmine Corp really not willing to give up any ground if they don't have to. But they're definitely on cruise control early here, as that one goes across unscathed as well.
Almost a nice backflip to tap that in for Wildcard, and Banana Head has been that driving force. Literally has to be the one solo driving down the field and is looking for that second man. Maybe Fever would have set up and taps it in to tie.
Great job from Fever here. He almost gets turned to smoke here in the middle of the box. Look at Drali trying to track him down. He just jumps out of the way of it. Banana Head able to work through a couple of 50s. Wildcard find an equalizer. We got a ball game.
Not too bad. Staying competitive as best as possible, especially Wildcard being able to break out. Banana Head's not going for just booming balls to clear. He really has to play close to it, and he buys a lot of time for that second man to join him. Nice demo from Fever as the net opens up, but Wildcard really running on fumes as Drali's quick to the counterattack, and Banana Head makes sure that the pass isn't complete.
Beauty of a touch from Banana Head as well. Required a surgeon's hands to make sure that one got to safety just outside as a towel will clear that away. And Wildcard going to have to handle a nasty transition here.
Oh, Tao can get that touch, so Banana Head has to juggle this, but using all his boosts just to keep control. So K-Corp will get that field reset that they would need. Drali addresses the challenge, goes towards the net, and almost crashes and burns into Wildcard. We're able to keep that at bay.
Woo! Bye-bye ball. It's how able to react. A big pinch from Torsas off the sidewall. Nice try. That'll catch a lot of people off guard if you hit that consistently. Drali over the top of a couple, but still Wildcard standing firm on defense. Vatira trying to get sticky with the ball as well. Drali back to himself. He's not a passer. Drali says, look, man, I'm not giving the ball up until you make me give it up.
Yeah, and Wildcard are getting pretty boost starved. I'm seeing Vatira off ball, just go and grab those corner boosts from the orange side. So this may keep Wildcard put and at least slower than usual as K-Corp now going for demos, and that means Tau is removed as well. So Banana Head is relieving that pressure, needing a more solid clear that's caught in the midfield, as Wildcard are still kept on their half.
Big demo going to open up a lot of room here for Karmine Corp. Across to the middle of the box, back down to him. Vatira doesn't have the boost to really reach it. Drali soft touch to himself, and Torsas will delay. Karmine Corp got to give a little ground here.
That's tough. Wildcard are trying to be physical, not winning the 50s, not making much space, and going even above and beyond. Torsas will carve through one, but not the rest of K-Corp that wait in the midfield. But at least the backboard is denied. It's a 1-1 game with a minute left. As Vatira with the back pass, and just dangerous ball that Tau has to chase. Vatira has his back.
Never a doubt. Was certainly never going to own goal. That couldn't be Vatira, as that's a great inch clear off his own backboard. Banana Head looking for some control, but he actually thought someone was going to be there. His teammates called him off, said no pressure, no pressure. Deep clear from Vatira, wants a double tap, stretching, and great save from Banana Head. A Tau off the ceiling, trying to take it away from defenders. Drali thought it might have been going to the opposite side of the net. And that will leave Wildcard with a chance to clear.
Hey, Torsas just dumps it into the blue half. Demos exchange, and that means Wildcard have to keep this back while their third is respawning. Look at this pressure mounting with the last 14 seconds for Wildcard, but Torsas loses the ball, and that means Vatira has some control, pinches it to the left. Tau gets the beat on Fever. Last couple of seconds as K-Corp look for the lead and for game one. As Drali with the mind games, delaying his approach, and we hit overtime in game one.
Got what you wanted if you're Wildcard. It's a ball game. Anything can happen in OT, no matter who is the favorite. That's a big risk on that challenge from Drali. He's going to be stuck on the other side for at least a little bit. Look at a Tau working through multiple challengers down into the box. Nice awareness from Fever, knowing there's no actual pressure. Misses the flick, though. And Wildcard going to have to take a second to reset, but great control.
Yeah, Wildcard are trying to stay stable when you have Vatira and Drali chasing people around, and that is all the time on the ball and not on target for Banana Head. Torsas even got a second touch. Fever with the third, and that's all she wrote for game one. Wildcard.
Unwilling to give it up. You can see all of Karmine Corp caught driving left. That ball whips back around. They can't find the challenge. Goes back to the right. They run into each other on the sidewall. Wildcard walk away with a game one win. Karmine Corp, like I said, they don't care how the job gets done so long as it does. They're obviously not happy about losing game one, but hey, you got to give credit to Wildcard there. There was a lot of pressure. Drali, you can see 6 shots, only 1 goal. So great defensive sequence. Not a whole lot of saves over there. Well, 3, 6, 7, 8 saves total for Wildcard. So great stuff from them on defense. But man, Drali's going to be like, look, guys, I got 6. You guys just got to put them on target. What can I do? They make the stop. We need the rebounds, but that's okay. They'll bounce back there in game 2, I think. And Wildcard, great job to stick around. Great adjustment as well. Drali going for a lot of solo efforts down through the midfield. And they started realizing that, look, Drali's not passing the ball. We just got to get up early and force it off him.
And Vatira was doing a lot off ball to make Wildcard uncomfortable, chasing them around, taking their boost, and just that last 20 seconds where K-Corp just let go of that chokehold that they had on Wildcard. Wildcard were able to send like their whole team downfield. And look at what that created. 3 shots, rebound found, and eventually you had all of K-Corp disjointed, jumping at the net, and the gap was finally found. So Wildcard able to keep this a tie game until the last 20 seconds is incredible. It's a best of 5. We got a lot more Rocket League yet to go.
A lot to go and a lot to be said if you're Karmine Corp here. Now you wonder if they start to squeeze a little bit more aggressively here and really test that Wildcard defense. How much risk is Karmine Corp willing to accept?
So far, Fever and Torsas connecting more than usual compared to game 1. There's usually a lot of Banana Head that had to kind of put the red carpet down to just even leave their half, and even then that was difficult. Wildcard were stuck on defense for the first minute or 2, it felt like, and K-Corp also demoing them a lot. So for Wildcard to kind of keep their heads above water is really great to see.
Drali, decent enough clear, but I don't think a Tau is really going to be able to go and get that one. Banana Head will pick it off at the midfield line. And Wildcard earning a small foothold here. See how the next couple of challenges go for him.
Torsos has to collect here. And at least just get that touch to get it away from Vatira. You got Drawley swinging for the fences. Now he has to go collect. Do not pass go. It's K-Corp also trying to pick up the pace to see, can Wildcard really keep up? Now Fever has to reach up high for this one. No boost, so someone else has to go for it. And Wildcard, they just stand and watch.
Did you see how early he jumped? Drawley looked like he was about to air dribble that. He immediately popped up way above the net and was like, I gotta go. And Drawley's like, I mean, I guess if you're gonna pop that high, I'll just go back to the floor and reset.
Then Wildcard are trying to be proactive. Torsos, the banana head. How did Drawley save that? Just the last second hand up. This Fever at least contests the midfield, and now it's Drawley. That seems to be all offense for K-Corp. Now with the demos, Fever gets the touch to somehow get this out of the net.
Kicked off the post. Unlucky for Karmine Corp. Fever flip reset. It's definitely going to need some help. Torsos looking for demos. It's going to take him out of position here. There's not going to be a lot of boost pads for him to pick up. You really need Banana Head to get exactly that. An excellent challenge. Forced it into a safe space, into the corner. Bought a lot of time for Wildcard to get set defensively.
Yeah, Wildcard have been getting demoed. They're like, well, we can't just survive. We need to fight back and destabilize K-Corp, or eventually this offense will lay through a double tap right at the lap of Fever. What are the chances? So many close calls. We enter the second half shortly. Still somehow a 0-0 game as Vatira will be solo, leaving a chance for Atto and Drawley to collect some boost. And Wildcard want to counterattack. Banana Head has Torsos at the front taking boost, but it's all Banana Head all day.
Look at Atto in the net here. Rotates on the backboard in case it gets pumped up there. Drawley can't get a hand on it, and Atto dismounts thinking that Drawley's going to force it out to the corner or something. And all of a sudden, Wildcard with a 1-0 lead once again. Just a miscue on the goal line defense.
Yeah, not a lot of teams are able to make K-Corp scramble on defense, and Wildcard this time, they start with a goal lead. See if K-Corp will be able to match when they were the offense that have spent the most time in the other half. As Vatira looking to chase Banana Head around, as Atto now has two-man coverage on him, fighting for possession control. Vatira and Drawley also hanging back, making sure that Wildcard will be held back. Is almost deposited in. Banana Head makes a great save.
Great speed as well around the backboard for Wildcard, but now see the cracks start to show. Torsos needs to find a big clear. There's Vatira. He doesn't even need to touch it. You can see the boost start to just dwindle for Wildcard, and you knew that this clear needed to be a big one. Torsos tried to time it perfectly, caught it a little bit flat. Never a chance to make it back, and even Banana Head there, he only had, 13 or 20 or whatever it was, and he was just hoping it went forward, and unfortunately did not.
And the big defender getting demoed in net really opens things up for K-Corp. Is that response just... K-Corp picked up the phone right away. Banana Head with the delayed challenge. Drawley off the wall, pops out. And Fever now has to face a 50 against Vatira, but no boost. Wildcard are really mounting the pressure. And even beauty. As you thought the clear was coming from K-Corp, they have their backs against the wall.
Great job from Fever managing the pace up the sidewall. Torsos to find the block, and Fever not giving up on the play. He says, look, I want the corner boost. I'm squeezing. And he just gets a big block right in front of the net, straight into it. Huge play from him and Torsos.
Huge dunk from Wildcard, back in the lead, back in the driver's seat, 90 seconds. Torsos with boost. Look at Vatira jumping all over, trying to make contact, now on his tail and his shadow as Wildcard able to keep K-Corp out of their own half for a while now, as Torsos and Banana Head with boost take it up into the air, and it's just out. It works against Wildcard in that moment.
Yeah, it's a pretty good idea here. Torsos sets it up to the wall for Banana Head, but he doesn't have the command to pick it up. You could see how awkward it was. He had to pick that up backwards with a jump, try and gain control and go forward, just couldn't handle it. And Karmine says, yeah, I mean, that's a good clear, but you got to be able to find a way to actually get out of your own half before it makes a difference.
Oh, almost a great setup. Yeah, Wildcard are forced to play a bit faster, trying to avoid demos, but wait, the setup from Drawley. Received there by Banana Head, not letting that bounce from the back wall get found, and look at all three being sent down from Wildcard in this last minute to potentially go to match point, but K-Corp want the lead back, and it's just dropped in with love.
With love is right. It's an absolute beauty here. Vatira with a soft hit, and look at this kiss from Drawley. Just right over there to the left side, just away from the defender. Nice try, big guy. It's 3-2. Good luck. It's 45 seconds.
But hey, the last 20 seconds is where Wildcard ramped all the way up to 9,000. Last game, and it's Banana Head, Fever at the front, but Banana Head also capable of those solo plays. One of those goals came in because of that. Strawley loses the 50, Torsos to Fever towards the net and saved by Vatira, and not wasting any time, not only clearing, but the counterattack forming and kind of faking that second touch as Atto waits for his moment to shine in the corner, but too many cooks in the kitchen.
Bumps. Great cut from Drali. And that actually may do it. Fever's got to buy a little bit of time. Last chance here for Wildcard, only 10 seconds.
Just full disruption for K-Corp at this point. Torsos is moving Drali out of the way. Fatir with a big 50. And now Banana Head makes contact shot on Atto to the ground. And it's K-Corp that tied the series.
Hit it with the wet noodle there with 1 second on the clock. He was trying to pump that thing right side of the net, and he just mistimed it. Hit it a little bit late, a little bit early. Either way, doesn't have the juice behind it. Karmine Corp find a win in game 2, tie it up 1-1. But again, 1-goal game is good. Wildcard had some great pressure, even a lead at one point, if I remember correctly. So still out there battling. It's a fight here, and Karmine Corp know it, but I think the way to come back there and make sure they found the win was pretty big for them, and Wildcard's going to have to find some type of adjustment, be it mechanically, because I actually like the way they're trying to layer their defense. You know, they're tipping the ball up to the backboard, trying to set it up for their teammates who are rotating up there early, trying to beat the oncoming attack from Karmine Corp and just break out. But it's a lot. It's a big mechanical test for everyone out there on that Wildcard defensive side. It's not easy trying to go for that type of approach, but it is a good one if you can do it.
And a different approach from Vatira, who went from kind of being the disruptor off ball, you know, sub 200 score, 3 demos to his name, to now getting up to 400 score. He's got a goal. Now you have a more well-rounded Karmine Corp offense, which has a lot more options. And this created a much more lethal offense, one that made Wildcard have to kind of scrap to have to counter demo and also keep up the pace. And that's where those mistakes are going to show a lot more. But K-Corp still have to fix up this series the way that they intended. We'll see if the script even still follows as we enter game 3.
You actually make a great point about that, Lemon, as well, because Karmine Corp probably seriously benefited out of 2 players having a lot more shots on target there, because it's going to force that Wildcard defense to respect that shots on target could just happen. And if you're forcing Wildcard to make saves, but who cares about that? Look at this bump from Torsos again, just annihilating the defense. 1 demo with a touch. And then there comes number 2 from Fever. Banana Head says, thank you very much. That's nice and easy.
It's tough to beat K-Corp to the ball like that. All of Wildcard committed to that play, knowing they have to build the same pressure that K-Corp do on their offense, which may require the whole team to be in that offensive third. K-Corp had Vatira with full boost with the dribble. Drali trying to make contact with Fever in the net. This comes out to Atto, but now it's a bit more awkward to get full control and not able to maintain their offense that they had.
Yeah, this was definitely not the approach on the midfield. It actually all goes back. He's the only guy that could have stopped that transition, because look, it didn't buy enough time for Drali or Vatira to get their feet set. Wildcard swarmed down through the midfield, and this is huge. 2-goal lead early, just about any team. I don't care who you are. You can be from Asia, South Pacific, anything. I don't care. 2-0 up, under a minute is a great spot to be in. You get to take your foot off the gas as much as you like. You can sit back, secure all the boost on the field, and say good luck if you want.
Yeah, and if you put a microscope to K-Corp's defense against GK, that final, that was a sweep and one of the biggest surprises in Rocket League history, as Johnny called it. It's all about gaps in the net, and one that should have been easily found by K-Corp even at that moment. A beautiful pinch save from Fever, but you're not out of the woods yet. K-Corp, they could sometimes play a little more forward than usual, and Wildcard, they were able to find that weakness in that space to break through that and their defensive control.
Tao looking for a little bit of redemption over 1 towards the net, and look at the slow play to get under the second man. There you go. You earned it back, big guy. What a play. Drali just a nice soft set. Fever really trying to stretch the attack, and Banana Head really believing the flip reset was coming left side. He was racing to goal, and Tao says, yeah, no, I'm just going to let this go all the way down to the ground. You jumped too early, and I'm going to get back within 1.
Yeah, Wildcard really needs solid reads in the air, and then running out of boost doesn't help to adjust. K-Corp having a lot more time on the ball in that moment. Torsos sees the Atto approach. Now Wildcard still trying to get a good clear, and Torsas even could have made connection for a good counterattack. Now you got K-Corp peppering the net, and this just leaks through, and just like that, K-Corp tie.
It's exactly what you were talking about. Just keep them honest, shoot it on target, and look, 2 people jumping to try and make saves, and Drali immediately back to the opposite end of the net. Wildcard in a great spot, but unable to hold it for very long. Karmine Corp slammed through 2 in quick succession.
Yeah, Wildcard really needs to stop the bleeding, or this is going to turn into a hemorrhage, and you got Drali with the ceiling reset. Oh, God, it just gets worse and worse. What a goal on a Drali.
On the boost, the smooth transition to the ceiling, the flip reset, just caressing that ball over one defender and boxing out the other one, keeping it high, putting a body between you and the ball. That was excellent.
Torsas shaking his head like, we just can't let K-Corp get off the ceiling and just have all this boost, all this time on the ball. So Torsas will present himself. Drali shot on net. Right behind him too. Banana Head makes the save, but he's got to worry about, well, who could just stab him in the back? K-Corp are not only just in front of the ball, but they'll be behind you too.
Wildcard trying to reset the offense here. A couple of missed touches. Drali picks up 100. Gets things back to where Karmine Corp is happy with them, aka jammed into the orange half. Vatira to Drali, and Fever says, look, I'm going to control my corner boost. You can do whatever you want. Demo in the net and off the bar.
Oh, and just finish. Wait, however, Wildcard's still stretching to save these, and hey, need a good enough clear. And that's where Vatira and Atto have been stacking the midfield to make this pressure intense. A double. I still can't believe that didn't go in from Drali. And Wildcard got to get out of dodge as Banana Head off the top of his head, gifted to Vatira. Banana Head demo. Torsas misses that 1v1, and Fever has to slow down this punch, or Wildcard will be knocked out cold. It's going to be the second half, and K-Corp are just hitting them where it hurts, but Torsas almost got to swing for the fences there.
I respect Torsas jumping for that with as little boost as he did. He says, look, man, they might miss it, and we need to score 1. I'm going to take my chance here. I love seeing him try and put the pressure on that Karmine Corp defense. That's good stuff.
Good stuff. It's Wildcard just waiting for how K-Corp are going to build. There's now 3 lethal options. All of K-Corp able to put a shot on target. And now Wildcard break out. They build a counterattack. It's a 50. Collected by Banana Head. Saved by Vatira. Now with some missed touches as Fever tries to slow down the pace. Maybe create another opportunity. Back wall won't be able to be used. Ready on the right side. Banana Head leaves it to Torsas. They get their wires crossed, leaving a chance for Atto to go towards the sky. And he soars, but he's stopped at the line.
Oh, but Drali's just there waiting. Torsas, you need to find a pass to a teammate. Banana Head, you're never going to make it. A town with a great pickup. Oh, and he just hovers in the air. Lets Drali come take it. Great job from Karmine Corp, wasting more precious time off the clock. Great bump from Banana Head. Is there anything here? Doesn't look like it. A town will break it up. Drali's just waiting in the middle. Chipped all the way back. Actually, that's not very good. Vatira's got to play 1v1 now.
Banana Head playing cat and mouse too. Fever loses at 50, and K-Corp race downfield with boosts to spare in 30 seconds. Wildcard need to come alive or it'll be match point very soon. And they started off with a 2-0 lead, and that has quickly gone away as Banana Head was hoping to get the beat on Atto. And with demos, Wildcard have limited options on how they can make K-Corp look weak at this moment.
There's the one great problem with the Dominus. You need that touch off the wall, and that thing's just so skinny. It went right over Torsas' head. That one breaks through. Last chance. Torsas with 0. Dip to Banana Head, right side. They're going to find an equalizer. Wildcard will force a second OT.
Like 2 players on no boost. Torsas, Banana Head just with a smidge and finds the bottom corner. Insane 0-second goal, our second overtime of the series too.
Vatira's like, no way he tries to shoot that bottom right post, right? No way. Nice shot.
Nice shot. But who's gonna say GG at the end? Atto has an important beat here, and now Vatira has to step up and make the most out of this opportunity. Banana Head now with a full tank, time on the ball, couldn't get under it. For Torsas, and it's Wildcard on match point with 2 overtime wins.
Banana Head said, yeah, we saw you go take your air dribble and then just fall to the floor earlier. We can do it too. And Torsas right on the money. A gorgeous 50 at the bottom to break through 2 defenders, and Wildcard up 2-1 in the series. I told you, it's a sleeper, man. I know Karmine Corp's the favorite. Wildcard's going to go out there and be some dogs on the pitch. They're battling.
Just Wildcard ramp up just at the last second too. They were down. They had a 0-second goal to send us into OT, and a double commit from K-Corp opens up the net for Torsas, who rings in 2 goals, 4 shots. Torsas did it all that match, and Wildcard could pull off the funniest thing in Swiss.
Torsas with the vintage all-star title as well. That thing's from the dawn of time as far as I'm concerned. Very old school titles, but boy, Wildcard, what a way. And honestly, I thought Karmine Corp had it all figured out. I mean, just rip the ball on target. You could start to see that defense from Wildcard really start to scramble. I thought there really was something to keeping them honest and just putting shots on target, grabbing boost and resetting, but proving ineffective. They've still got some more juice in the tank, and Wildcard, hey, you can see Gemma trying to calm him down. He says, yep, we got the world in front of us, man. 2 games to play. Let's go do it.
And the world watching you too. Can OC pull off one of the craziest upsets I have ever seen, at least? They're able to topple Gen G at Worlds last time, but can they humble K-Corp just a little bit? But remember, it was K-Corp that came back from an 0-2 deficit to tie, to get the lead, and to just kind of fumble over their shoelaces.
There it is. Oh!
And it's Torsas that could have had an early lead there.
Just off the nose. And K-Corp grateful that this one's still 0-0. And just needing to find their footing here. Wildcard definitely playing at an incredible pace at the moment. And that's a bit of a double-edged sword as far as I'm concerned. When it comes to teams being comfortable playing at max speed, I think I will give the edge to Karmine Corp as a Tau with a great pickup and a potential block. He will let the clear happen out to the safety of the corner where his team is lurking.
And what Wildcard are able to do on low to no boost is also incredible. They know that they can't cower, and they'll have to bite back even at a disadvantage. This Banana Head takes it up high, has already drawn out 1 defender. As K-Corp present, as Fever brings it down low, and they really want to try and draw out K-Corp and draw them into a challenge, maybe an unfavorable one, now towards the crossbar. No follow-up from Wildcard.
Banana Head going to be frustrated he didn't find that one into the back of the net either. Fever chipping straight to Vatira. Drolly trying to get himself in the face of some defenders in front of the net. A Tau playing a little bit tighter than he probably should, not realizing that his teammate's just going to keep playing that. But either way, K-Corp reset nicely, but now Vatira once again tasked with defense on the backside. Fever, little chip over the top of one, and Vatira just got to run away with it, clear it long, and Karmine Corp looking to get reset at the midfield line.
Ooh, nice shot from Drolly. Defended near post by Fever, and K-Corp also doing a really good job of intercepting those passes. The bread and butter of Wildcard and almost playing mini putt in front of the net as Drolly goes for the rebound, carry through to get to Vatira, and just right immediately is a challenge for Wildcard. That's the demo to open it up. It's Fever heating up.
I love it here from Wildcard. Look how early Torsas goes, or Fever, excuse me, just says, yep, my team's definitely winning that. And the smart thing from Torsas, put it on frame. Do not try and solo air dribble it. That takes too much time. Force the defender to commit to the net. Your teammate finds the demo, and it's nice and easy.
I see Gemma put his hands up like absolute cinema. That or calm down, but it's gotta be immaculate for Wildcard with back-to-back games starting with a lead, but keeping it as a whole different story against Europe's best, as Vatira really has to show up and show out as he tries to go downfield with the team. Fever with a good pop-up to buy time. That's not a good second touch though, when Vatira couldn't capitalize.
Tough. And Karmine Corp start to feel that frustration settle in a little bit here on the pitch. 2 minutes feels like an eternity until you're down there playing. Then it can go by so quickly. And Tau doing his best to take his time. And here's where you get a lot of value out of your coach, resettling your players' nerves here in a must-win game. Plenty of time on the clock. Get them locked in.
Gotta lock in. Fever with a good send away. Even the chase down against Vatira and Atto. Look at Fever just running everybody down. Giving a chance for Torsos to feel comfortable, but Vatira will not be swayed. And with K-Corp stacking the corner, and now with the demo, they have Fever on his back foot, and somehow Wildcard pop it up to not let K-Corp just run them down.
And Talon playing a very tight, very aggressive support player, but it doesn't feel like he's anticipating them actually breaking through and playing to shoot the ball. He's playing to take the subsequent 50, which I don't think that's a bad strat, but in this particular situation where you need to put one on the board, I guess that'll do it. Trolley will find one off of an awkward clear here, I believe, from Wildcard. Oh, they hit each other. That makes a lot more sense.
Just
okay.
A group hug. Just a group hug type of
It's like, what actually happened? I don't get it.
They're giggling about it. My bad. Next 90 seconds. And this is still dire straits for K-Corp. Because one lead, and you know how Wildcard like to turn up at the end of a party, and with the demos, you try to relieve that. K-Corp trade blow for blow, as Trolley can't let Banana Head take a shot here. Good deny at the last second, pops in front of the net, and Vatira is getting shoved around. Wildcard getting a lot more physical, but physical earlier too on the ball. Oh, look at Fever go. This Vatira tries to get it out. Torsos, Fever adding on to the equation, but can they add to the tally? Is the backboard open, landing to the ground. Ground pinch too from Vatira as K-Corp just, well, they have the blue real estate, and it's Wildcard that have kept them trapped with the midfield control, and this is gonna boil over if K-Corp don't get control of the situation.
Some great pressure, you're right, Lemon, from Wildcard for the last 20 or so seconds, but pressure doesn't mean squat if you can't find anything on target. They'd love to find a demo, maybe a boost steal, create an extra advantage here for this last push.
Oh, that's in front of the net. Torsos Vatira. Vatira wins the 50. Doesn't get the second touch. Atto next. Up high against Fever. And it's Torsos off the goal line that escorts to the side. 1 second left. And the third overtime of the series.
Wildcard come out in front in both of the previous ones, so Karmine Corp gonna beat some demons here. Maybe they can do it off the kickoff. Great challenge from Torsos. Vatira pumps it up high, maybe straight down to him, and he overplays it. Didn't believe it. A towel with a double tap chance, and that one will miss as well. Over Jolly's head, Vatira says, hang on, no one's actually challenging. Let me try and win this game by myself. All of Wildcard jumped to make the save.
It's Vatira with possession to buy time for his team once they were stuck in the net to rotate back. But look at Trolley go to the backboard, and he leaves it to Vatira as they work together. Fever ready on the pre-jump. Atto not going to make contact with Torsos. Stable, yet Wildcard needing to fire back as he got challenges. They're making things difficult. Banana Head gone. 3-on-2 for K-Corp, but collecting the ball is important to score, don't you know? And K-Corp now have to sit and watch what Banana Head has in store, wasting all his boost.
Yeah, Banana Head just floating down to the ball saying that anyone, please take this off me. I have nothing. And right now, Karmine Corp squeezing ever so slowly. Finally, ball just squirts out past the midfield line and right back into the mix from Jirali. Does he go for the boost steal? No, he plays for possession. Banana Head up early, realizing no one's there. Double-edged defending here. Wildcard trying to keep tabs. There's the bump. It gets repaid in kind. Karmine Corp finally taking OT and force game 5.
Champions Field, locking up Fever. K-Corp outnumbering the net. Such good physicality, and at moments that mattered, as K-Corp finally able to win in overtime, as you said, and kind of their offense started really committing numbers downfield. I was worried K-Corp were how they were going to hold back the counterattack, but it's Vatira that steps up, and even if he's not scoring, buying time for rotations, that's what's important. We go to Champions Field with Wildcard, who start with a lead, and this time not able to close it out.
So the consistent trend of Karmine Corp out-shooting Wildcard as well. This time they have 11, and they're trying to put them in more and more awkward spots. You can see the reduction in saves from Wildcard there, 4, 6, 7 for them overall. So trying to poke and prod around the net, see if they can catch people diving, maybe get some boost starves here and there. Either way, Karmine Corp continuing that press, not cowed by Wildcard, forcing them into a match point position. Torsos frustrated. They're all probably sitting there thinking about how they ran into each other on that back wall and just let them back into the game. And they're like, geez, man, we dodged that bullet. We could have just had it right here. That kind of seems to always be the dagger in the back of the OCE teams when they have these really great series against excellent teams. It's just one goofy mistake that happens and it can really tank them. So game 5, they got to right the ship immediately and settle in and get going. Otherwise, you could be in for a blowout.
You really got to stand tall in that. A lot of these goals that have happened are just from demos, making things look easy for the shooter and Drawley. With a good setup for Atto, but Wildcard all playing back. It's ready to fire back as Torsos with Fever at the helm and a pinch and a bouncer that K-Corp read. And they get some desperate touches to get it out as Vatir tries to lead them to a lead when Wildcard are the ones that usually are the ones that fire off well at the start of the game.
Getting some good boost steals as well here on the Karmine Corp side of things, controlling much of the boost on the pitch. Banana Head, though, that is a quality 50. Just getting stuck in this corner, just unwilling to give up the ball. Fever trying to pinch one into the back, and that will get popped out.
Ooh, long shot from Vatira had Torsos really stretch for it, and now that he's collected boost, he rounds about immediately, transitions to that blue half, and you have Vatira and everyone running into each other from K-Corp, so Atto sets up Vatira. Now back down, Wildcard. Been really able to deny a lot of these aerials and even the backboard, but Wildcard offense hasn't really presented much yet.
Drawley kept quiet the last couple of games, haven't had much reason to say his name. Credit to Wildcard preventing him from really making his presence felt, but Torsos, not quite the easiest ball to get around. Will take a good 50. Drawley with 0, just popping it forward, and not the best follow through by Banana Head. Wildcard thankfully able to retain possession, but a Tau will pick it up off a poor pass, and he's just going to go through everybody.
It's just what he does best. Just the demo, air dribbles. K-Corp, that's what they do best in Europe, and Atto says, move, get out of my way. And that's how K-Corp kick things off on Champions Field, as Wildcard may have to stack and layer up if they're worried about demos like that.
That one does not feel good, as that will feel a lot better. That's a great pass. This time, Torsos says, hang on, let me actually put it at my teammate and not at the other team this time. And you can see the difference. It's in the back of the net.
Says, let me cook. And just the immediate equalizer from Wildcard.
You love to see the instant get-right goal, especially when you feel like Game 4 got away from you. Game 5 might be slipping with a bad pass. So to find it right back with a nice play feels good. Banana Head's solo effort. And all of Karmine Corp just saying, that's towards our corner. That's very cute. We're going to go back the other way now.
Yeah, Wildcard really trying to play this from front to back and not overcook. Is now Vatir locking up Banana Head, who scrambles out, gets out of the locker, and still keeps his lunch money. But Wildcard, again, not just surviving, they need to also thrive. And K-Corp, this is looking more like the form that we're used to, the ones that just are attacking nonstop.
The 50 game from Wildcard right now, so good. Making sure to hit the dead center of the ball, neutralizing a lot of the momentum from KC. Torsos able to get out with a bit of help from his teammates. Fever with a nice smooth recovery on the sidewall. Banana Head looking for the pop middle and a towel. Just lifts it out. Torsos forced to find a delay touch, and this could be a little bit awkward to handle. It slips by everyone, and Vatira takes it top right.
Yeah, it was fast. And you had Fever drop it down to Torsos. You didn't get the boost, and it just leaks out to Vatira. That's how quick K-Corp can capitalize on slip-ups like that. And for Vatira to cut that angle is incredible. So the lead goes to K-Corp with a Wildcard that dials back. Challenge from Banana Head doesn't make contact as Torsos will slow down the play as a third man back as Fever respawns. It's Wildcard building up power as Banana Head with the fake, and Vatira still has him down.
Ooh, Torsos, how do you get through 2 people? It's now immediately attacking the ball. Love to see the conviction as that one's floated over. Banana Head, decent save. Wildcard, 2 minutes on the clock. Now the pressure maximizes. They find themselves in the same position K-Corp was in. You need a goal with 1.5 to play or so. Who's going to be that guy? Pass across, bottom right, just wide.
Usually you can trust Banana Head to hit those, but round 2, Torsal's not going to be afforded much time on the ball. Vatira with the slam down, but K-Corp gifting the ball back to Wildcard, and K-Corp to maintain possession on the attack. That's a different story. They're able to find rebound after rebound in their own region, but Wildcard, they just got the fists out, they got gloves out, and it's tough to really bury Wildcard.
You can feel the game slow down as well for Wildcard. They know that speed is no longer the answer. They have to get the touch to go exactly where they want it. You can't afford to just dive at everything with reckless abandon, but neither can you just let them do whatever they want. Drolley pops one off the wall, and look at everyone in the net. Banana stuck in the back. Torsos is facing backwards. Fever's not in the net. Nobody up to save that shot. Karmine Corp, thank you very much. That's a 2-goal lead under a minute.
It's just such a nice setup off the backboard, being able to complete both those touches when just a misread on the defense. Now this is a lead that's going to look so hard to overcome if you're Wildcard, especially with only 1 minute. But there's something special about them. The switch can flip at any moment for this team. It all depends on the risks that they're willing to take, and as time runs out, they may just have to throw all those options out the window and send it against K-Corp. It's all three scrapping. Fever with a shot on target, saved away. Drolley with a free right side. He'll be bumped off the ball, recollected by Banana Head. It's another opportunity so soon. A bump in the net, and Torsos could not try to dunk it in.
And Fever just trying to get it back to his team, but time is of the essence, and there is simply not enough of it left in the hourglass. Wildcard put up one heck of a fight, but unfortunately, the success of beating that #1 Europe seed just still manages to elude them. Karmine Corp close it out in 5. What did we say at the start limit? Doesn't really matter how the job gets done, as long as it gets did.
So true, so true. Well, what a performance out of Atto, especially. The shots, the saves, the demos, the goals, he does it all. And K-Corp, another day at the offense, but including a lot more overtime they signed up for to go all the way to Champions Field against OCE's best, may send a signal to the rest of the world that K-Corp could be a beatable team, or maybe it's just a day one vibe.
Hey man, I'm always willing to chalk up the day one vibe. I mean, that first game on land, I don't care how many times you've done it. You can have sat at every RLCS major desk, final desk, grand final stage appearance as many times as you like. You still got to sit down at a different place at a different time and do it, and it is always different no matter how many times you've done it. You get better the more you do it, but day one's always tough. You never know what you're going to get. Wildcard dodge I guess they don't quite fire the bullet, and I guess Karmine Corp get away with one here. Five games, but it's done.
Yeah, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And to update on the NRG Gen G game, NRG won 3-1 after dropping that first game. So we got a lot of fun Rocket League action. We'll update you with everything after this.
There's a reason they don't call them clean bikes, am I right?
Yeah.
Because it's dirt bike.
Gas stations. Whew.
You gotta start at the top and work your way down. You want me to do yours next? Oh, you're from Oklahoma.
They have to fill the silence.
The bathroom code's 9914.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Look at this hot rodder!
see when I look at the car of them big boy wheels. Black on black, gotta coordinate when I get to the grill. Headlights looking like cat's eyes high being cut through films. Press the start, you hear it, really come alive, it's real. Black on black, my wheels, really come alive, it's real. Black on black, my wheels, really come alive, it's real. Headlights looking like cat's eyes high being cut through the fields. Press the start, you hear that. It's real.
my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the gotta go all the way through time and space if I'm ever to see you. And I'll lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space if I'm ever to see you. And I'll go.
And we are back here at the Birmingham Major on the alternate stream. And we just got done with quite an interesting match, but also on the A stream, it started interesting. Hercules, Gen G versus NRG. Gen G ended up taking that first game, and then we had a long overtime in game number 2. But eventually, NRG did end up taking the victory there against Gen G. And yeah, I mean, I thought we were gonna get like 2 bangers back to back there. But then NRG really took care of business there on the A stream. If you're following both streams today, as you can see on the schedule, Twisted Minds versus Team Vitality will be next up on the docket there. Rise on that Twisted Minds team. And definitely one of the most interesting moves as far as region moves go. You don't usually see anyone moving out of Europe to a region like the Middle East, but Rise on that Twisted Minds squad is definitely one to look out for. We got Complexity versus Dignitas afterwards, the mainstream. No shortage of interesting matches there. And then, of course, on the alternate stream, we're about to get started with the Ultimates versus Luminosity. We get our first look at First Killer here in Birmingham, and then we follow it up at the end of Swiss Round 1 with Falcons versus Secret. And obviously that K-Corp Wildcard match, we'll be talking about that here in a second. But Ultimates versus Luminosity, we're getting right into it. This Ultimates team looked very strong throughout the split, but Luminosity coming in, again, a couple of imports, Sosa and company, alongside Sphinx coming in from Malaysia on this Luminosity squad, representing APAC.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack here, Jorby, and a lot of storylines. For me, hand goes up. I'm like, yo, Catalysm on my screen? Like, what year is it? What's going on? This is a very interesting team. Of course, a lot of people have questions about it. They're curious if they can compete outside where they have been, right? It's the same that we saw with teams like Foot Esports, right? You sit there and you're like, all right, you've sort of been figuring it out where you're at, but now you're where everybody wants to be. You're on LAN, you're in Birmingham, you're going up against the best of the best. This is where things matter. You can get all the wins you want at home, but the wins on the international stage are the ones that people remember.
Yeah, Catalysm coming over from Germany, like you said, was top 8ing in Europe really not that long ago, but long enough now, and going over to APAC and making land for himself. One of the most interesting, at least country formations for a team, because you got Canada, you got Germany, and you got Malaysia on a team, which I will think just in a vacuum is a pretty cool amalgamation of players, because the only other one we have like that would be Twisted Minds with Rise and Atomic going over to play with Naupo in the Middle East. So really cool to see like multinational teams kind of come together. But you got the Ultimates, All-American, if you will. First Killer, Chronic, and LJ. They looked very strong coming in and really looked like they could be the team that could beat NRG on their long streak. Turns out another team ended up doing that, but the Ultimates were still a really hard team for anyone to take on. They're one of North America's best, and they're here to prove that they're not just NA's best, but maybe the world's best.
Oh yeah, this is one of those teams that you have to keep your eye on because they've been doing such a good job of progressing throughout the split. They, results-wise, a little bit shaky. I talked about it, especially in that open 3, how, everybody's been kind of like, yo, this on paper should have been the team to take down NRG the most consistently, and it was a lot of falling to them, but they stuck it out at the top of the top more than anybody else had. And of course, like you said, you make mention to, Gen G taking them down, but of course, that's a story for another time of like, was that fluke? Was that real? Because Ultimates on LAN have the potential to be 10 times more powerful than what they were online.
Yeah, Chronic obviously winning a major himself, but First Killer, he's still hunting for it. There's so many times that First Killer, he got close. Everyone knows the Game 6 on Neo Tokyo in San Diego in the grand finals against Karmine Corp. A mistouch that landed right in front of his net. K-Corp put it in, and they end up losing that one back when First Killer was on FaZe Clan. So he's still hunting for that trophy. And I mean, LJ over here, the LJ first killer match, matching the pairing, seemed like it was inevitable when we watched LJ over on Space Station, first killer over on FaZe, and his teams beyond that on Gen G and otherwise. Now they come together, and I think you're getting exactly what you were hoping for with that roster. When all three of them are firing, tough team to beat. I think they proved that in North America, but everyone's just waiting to see. Cool. Now it's the international stage. I don't think, and no one's really going to draw any conclusions about you no matter how hard you beat Luminosity here. And the story for Luminosity is like, can you just hang?
Yeah, and that really just in short and sweet is like, can you even keep up enough to make this, you know, feel somewhat competitive? Because a lot of people are going to be coming into it looking down on them. This is the ultimate, like, you are the underdogs. You are trying to get people on your side and root for you. And if there is one way to do that, that is to start causing some upsets against a team that everybody wants to see win right now, right? This is a favorite, Chronic. Everybody just absolutely adores him. Watching his confidence skyrocket throughout the split has been so much fun. First killer just growing into himself finally, and, you know, really starting to hone in a little bit as a leader even. And then, of course, you've got LJ on the end there. The guy who's had the potential for so many years, finally able to showcase his abilities to their highest potential, because this is just an absolutely monster, nasty, whatever you want to call it, sort of combination of players, and it really is a super team. So I'm stoked to see this team on Birmingham land.
Yeah, Ultimates will get us started. Kind of like we were saying about GK earlier on against Foot, is we're just kind of waiting for the later Swiss rounds to see what the challenge will really be. And I mean, no, it sounds like I'm spelling Luminosity's downfall here early. It's not like they don't have players with experience. Sosa, who definitely had his moments in North America. He never had those tournaments where he was able to take that next step, that top four, that win, that championship. But Sosa has always had ability. And Catalysm, he's, you know, not unfamiliar with making those top eights over in Europe either. So with Catalysm, Sosa, and Sphinx, it's not as if there is no experience or a lack of skill on this team. It's just tough when you have the bar set as the Ultimates. It's tough to look at Luminosity as anything other than a stepping stone here for the Ultimates.
Just gonna have to get into this one soon though and really see what this team is made of, what both teams are made of, honestly, because Jorby, when a matchup like this happens, right, you have one that is just on paper so much further out on the scale. You kind of have to sit there and ask yourself, like, does this like really count as a win? Is it a warm-up? Is this,
it absolutely counts as a win.
Nothing to yourself.
You win and you only need 2 more.
Fair enough. Oh, true. Guys, it's too early. We've been up since 6. Like, I'm sitting here and I'm like, oh yeah, it's the second round. No, it's not. We're in the second half of round 1. We get to see everything now.
We do, and I mean, for Luminosity, we'll see what we get with them. How the rest of the tournament has gone so far, the only thing we got that was close to an upset was that game that just happened here on the alternate stream between Karmine Corp and Wildcard. Wildcard had went up 2-1 in the series. They had looked good doing it too. And then some ill-fated defensive woes and an unlucky demo spawn really ruined things for Wildcard. So our upsets even in the air in general for Swiss round 1, which is usually the round. If you're going to have any upsets at all, this would be the round that it's going to happen. But so far, the dominoes have fallen the way we've predicted, and that's why I've got Ultimates here easily against Luminosity.
I'm right there with you. I think this team's just going to continue to steamroll throughout their Swiss stage, and, you know, it's just going to get crazier from here. This is the warm-up that they want, and of course, for Luminosity, all respect to the players going and attempting their best. I mean, we've seen a couple craziness, aka the Wildcard match. I dare y'all to try and repeat what we just saw.
And of course, we've got 2 matches going on, so make sure you have both of those streams up, twitch.tv/Rocket League, and of course over here on twitch.tv/Rlcs. I see you farmers in the chat, and we're gonna get out there onto the field, get into your tractors. I don't know, this analogy has gone too far already. The Ultimates and Luminosity about to begin. So, I'm ready. Hercules, are you ready?
I'm ready.
That's excellent. Well, let's do it. Let's hop into that hype chamber and let's get ourselves going. As we've got Ultimates and Luminosity about to take the pitch. And over on the mainstream, we got Swiss round 1 going underway. It's a long day of Rocket League. A beautiful Thursday to have it. And I'm excited to be bringing the action along with you. Jorby and Hercules are bringing you this one. Achieves and Lemon waiting in the wings over here in the alternate stream. Brought you the last match, but this match about to get underway. Let's get it going. Luminosity versus the Ultimates. First killer, starting the journey. Maybe finally getting to where he wants to go in the major. The top spot, number 1. Can Chronic and LJ help him get there? This is the start of the step. Here we go.
Well, guys, you wanted to see the Ultimates play on LAN. They made it on in, and now we finally get to see them. But for those of you across the pond, you want to know, can Luminosity represent y'all well enough? Well, the answer to every single question we all got is going to go down right here. Off the rip, though, Ultimates already in their half, taking a couple jabs at that Luminosity net.
No one around for that 50. First killer, so often been able to pull games out of a hat by himself. Think back the whole way to the Rogue days. He even had a couple games like that with the Ultimates this split. But LJ and Chronic have certainly made his life a lot easier. Maybe a bit of a miscomm there. LJ had turned forward on the play. First killer, I think, was hoping to pop it back to Chronic. But all three seem to be thinking something different on that play, so no play there for Ultimates.
About 50 seconds into this one, I do gotta hand it to Luminosity. The longer you are able to hold off the Ultimates and keep up, I think you are going to earn a little bit more respect on this one. But what you do with your time is going to impact what people think of you. Sphinx couldn't make it connect with his teammate, although he does get past Chronic. No boost, a little bit of a whip there. Just an easy fall down to first killer. Pass over to Chronic, takes his time with it. Can you go for the bump play? No, the follow not in. First killer tries to find a space in it. And Sosa, the one ultimately to keep the Ultimates back.
Now avoids the air dribble bump and makes a double save to at least keep Luminosity tied up here. Starting the push, gets by LJ, connects on the pass. First killer's there. Ultimates holding on to that ball, but the 50s are going Luminosity's way. LJ has to make a diving stop. First killer waits on the wall. More work's got to be done. Catalysm tries to hold, does a decent job of it. Sphinx beats the defender. It's a wide open net, and Sosa's the first to strike. An excellent play on offense here from Luminosity.
I mean, you see LJ in the back end. He went for the demo, not really realizing that the touch was early enough for it to get past him already. And unfortunately for him, that was already on target. And this is just a tiny little tap in at that point for Sosa. Luminosity recognizing an opportunity they created for themselves and taking advantage. 1 goal lead here in game number 1. Not what most Ultimate fans were expecting. Still, there is a grace period for this team to come back. LJ, flick over 1, top bins for the Ultimates.
Sometimes it's easy, does it? Great catch, first of all. Force that defender to have to come get you, and LJ can see Sphinx the whole time. So he knows exactly when to let it go, and enough control to pop it up on the second one. And that's the tough part with Ultimates. They'll slice you any type of way, but when you got the individual powerhouses, and Chronic does one as well. Right off the kickoff, the Ultimates double dip, 2-1.
The funniest thing I saw was a Luminosity fan go, I'm about to make bank on this, and the quickest nevermind I've ever seen in the chat comes out after that.
That's an emotional roller coaster. It's game 1.
The dude's got whiplash. We all do at this point. LJ's trying to make it a third one, and Sphinx keeps this one out. Almost over 1. The ceiling pinch down keeps this in favor of the Ultimates here. Pass over to Chronic. Shot sent off back into the corner. Again, a lot of patience from the Ultimates because they do got to respect the fact that Luminosity has had a couple shining moments in this game 1. Ooh, there's a good shot to the backboard. Follow from Chronic sent off.
Nothing too threatening for Luminosity. Sphinx, no boost. I'll have to let it go. Midfield held for now for Luminosity. Sphinx, a full boost on the midfield. Catalysm just gonna pull off and wait for this. Might be one you think about getting a little closer to it. Catalysm does get closer. Sosa turning around quickly as he was edging forward and almost got caught out. Got the save. Sphinx got the full boost and took care of his own touch. Almost gave it right back to Ultimates. He'll get right back on the offensive half. First killer will look to hold and take the boost away. Catalysm with nothing. Sphinx having to go the whole way to get the first killer. LJ double tap denied. Ultimates holding on to the ball now with about 1:30 to go. Luminosity, a chance or two goes by the wayside. A deep clear. They're going downfield looking for boost, looking for anything. Right now they're all looking kind of low. Sphinx the only one at 72. Catalysm finally got a full tank. Sphinx getting through. No dunk. Catalysm shot denied. LJ with 2 saves. And Sosa hoping he can steal the boost. He does. But no play for Luminosity.
The crazy part is you can see the potential of Luminosity right now. Defensively, they have been able to keep up with the Ultimates and hold them back from just turning this into a shootout, which this team is known for. They are known for running up that scoreboard against their opponents, and Luminosity is held them back more than most have. It's just about connecting offensively. They've had their moments. Sphinx from the ceiling, not past LJ, and they've been a little slow to follow each other up. This is one of the faster moments, but Ultimates are now matching the energy. They're looking for the passes. They're looking to intercept this path that Luminosity is trying to create for themselves. And 30 seconds left. A bump in net, a shot on target, and the Germans done it. 2-2.
You've called it, Hercules. The bump in net as well from Sphinx comes down after the pass. LJ gets pushed out. First killer coming across with no boost. Anticipating a shot from Catalysm. Catalysm sees first killer, so he just holds the ball and lets first killer float away with no chance for a save. A great setup from Sphinx, and like you said, the German knocks him down. LJ deleted by Sphinx, and a question mark put on the table here in game number 1 as Luminosity start on defense. First killer, not gonna get a look at the ball. LJ's completely missed it! Sosa puts the ball in! And hold on a second!
We're not done yet! Sosa has done so much in this game number 1 to keep his team going, and he does it at the most crucial time. 8 seconds on the clock. He gets his beat out off the kickoff. This one back. First killer almost in, but not quite. It's Catalysm from one end to the other. Can they put the ball down? You're going to have to get this away from LJ, and he's got the beat, but it bounces up. First killer to redirect off the backboard and down. Luminosity upset game 1.
Well, you know, if Wildcard can take it 5, why can't Luminosity also win that game 1? And, you know, Lemon Kiwi was really trying to cheer on her fellow Canadian here in Sosa in the pregame. Was really feeling that camaraderie for her countrymen. And Sosa got those MVP honors. 590 points, 2 goals on 4 shots, and 3 saves to boot. Remember that double save Sosa had at the very start of the game? And that kind of set the tone, didn't it?
Oh yeah, that I gotta hand it to Sosa. I didn't really know what I was gonna get from him here. I think he's always had high expectations, not only from his fans, but from himself. He knows what he is capable of. He's known it for years. He just really has not had a moment to showcase it. And you know what, man? Props to you. You were extremely impactful. I think he truly was the reason they were able to get away with so much and get that game 1 win. But now you gotta sit up and prepare for a very angry Ultimate. We got a player leaving the lobby. I don't know who's doing a card change. I'm not telling y'all yet. We're gonna see if it happens. And now, Ultimates are gonna be like, yo. They're gonna pull a KC where we all watched Vatira sit there with his eyebrows dang near his nose. And we're gonna see what level of angry we get from these 3.
How much can first killer's eyebrows grow towards his nose? I guess every goal Luminosity scores we'll find out, or maybe we won't. That's the tone setter for game number 2. Chronic getting up there quickly. Sosa jumping from too far back. Nobody able to handle that first 50. And that just created that slight advantage. And of course, the shot was the easiest part of the equation. First killer completes it. And an early lead for the Ultimates.
Catalysm, a little awkward on the back end, just trying to get this into the hands of a teammate. 3-way pass all the way around. And Sphinx loses this one. It was just a bounce up, and Chronic takes his long clear upfield. Ultimates Still holding on to that 1-goal lead. No turnarounds yet. Slow shot, a catch out as soon as you saw Sosa throw his hand up and the miss came in. You knew that the Ultimate's eyes shifted like lightning. And first killer went, that's wide open. I make those from the half court all day long.
I mean, Sosa's hand went up because he's like, Catalysm, why are you diving for that ball? You could clearly see me in the corner. You need to protect the retreat. We need time. Catalysm just got too aggressive. You know, if you're right on that ball, if you're already up aggressively as third man, sometimes taking the challenge is what buys your team, but not when you're coming from behind. There's just too much risk involved in you getting back to that ball. And not a mistake that Luminosity can afford to make after you just had a really solid game one. Ultimates get to build some more confidence. Luminosity will have to build a little bit more high ball and take it away. Chronic there easily. Catalysm will cut off the attack from the Ultimates. But they continue to just knock that ball down to the midfield. Luminosity aren't really giving it up just yet. Those Sphinx looking for Catalysm. They had the bump, but Sosa actually didn't make contact with first killer, who makes the stop.
That's a crazy save on near no boost too. First killer to the backboard. Read from Sphinx, recognizing that it is a little bit of an MO for the Ultimates to the back, so they tried it themselves. No success this time though. FK over to LJ. Out into the corner, getting back to himself. Yes, the center, but I gotta hand it to Sphinx. His prediction on these interceptions have allowed these transitions to come out so frequently now.
Oh, that touch is so good. You're absolutely right, Sphinx. The light touch, you see how first killer, it's awkward when he tries to get behind the ball. Everyone else on Ultimates freezes there, but it was such a perfect touch for Sosa. And then he dots it over to Catalysm, who put a dot on the net himself. And now Sosa, a little change up on the 50. LJ's there. LJ's been a little sus for him at times. He had that miss on the backboard that didn't get punished, but he also had that close cheat up with first killer that went awry. Granted, he's probably expecting a 50 from first killer at the back in game one when Luminosity had scored their second goal. So just a couple of miscues from the Ultimates. That one was just a good play from Sphinx to start. And now Ultimates trying to get that insurance back. Plenty of time for Luminosity, who have been playing that small ball game effectively, finding each other in space, and forcing Ultimates to stretch the field. It's Chronic off the ceiling. Not going to get that second touch.
I think right now the Ultimates are fairly reminiscent of the energy that we got in that round one against Genji. If you guys missed Beast Mode's interview, they asked him why, you know, this was so close, right? And he said it started out with, we just weren't playing that confidently, and that's kind of the vibe I'm getting from the Ultimates. This is not the most confident I have seen this squad. However, same can't be said for Luminosity. They look very sure of themselves, and it is working out in their favor playing with this level of confidence. This one past midline, Chronic low back. Nice clear up. LJ almost caught it out, but Catalysm met him in the air just enough to disrupt the play. And a minute 43 on the clock with only a 1-goal lead, you got to start to worry for the Ultimates.
Sphinx just got his corner boost. They were running out of gas real quickly, and it's showing you right on the pitch right now. They're having struggles actually getting a hold of this ball. Sphinx now low. Everyone's sort of low, and that's a big clear for Luminosity. Give themselves some space and go get some boost. Sosa trying to stop Chronic on the 50. He's going to turn on zero. Gives it to Catalysm. Nobody's there. Sphinx waiting for the clear. And his patience pays off. Up high, Catalysm will wait for Sosa, but LJ's got the backboard covered, and Luminosity forced to try again. But again, quick pass to Catalysm and a great response on the bump, forcing Sosa to dump it back into the corner. No double. Luminosity are creating plays where it should be a dead ball, and they're almost creating some magic. Catalysm letting the ball go to go get boost, but Sphinx didn't have anything. Precarious position several times for Luminosity, but they're making it work. As it's up high for Catalysm, and turned out to the side again. LJ has the boost. Luminosity, every time they challenge the midfield, they just don't have it in the tank. And LJ blows the cannon through, and the Ultimates have insurance.
When the world needed him most, he showed up on land. Midfield touch all the way on over, and this, to be fair, Jorby, this has been a fairly quiet LJ. That's pretty much the most we've seen him do. Gives them that little bit of insurance to the last 25 seconds of this game number 2, looking to tie up the series if they can, and in theory they should if Luminosity does not go crazy right here. Here comes Sosa, tries to pop it over to Catalysm. Catalysm just keeps it going forward. They try to sneak it in. There's no second touch. It's just a crazy clear outfield to waste the last few moments that Luminosity needed to get back in this one. Game number 2 goes to the Ultimates.
No freebies today, apparently, unless you're GK. This is a tough bout, because over on the mainstream, Vitality and Twisted Minds is in Game 5. Luminosity had this as a close affair right up until that final 30 seconds. And First Killer, of course, getting the top honors, as he so often does. 2 goals on 3 shots and 3 demos to boot. I really like the way this Luminosity team is playing. Good passes, and Catalysm's challenges have been really effective as well. I think he has been in the center of that. Sosa's holding the ball well, and Sphinx, the Malaysian on this team, has been picking up some really nice plays, really nice touches. His vision has been solid, and Ultimate's gotta feel like they're on ice a little bit. But First Killer, always finding a way to perform even in losses or close games. Does so here, and so often the X Factor he was again this time.
Oh yeah, this was a little bit of a better showing as far as them under pressure, but you gotta respect Luminosity for what they've been able to do. I mean, obviously we've been, throwing to the likes of Sosa so much throughout this game, but I like the Sphinx shout out. I feel like he is being very under the radar, and the Ultimates, are falling to it. He's gotten a couple of nasty touches. He's a big reason why this Luminosity team's been able to transition out so frequently. He does it again right here. Past 1, not past 2, but enough with a demo could equal a goal. Instead, it's just gonna be a shot on target.
LJ still had his dodge, saved it. That last moment, it actually helped prevent that bump from taking him out of that play and getting some of that momentum on the ball. Proof in the pudding of holding your dodge until it absolutely needs to be used. Catalysm just trying to delay the Ultimate's advance. He's done that. First Killer makes a move. Almost had the double move on him. LJ quickly gets to the midfield. There's no play yet here for the Ultimates.
About 45 seconds into this one, still scoreless. Pass over to Sphinx on the goal line. The save from LJ, and you can see FK just mirroring this Ultimates team as they went back and forth across their goal line. But still, Luminosity continue to take shots. This one bounces back, a little dangerous. LJ was there though, a little far forward. But Sphinx there again. Like I'm saying, Joey, you just, I gotta hand it to the kid. He is just in their face.
That's what you gotta do when LJ is air dribbling there. If you're close to it, just go up and get him. Force him to cough it up, or give him the Heimlich yourself. LJ had the reset off the challenge. No dunk though. Sosa good, patient. See First Killer get on the wall early, expecting Sosa to play the quick out. Sosa had decent vision there. Those little things that really matter for Luminosity. The difference between you winning a challenge or a shot going on target is Sosa just looking for a little bit of space. Chronic doesn't give it to him and finds a way to get the ball to LJ.
The biggest thing I had been pretty harsh on with the Ultimates throughout their first half of the season was that they tend to play very disconnected. And once that starts happening, a lot of teams can easily exploit them, force them out a little bit further than they like, and then you can easily put them in a 2v1 or a 3v1 even at times. And as time's going on, they're getting further and further apart from each other. Chronic taking a shot for himself, although you can 1v2 if the defense is a little too far forward.
Yeah, Sphinx gets a little anxious here. We got the grace of his cam, so we got to see how all that developed. He sees Catalysm get a great looking touch, and so Sphinx is thinking, oh, I'm gonna turn and play that ball. Catalysm wasn't done with it yet, and Sphinx didn't realize that Sosa needed more time. And so his commit there opened up the net. And that little mistake is enough for Ultimates to punish again. There's 2 third-man pushes from Luminosity that get immediately punished. Those are tough ones to come back from. The offense hasn't been a high output one here for Luminosity, and certainly not hitting the ball won't help your cause. As Catalysm tries to flick it downfield, Sosa gets forced back to his own net.
That was a really good cut there from Chronic too. I want them to be a little bit faster with each other in the follow-ups, because then it just stops Luminosity from even entering your half. FK double off the side, gonna follow it. No reset, just tries to send it forward. Chronic up next. You already see LJ setting himself up for the follow. There it is, and the shot is through, and that is the level of connectivity that I was talking about, that the Ultimates, when they have it, there is no stopping them.
Everyone was counting on Sosa winning that challenge. Sphinx was stuck on the wall with no boost. Catalysm was playing the inside post, and the touch was so high up, and it bounces away from him. He doesn't have the angle on it. But Sphinx doesn't have boost, so he's just got to try to stretch. And now they're getting stopped. 3-0, and easy as you like for Chronic. Wins the challenge at first killer with a great touch out to LJ.
You just got to be so careful, too, if you're Luminosity, right? Once the ball starts to get rolling, if you losing your momentum, you got to understand what parts of this game you're going to need to ramp up on. And defensively, that is what is lacking right now. You can't hope for a shootout against the Ultimates. Redirect forward with a ton of power. 1v1 Sosa, FK. This one goes back. The bump onto LJ puts this back in favor of Luminosity.
There you go.
And, I mean, it's a decent attempt, but she's wide, and so is Sosa.
LJ made a great stop as well. I mean, Luminosity, kind of the makers of their own destruction in this game. With that early error, and by the time you finally got the offense going, the deficit is just too much, especially with a minute left. Ultimates holding on to the ball. That's all they really have to do here. After that first game, maybe put a little scare in Ultimates fans. You know anything about First Killer? He's not necessarily worried. Probably just he's like NA Vatira. He just gets angrier as the series goes on. I don't think he shows it on his face as much, but you know he didn't take that first loss too kindly. 40 seconds though. Ultimates look exactly as you expect.
Oh yeah, they're right back in this one, playing so much more confidently, so much more connected. A lot more fluid than we saw before. A big part of that is they've been able to slow Luminosity down, not allow them to do what they were in that game number one. FK down, second touch, the follow from Chronic denied. Sosa just a hand up enough to keep this one on out, and 15 seconds on the clock is virtually impossible at this point. FK double around the side. The follow from LJ comes through, and the Ultimates claim game 3.
Much for those of you coming from the A stream, no doubt had a fun time watching that Vitality Twisted Minds match, which ended in game 5 with Vitality taking the victory there in Swiss round 1. And the more we go, the more competitive it seems. Every single land we get, with Rise and Atomic joining that Twisted Minds squad. Not too shocked that one went the distance. Excited to see what the MENA 2 seed can do in the rest of the tournament. And Luminosity, not quite done yet. But they got to shore up these mistakes. They keep making them. Nothing is going to work for them here. Ultimates one away from a Swiss round 1 victory.
I mean, it was a rough start to the series for the Ultimates. Luminosity really looked like they were going to be able to keep this one almost hyper competitive. But as time goes on, the gas is running out, and the Ultimates are starting to find their stride a little bit. You do got to give them some grace. It is their first game of the Birmingham Major on land, their first series, excuse me. And I mean, you got to have your warm-up period too, right? It's been a little bit since we last saw all 3 of these players on land. So, you know, kind of getting your bearings. I think back again to that beast mode interview where you're like, yo, why was that so much closer than you guys would have expected? And they're like, you just got to start getting into it, man. It's only round 1.
Or if you're First Killer after the Gen G loss in Grand Finals, you're like, holy throw.
Oh.
which is what he tweeted after that match. But
oh my.
No throws this time, at least yet, I guess, knock on wood. But LJ getting 3 goals on 4 shots, came alive in that series. Again, I kind of put that game more on Luminosity than I do on Ultimates being far and away the better team. I think without those first 2 mistakes, the game probably ends up being a lot tighter. It also shows you that You make one mistake, Ultimate's very good at finding a way to punish you for it. That'll make life difficult. Sosa has to defend the shot, and somehow the shot goes right to his bumpers. Doesn't have to expend too much to get there. He didn't have a lot to expend to begin with. Ultimates do start off with a lot of offense. LJ, free touch, pass, in the box. Sphinx got in front of it. Not quite over either. As Chronic will hold the ball for the retreat and give a free ball to LJ.
And Ultimates rotate far enough back that they just catch and collect and then resend it up. Chronic. Pass from first killer, the double a bit too high, the tiniest of dings in the back of your head, but a powerful redirect towards that net there from Sosa, and that's a player that you want to see start to regain the momentum that they had before in the earlier stages of this series, but ultimately the Ultimates have just slowed them down to a pace that is much more comfortable for themselves. Shot sent out, first minute scoreless.
And Chronic got it. First minute scoreless, second minute. Only took 5 seconds into it. Sphinx didn't have the boost, couldn't get the ball. Catalysm gets bumped. Sosa's going backwards, but it's already too late. And Ultimates do create that one. Sphinx was in an awkward spot. It's hard to keep that ball tight. And you don't have the boost to catch up to that touch as you're flipping back into it. And you still needed to bump Catalysm off the play. Sosa, hard touch, gives it up the first killer, dumps it out. Chronic winds up on the pitch. Ding! And miss. Still a little awkward though. Sphinx no boost. Sosa coming to help out.
A little bit of a fight here for control. First killer winning it though. It's a 2v1 onto him, and he tries to get the pass back from the corner. Instead, it's clear up field that Sosa's gonna follow. 3:27 on the clock, and it feels like so much less, but Luminosity don't have all the time in the world to catch up. They rarely get to take shot opportunities anymore, and you can see them lurking in the mid, trying to stop them, but Ultimates are playing the air game. It's slowing Luminosity down, and of course, on top of that, you gotta add the feature of the Ultimates taking Luminosity's boost, and you're just slowing them down even more. 2:58 to go. Sphinx running around the ceiling. The shot on target, and LJ prevails.
Oh, it takes time as well. Sosa had to expend the tank in to buy time. The rebound, nobody was able to take advantage of it. First killer beats Sphinx on the play. Luminosity constantly having to dive back, not what they want to be doing. You mentioned stealing the boost as well. It's costing them a lot of boost to move down the field at all. Chronic, it's a heavy touch. Follow-up 50's good though, a little bit of space. Sosa sitting downfield, but no boost for him. No opening either. LJ was there in case another touch happened. Up high again for first killer. Luminosity really struggling to find a way to actually get control of this ball. It's just high and away. Back to LJ. Up in front of it, no bump. Sphinx gets there in time. Luminosity stabilize. But do they actually have the gas to push this one forward? First killer's right behind the ball. Sphinx tried to line it up, but first killer just had too much momentum. Double tap, couldn't quite line it up. Sosa might have the out. Slows it down, doesn't have much there. Chronic is to play it back to first killer.
The Ultimates been held back a decent amount, not able to extend on their 1-goal lead. They might be able to here. LJ bumped off, low boost in net, but still the saves are coming on through. And Ultimates don't want to play too big of a risk. They understand that Luminosity has been able to match them just enough. LJ Musty to the backboard space to make the double. Crazy save comes out. It doesn't go in. FK up next, but Luminosity just continues to send them off.
Man, I never saw a blue trail. It is possible it ricocheted off of Catalysm's car right back into LJ's bumper. It just looked real awkward there from that angle. I'm curious to see that from Catalysm's angle. Either way, like you said, him being in the area is enough. Catalysm, not a ton of boost, but will hold. Reset, just couldn't stay behind the ball. Chronic wins it. Luminosity diving back, it just takes so much time to get to the next touch. Ultimates can reset and get the clear downfield. Holding on to this 1 goal, and that touch is going nowhere for you. Ultimates get the strong side clear, back in the rotation. Here comes first killer. Sphinx only had eyes for first killer, not the ball. But look, no boost for Sosa or Catalysm. Sosa finally gets his corner. Well, he got the midfield and the corner, but he's just holding the ball on his half. Defense simulator, and they want to get out of it. Sphinx, no boost. The midfield's gone. What are you going to do? Nothing. Catalyst, the ball scoots by you. No more time. First killer. A little pop. Chronic with the shove. Double tap. No, off the bar. And a clear, but nobody's downfield for Luminosity to catch the interception. And LJ wins the touch in the midfield. First killer, double touch. This one goes in. 2 seconds, 2 goals, 3 wins for the Ultimates.
And way too late to get back into this. The connection between LJ and FK to really just sit Luminosity down and say, oh no, this is ending right here, right now. The Ultimates have done it. They find their first win in the Swiss of the Birmingham Major, and they do it in style.
As soon as the passing lanes got shut down, Luminosity's whole game plan fell apart. And then you started losing that boost. It's hard to do anything when you finally get the ball and only one of you has something in the tank and they're off ball. Timing was an issue. The challenges were an issue. Holding onto your own boost was an issue. The Ultimates were all over them in that game. And if game 3 was mistake riddled from Luminosity, game 4 was just a clear Ultimates diff on Luminosity. Excellent game, excellent series from them.
It's just it's a testament to what the Ultimates are capable of, right? And even when, you know, somebody can kind of upset them, because I feel like there were moments where this was, you know, upset opportunity for Luminosity, they still were able to come back and adapt and sit them down and say, hey, listen, we are one of the absolute best teams in the world. We know we are one of the best in North America at the minimum. And, you know, you guys are not going to slow us down. No matter what you figure out, we're going to find another way to get 2 steps ahead again.
We're slowly working our way through Swiss round number 1. We got 1 more match to go until we get to round 2. We got Team Secret versus Falcons on the alternate stream coming up next. It's going to be a fun one. I can't wait for it. South America versus MENA is always a banger, but the Falcons are quite powerful. How does that shake out? Find out after the break.
There's a reason they don't call them clean bikes, am I right?
Yeah.
Because it's dirt bike.
Gas stations. Whew.
You gotta start at the top and work your way down. You want me to do yours next? Oh, you're from Oklahoma.
They have to fill the silence.
The bathroom code's 9914.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Look at this hot rodder!
Thing I see when I look at the car are them big boy wheels. Black on black, gotta coordinate when I get to the grill. Headlights looking like cat's eyes high being cut through films. Press the start, you hear it really come alive, it's real. Black on black, my wheels really come alive, it's real. Black on black, my wheels really come alive, it's real. Headlights looking like cat's eyes high being cut through the fields. Press the start, you hear that. It's real. Press the start, you hear that tiger really come alive.
told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the putting in the
lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my voice, to see you. And I'll go. Gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my vote, to see you, and I'll go.
Walking on the moon. One moment to escape. And you're walking on the moon. Walking on the moon. I've never been there.
All our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. All our trouble seems to fade away. Will we dance?
Welcome back, everyone, to the alternate stream. There's a lot of 1-0 teams, a ton of 0-1 teams. In our next match, someone will win, the other will not. Achieves and I are dropping facts here. What's up, guys?
Those things are all true. One will win and one will lose. But we've arrived at what a lot of people think should be an excellent match. Team Secret versus Falcons. Secret number 2 seed out of South America. Falcons number 1 from MENA. And it's always a lot of fun when you see South America and MENA play together. There can be some electric attack going on the pitch right now.
Yeah, a lot of respect to Falcons as a big favorite to possibly win it all, even though we said that in our last cast for K-Corp. But only one of those teams can try to go all the way to do just that, and their brethren of Twisted Minds fell in that Game 5 to Vitality. I know you and I had a inkling that maybe Twisted Minds could take that. Our predictions were an L, though.
There was a world, for sure a world, but unfortunately the first go around, not enough to do it. Maybe if they meet up later, very possible. On the bright side, we picked with the coin. The coin always tends to do pretty well across the board, so I would take that one again if I had to do it over again, just to see what would happen. But as you can see here, we're already through 3 through the first half of the day. Falcons versus Secret, the last one. And other than that, I mean, Falcons coming in here as we talked about Karmine Corp being one of those favorites to win this tournament. Falcons, another one of those teams that a lot of people think is definitely up there in the list of teams who you would expect to have a shot at winning this one. And for very good reason. They have been some of the most dangerous 3 players on the Rocket League pitch in recent history, at least I will say. All time can always be left up to interpretation, but there is no doubting that these guys are on top of their game at the moment.
Yeah, you definitely wouldn't be having any hot takes if you said TRK, Killers, or Roas were on your top 10 players in the world list. And they've been a squad for over a year, and TRK being that original member, the one that they built the team around. And guess what? They're still dominating MENA. They got accolades galore. Saudi E-League champions, top 4 at Worlds last year, 2nd at EWC, and they allow just very few goals. I think they averaged 1 goal against all of MENA, and they took, Twisted Minds took them all the way to Game 7. That's been their biggest rival, as long as time, but I don't know if anyone can really scratch the armor of Falcons this tournament.
And they're a tough one to crack, that's for sure. They don't allow a whole lot of goals because they spend so much time out there on the attack. They're all lethal when it comes to it. Solo plays galore, very possible, but that doesn't mean the team play is absent. It is definitely in the tank for these guys, and everyone is excited, I'm sure, to see their first taste of 2024-2025 season Falcons on the international stage, and they'll get a chance to show it here against Falcons. As you mentioned, TRK, probably the strongest one on this roster at the moment, definitely up there in most people's list of could be best in the world. Who can say? But Falcons well deserving of the hype they get, and they should be looking forward to it.
Well, to beat the best in the world, you gotta be the best in the world. And their opposition in their first match, Team Secret, that 2nd seed from South America, as you pointed out, 2/3 of the roster from Worlds last year, where Swift is taking Brad's spot. And Swift joins just this year, only been with the team a few months, brought a lot of success to Team Secret at the LATAM Championship. That was their first tournament together. Super solid ones player. And he was originally with NIP, where they were a top contender at the FIFA E qualifiers, and sort of got on everyone's radar due to his performance on NIP. So it made a lot of sense for Swift to join Team Secret after that.
Yeah, a lot of people going to be familiar with KV1 and Mata for sure. They've earned a lot of respect out there in the South American region. High quality players, no doubt. But I got to say, I was sad to see Brad go. He was one of my favorite people in the region. So you got to be good if you're Swift to take up Swift over a player like Brad. But Mata here, only 9 to 12 finishes in Rlcs, which is devastating. Guy's a great player. And that just shows you how tough it is to come out here into these international competitions and place really, really highly, because Team Secret, in their own region, they're one of the only people that could stand toe-to-toe with Furia.
Yeah.
They only lost to them throughout the entirety of their whole split, is the way I will phrase that. I mean, these guys, absolutely lethal. And coming in as the 2 seed, they're probably one of the least enjoyable teams to have to go against if you end up playing them in you know, a 1-2 or a 2-2 round. Like, it's like, oh great, we got Secret, fantastic. You know, normally Sam number 2 seed has kind of been not quite up to snuff like the Sam 1 seed has been in the past, but this time I would say it's not quite the case. There's a lot of punching power over there on that Secret roster.
For sure. It's always been Furia and then Little Brother, but I feel like Team Secret this year have been competitive more than ever since that Swift edition. Again, Swift edition literally, because he is just that fast on the pitch, and he's a great ones player, so can add a lot of that solo 1v1 playability on the front lines. And I say as in, I don't think they're really the little brothers of Furia anymore, and I'm glad you pointed out just how good Team Secret have been against Furia in their own region, going to now game 7s back-to-back in, I think, the first and the third regional. So it's not Furia just sweeping and dominating anymore. Like, Team Secret are really showing up, so I'm looking forward to them, hoping to impress us at least in this first international.
But is it enough for you to pick Secret for the Falcons, Lemon? For me, it's not. I still got to take Falcons. I have the whole thing, so I will take Falcons here. Who's to say how many games? I would give Secret 1, perhaps, if it's early on, but I think Falcons definitely going to come out here, set the tone for themselves quite nicely.
Yeah, you know, whatever she says, I will say too. But also, you know, we went with K-Corp, we went with Team Falcons. That only makes sense. But how many games exactly can Team Secret win? I mean, we went to, what, game 5 between K-Corp and, what was it, the OCE Wildcard. So that was exciting. So OCE and Sam are just 2 regions you never want to meet. They're underdogs, but they bite hard.
Yeah, and Sam especially. I mean, these guys play fast. They'll play aggressive. They're going to go up there. There's going to be a lot of high-speed contact there at that midfield line. Angle is very important when it comes to the challenges here, because one bad angle and you are going to get absolutely crushed with a devastating counter push. So got to be careful here. The speed is good, but the precision will be more important here, and that's why I think Falcons have the edge.
Yes, we'll see how deadly that edge will be as our match is ready to go between Falcons and Team Secret. How will the top of MENA battle against one of South America's best in Team Secret in this best of 5 Swiss match 1? Let's see how they do.
I'm really looking forward to get my first taste of Swift here. I mean, I know he's a good player, but seeing him actually on the pitch will be a great experience for me. Like you said, quality 1v1 player, and everyone on the Falcons team also a lot of good 1v1 players. There's a lot of potential here on this pitch between these 6 guys to just go nuts.
Yeah, and Falcons showed the most statistically deadly offense at Worlds, and they're wasting no time racking up the score. Already locking someone down off the rip. Rojas even leaving off the ball, going for a bump, and Falcons just connecting on all sides already.
Yeah, Swift in the net there was thinking, I'm in a 1v2. Mata could not figure out how he was supposed to be that supporting 50 behind KV1, and immediately Falcons for a second chance, and that's almost pinched in, and it will rebound around. Oh my days.
Yeah, one of the best shooting percentages in the game for Falcons. Rojas basically a 1v2, 1v3, have Team Secret scrambling off of kickoff. Team Secret have now 2 resets and find themselves on the back foot immediately. They gotta wake up, and starting at an 0-2 deficit isn't great.
I mean, KV1, he's normally a guy that I say, look, that guy takes good challenges. And he just got muscled by Rojas straight into his net. Like, that was impressive.
Okay, Mata at least trying to intercept that pass to TRK, and Killers gets a beat in the midfield, and the press is already on. You have Team Secret on the back foot, already retreating, 1 in the net. Mata a 50. That TRK starts tilting towards the net as Swift tries to carry them to safety, and it's impossible when TRK is also in your shadow. First time for Falcons on defense, and Swift couldn't rob this ball from Rojas yet.
Oh my gosh, the turn in the air from Rojas, so clean. Swift there to pick it up, but look at the boost situation. Not a lot of support here for Team Secret. Yeah, they're pressing, but how are they going to score? They actually overcommit. It's going to be Swift in 1v1, and he will just make it back to the corner of the net.
He's got no boost to really carve out this midfield if you're Team Secret, but hey, keeping the goals at 2-0 would still make this salvageable for Team Secret. It's still stuck on defense. Every clear med and a double attempt at Roas. TRK stretching up high for this one. So much boost and so many shots, and it breaks through the defense of Team Secret.
Wow, a nice press from Was. Didn't try and score it, just popped it down to the floor. KV1 trying to go floor to ceiling to make a read off the backboard to try and get it to safety. Couldn't reach it in time. Then it bounces out into the middle, and the third guy's just sitting there with his ball cam on, trying to figure out where the attack is going to come from and who's going to touch it. And Falcons on cruise control here early.
Yeah, Falcons are just also quicker to the punch, having really important beats against Team Secret and Mata, though. Now that's the pace, that's the speed we wanted to see out of Team Secret to not only unbury themselves, but to rise from the ashes. What a pass to Mata, too.
And it was great control from KV1. You notice he didn't try and force that touch down the field to take space. He said, look, TRK is waiting. I'm just going to hit it off the sidewall right next to me, try and make the read. And TRK couldn't close that gap. KV1 finds a nice dish to Mata. Mata says, okay, we're back in the game here. We got 3 minutes to score 2 goals. Super playable.
Oh, Roasso almost 1v2 though. That was scary. And is Team Secret feel confident having someone downfield like a long passing option like Mata just was, but needing to really address Falcons from front to back, which is how difficult it is to keep the ball when Falcons are lurking around. They just have such good coverage though off the backboard. KV1 from the top rope. The double commit, the double save out of Falcons as Mata now has to circle the corner and look for an option. And with all that time, he found none. As Swift to the right side. Team Secret trying to find rebounds, and the pressure was mounting, but Falcons have started to break out.
Nice speed from Falcons back out the other side. TRK comes up empty, though. That means Swift gets a chance to clear, finds a reset, only 13 boost all the way to the floor. KV1 just trying to get the feet set again. Killers, no trouble turning that away. TRK, nice soft 50. Just trying to manage, again, as we said on those challenges, that angle is far more important than necessarily the power you're able to impart on the ball.
Yeah, and timing-wise, KV1 went for the solo play, thinking he could tuck it into the upper corner, got 2 defenders out from Falcons, and then when the pass eventually fell to that second Secret player, the defenders were stable. So Team Secret know that timing and precision is everything against Falcons. They're not going to give you a large window to score against them. And Roas and Killers work their way downfield to just add to the tally, and Swift intercepts before Falcons could strike.
KV1, can you get this one across? Oh, and his whole team bailed! Wow, KV1 worked through everything, and they just didn't believe he was going to get through the corner cleanly. Especially when you're down 2. It feels weird to have Team Secret not try and squeeze there. That feels like you're just trying to lose the game, if you ask me, as that one will be turned aside. Kalirs with a nice save on 0 boost in the middle of the net.
And it was a fake from Mata. It looked like he was going to take the direct shot and just let the ball down for the lower member of Team Secret to go for a better opportunity. And Falcons still have their head on a swivel, expecting anything and giving full respect to Team Secret. Still a 3-1 game with less than a minute to go. And it's Team Secret that have been picking up the pace. How do they slow down Killers, though, as TRK goes to recover? Swift will have the beat. He has boost to take it up high, using the ceiling. TRK still shoves him back.
Nice challenge from KV1, trying to force Falcons backwards, and they're going to need that space if they want to score. KV1 looks for a hole on the wall and no dice. For Ross, great reaction. Slow play forward, almost the ground pinch over the shoulder of Mata to put this one truly out of reach, but 3-goal deficit early on, too much to overcome, and it was 2 inside of what, 30 seconds it felt like? So Falcons' early start will hold strong here. Team Secret, certainly a little bit of tweaking here between games.
I mean, Falcons just fired on all cylinders as soon as kickoff happened. It was like, what, 30 seconds and they were up 2-0? So I think Team Secret just have to wake up immediately, and I think we'll see more of an equal match in that game too. But and then Team Falcons
some fighting game terminology. You know, they got wake up specialed immediately.
Wake up specials, literally. And then Team Falcons could also just keep numbers back, kind of being able to minimize that risk as the game was more and more in their favor as time went on. So not a bad first game.
Yeah, that was a awesome start for Falcons. I mean, you really couldn't ask for too much more. They kind of just picked them apart immediately, and after that, it was just locking down on defense. And Team Secret, I think it was good they were able to stop the bleeding, but who's to say if, that was them buckling down on defense or if it was Falcons just making sure to button up on defense a little bit and not concede anything more than they really had to. But one way or the other, some decent enough transitions for Team Secret, at least got the attack started a little bit. You can see Doom there in the background. He's been with them for a while now as the coaching influence there, and obviously over on the Team Secret side of things, Bruno Viscui in the back and Slayer both listed as the coaches for them, trying to say, look guys, I know that they came out swinging, battled back, trying to figure out, all right, how are we going to stop that air dribble special through that midfield line?
For sure. And a statement too for Falcons, can they be one of the second team technically to have a flawless run in their series? Only Furia's had been able to take a clean 3-0, and that was against the Chiefs in the very first match of the day on the mainstream. And you'll want to keep both tabs open if you can. So Furia were able to do well, and how much or how far can Team Secret push Falcons, where the second half definitely looked stronger, and even shots wise, like Falcons only outshot them by 1. But it was Falcons that just really shook them off the first 2 kickoffs. Here comes KV1, though, having to leave this one off. And we are going to have a technical pause, which is an unfortunate start there.
Yeah, it was actually going to be a decent look for Mata right there around the corner. He looked like he might have found a small hole, but unfortunately, who's to say what the issue is? Could be controller, could be audio. A lot of times on LAN, most of it is, believe it or not, some weird audio issue. Somebody can't hear somebody or something like that. And this is the hardest part about playing on LAN and online. Technical pauses in the middle of the game, it takes a lot of effort. For players to really amp themselves up, get locked in and ready to go for a series. You sit there, you play game 1, everything goes smoothly. You get yourself set for game 2, you go into the game, you start playing 10, 15 seconds, stop. You just got to kill all of that mental prep you kind of done in the middle of it. And that was the hardest part I realized about trying to keep players locked in when you have this type of pause. Because if it keeps happening over and over and over, it can really rattle some people. It takes some real mental fortitude to get right back into the mix of things and go right back at it.
Especially the position that Team Secret are in. Like, they got the ball in the blue half and they're generating an offense, and this is an awkward time to pause where you kind of have to react quite quickly. And the issue may be on Team Secret's side, if I had to guess, but all good. We're looking forward to getting it back into game 2. And if you are just joining us, it was a 3-1 victory for Team Falcons, and every player across the board from Falcons getting involved, having a goal each. And it was 10 shots to 9. So, but it was Falcons that kind of dominated the first half, but it was Team Secret that woke up late, but better late than never.
Better late than never is right. And then the important thing is they didn't get blown out of the water either, right? Sure, you lost 3-1. You're not out there getting put like 6-2 or something like that in the first game. You never want to see that happen. So great job to stop the bleeding. But after we go through this lobby test, everything will get settled back in. We'll restart from 5 minutes. We had just begun this one, no harm, no foul. And Team Secret just making sure that everything is in order before they continue. And there you see Swift, the young gun, the new kid on the block. Young kid, putting in work, and of course, there in the middle. All the hard work from Team Secret. I mean, it's been a roller coaster of a split, I will say, for Team Secret. It's got to feel so frustrating to kind of always run into the brick wall of Furia in your own region.
Yeah.
Then you come back out here and
go to the finals,
Yeah, and then you walk back out here and say, all right, we made it to Birmingham, let's go. And then you just kind of get popped right in the face off the rip from Team Falcons. It's like, great. Yeah. Another one of these really good teams. This has got to be annoying.
But at least that's all taken into account in this format, which strength of schedule is everything. And even Team Secret at Worlds, although with Brad, they tried to do some work, but they clocked out early, before 5 p.m. They won against the Pioneers, which was an OCE team, but then lost to Vitality, K Corp, and Power. So Team Secret definitely want to not just be in the shadow of Furia, but stand alongside them as a powerhouse of South America, one that can really upset some of the regions, because usually it's Furia or maybe Power, or at least now they're called Wildcard, that are in that conversation for ones to really watch out for, and Team Secret have a lot to prove in this first international.
It is a big show here as well versus Falcons, right? Because, I mean, this is a lot of people's favorite to win it. You know, who can say if people will pick Falcons over Karmine Corp, but a lot of people think KC and Falcons are 1 and 2, right? However, whichever way you want to dice it. So if Team Secret is able to come out here, take one, maybe even a second game, they're going to be feeling pretty good about their chances going through the rest of Swiss. So this is a pretty big game too, because when you've only got 5, if you're not able to get out there and start and hold some pressure early, really force Falcons to respect your attack, that's probably going to rattle Secret pretty hard going into the rest of the series, because they know that if they want to really be competing on the international stage, they're going to have to find wins like this versus, you know, teams like Falcons. And not being able to get the engine turned over after a tough start and stop in game 2 is not going to feel very good for the rest of Swiss.
And this is a good warm-up match too for Falcons to just get the ball rolling. How clean can you have a series against a young scrappy team who did just incorporate Swift only a couple months ago? Falcons have that synergy from over a year, and they've been through everything from the championship of the Saudi E-League to EWC to World's Championship last year, and they have all the accolades except actually winning an Rlcs majors. So Falcons, is this gonna be the one? But all the regions are looking really stacked, especially North America and Europe, who have mixed up a lot of their rosters. They've really created some super teams. And will this be the one for Falcons?
Well, fist bumps all around for everybody, ready to restart game 2. See if Team Secret can go out here and find some early attack.
That's the thing, reset back to all our time. No goals, and KV1 with the shove, and Team Secret just needed to slice through that window, and it was so close into the backboard. At least Team Secret won't let Falcons run away with a response.
Nice job, Secret, poking a couple holes early in that Falcons midfield line. Saying, look, we're going to transition. It's not going to be easy. Little bump. Nice defense from Mata, having to dodge the bump and make the stop. Not easy. That's a big save.
Not easy. Trying to bully TRK out of your face too, sending it all the way down. Swift doesn't have boost to get the beat against Killers. Wait for his opportunity to strike. And now the offense, or the defense I should say, getting demoed there from KV1 to try and destabilize Falcons, make them uncomfortable, which is a difficult challenge for any team. But for Team Secret to try and humble Falcons early, that is the goal, as KV1 still trying to work on that first goal, with Swift now taking over, and Team Secret trying to steal boost, but Falcons are also been stuck for a hot second.
Good sign if you're a Team Secret fan. Haven't been immediately eviscerated. Chance here for TRK, but not a lot of boost in the tank to work with here. This is more about buying time than anything else. And Falcons just looking to find any type of extended pressure here, but it's not a whole lot of support. They may have to just sit back on defense for a second and really get their feet set before they can try it.
As soon as Falcons do get set, you have KV1 with back-to-back demos, and it's on that key second player. Falcons have the ball, they can buy all the time in the world, but I don't think anybody can 1v3. Roas, which is blazing the ball down the middle, and then it's a long shot from Mata to catch Falcons on the back foot, and Team Secret get the first goal.
Hey, you got to give a lot of credit to Swift there to keeping his head on a swivel. 0 boost, rotating into the net, and he was ready for that dish across. He wasn't scared about the shot coming in. He says, look, man, I know you're not going to shoot with me rotating towards the net. Identified where the pass was going, picked it off, dished it right to his teammate, and a nice transition for Team Secret.
Let's see. Falcons can do now on defense. Killers will be able to grab this. Good launch, trying to get under it. One reset, KV1 at the goal line with the rebound from Roas to clean it up.
Nice attack from Falcons here. Look at Killers breaking down 2 people and just able to force KV1 to poke it off the bar. Normally that gets to safety, but KV1 a little bit scared of maybe getting dunked into the net. Tried to finesse it, poked it off the bar instead of up to the safety above the net. Stays in play. Roas right there for it as per usual. That Falcons follow-up comes in hot.
Yeah, and Falcons circling the net like vultures, ready just for wherever that ball was going to bounce out. going for second opportunities. Team Secret can ward off the storm once, but when it hits you again, it's tough. And Mata is trying to poke down this defense. Is Team Secret, at least with midfield control, Swift having a hand up, can't get the follow-up. TRK hopes to help the team surge forward, but not enough time being bought, so Killers, that second man, has to 50 against Mata, and it's Falcons just going toe-to-toe in the midfield and scrambling through. Falcons are not being awarded too much time on the ball. Now it's Killers up next.
Team Secret got to be careful. They secure all their corners. As there you see Killer's going to go take away the opposite side. TRK is probably going to be aiming there to the right. Is not able to quite find it. Here comes Killers now out of the midfield. Nice block. Ross, look at him. Just gets poked off. Nice little bump there from Team Secret to open up a small lane. And that's kind of that push comes to shove. Trade a little paint. Get scrappy. Team Secret needs to just throw Falcons off the scent just a little.
And Falcons are so good at just boxing out that frontliner to just limit any passing options or to make it a rather really unsafe one. Speaking of unsafe, Swift had to just deal with the 50 in front of the net. A dangerous spot, especially with 90 seconds left. Giving up a lead would be terrible as Team Secret would look at match point. At least a good deflect as Swift tries to follow through, at least get the demo, but the ball comes back to the orange half with Team Secret scrambling for boost and scrambling for possession.
They are doing exactly what you want. Definitely don't get your own corner stolen. As soon as that starts happening, you know that Falcons attack is just going to swarm all over you. So that is smashed back to the opposite end of the pitch. Killers finds a touch across, but nobody's there waiting for it. Nice demo from Team Secret, controlling the middle of the field, trying to open up some workspace. It's for Wasta TRK way up early, and that's why Mina is so dangerous. They will jump for everything, no matter what the angle might look like. Do you think it's not scoreable? Just wait. They might put it in.
Oh, the pass. Falcons wait for a quality opportunity, not just any. Falcons also playing further back after that long shot from Mata that kind of kept Secret still in the game. These Falcons are confident they can close this out. The swat to the left. Swift couldn't reach it in time, but at 25 seconds, Falcons take a lead.
Oh, and that's two solid 50s from both Mata and KV1, and Swift got a little bit antsy there, defending near post just in case, and unfortunately it kicks right back out to the top of the box near the corner, and he jumps a little bit early trying to defend the top right side, and great placement from Falcons to take a late lead.
And it's Secret. I need to keep this offense brewing. Pressure that needs to mount, but all of Team Secret are low on boost, not able to steal much from Falcons, who have kept their resources close to the chest as the last scramble for Team Secret to try and force an overtime, and Mata has to work from downtown, and he keeps the ball up, but no boost to get under it, and it's slapped down with Falcons on match point.
Yeah, you could just see that Falcons player waiting there on the wall like, I know you have zero. Come on, try and get it over me. I dare you. And the guy dribbling around the corner was like, yeah, you're right.
But Falcons, yeah. I mean, met more of a challenge for sure. Killers being the MVP there, and it's usually all of Falcons. You got to expect each one of these players to be able to fire at you and in a lethal way. There is all of them capable of solo plays, all of them capable of passing, and Falcons won't just throw needless shots. They keep the ball close, wait for the second man to get in position, and then you got to worry about these aerial passes, which Secret at the start of the game, timing wise, were intercepting them and then found themselves behind on the boost game, and Team Secret literally couldn't keep up.
You are dead on the money. I mean, pace of play for Team Secret is good, right? They're able to go up there and at least fight at the right time. But the problem is that off-ball recovery afterwards. You know, Falcons just dominating in the boost control side of things. It never felt like whoever needed to go for one wasn't going to have a whole lot, but you were constantly sitting there thinking, man, you know, Secret's holding on by a thread, but Falcons are definitely here pushing and continuing to build that pressure, and that's the big difference. That off-ball, you know, map control portion of the game, Falcons just crushed it there.
And Secret went for a lot more demos that last game too, kind of doubling what Falcons put off. And we'll have a tech pause to talk more about it. Hopefully this doesn't boom our teams too much at a series point, but yeah, Team Secret did a lot more off-ball stuff. They're like, well, if we don't have boost, well, we'll demo you so you won't be able to use much boost. So it's Team Secret playing this rock, paper, scissors game and ultimately losing with not enough presence on the ball.
It's dangerous, though. I mean, yeah, if you want to play that off-ball game like that, with the physical side of it, I mean, if you're giving up the boost and still trying for the demos and you don't connect, now you now have like compounding errors, right? Now you're going to be out of position. You didn't remove anybody, and you lost the boost. You know, those are all like on their own individually not the most condemning things, but you stack it all together one after another, and then you just realize, like, look, we've got 2 people playing defense and they're not going to have time to get boost either, and the effect can just stack so quickly. So it's you can say it's rock, paper, scissors, but man, that rock is heavy. That rock is heavy, and boy, it's got to cover some distance if it wants to hit home, and they're trying, but right now,
boulder.
Yeah, you know, and while it's nice to get them started rolling, that's the problem. You got to get it started rolling first.
Yeah, it's more like trying to push a boulder uphill, like trying to go up against Falcons.
Sisyphean task.
And well, Team Secret did put up a lot of saves too, and even had a super close call where I think the ball like pinched out and rolled across the net of Falcons, and it would have taken the quickest of reactions to cut that angle, and that could have been a 2-2 game if Team Secret executed perfectly. But we'll get into the game shortly with hopefully everyone okay. But last chance for Team Secret to have a hurrah in this series.
And you know, if you're Falcons, I mean, obviously you don't have to change a whole lot. I mean, Team Secret's definitely shown that, hey, they're going to go up there and contest, but they're not going to control. And that's the other big difference, right? Because it feels like, you know, you see these Falcons players pop these up into an air dribble, right? And what's the first thing they do? First touch, up. They want height first. So first they generate height to force the defense to come and attack them up in the air. They got to waste boost to go get there. And then the next thing the Falcons do, they stop. They just wait, and they really assess at the top of that, you know, touch to see, like, okay, where's the challenge actually coming from? And then you'll see them adjust their car, just find the right angle, save as much boost as possible. They're not rushing to these touches. They rush to get the setup, but as soon as the setup is achieved, then it just becomes okay, now let's make sure we get it to the right spot so we can go to wherever we want to go. They're not thinking, okay, we've got the ball up, now we're going to transition, we're going to flip reset, unless they've got the space for it. If no one's up challenging them, then they're going to be like, okay, I'm going to try and solo take your head off, right?
Yeah.
But Secret's trying to hold on for dear life, and they're saying, okay, fine, you want to stretch that aggressively? We're just going to sit there and wait for you to come to us at the top after you've wasted a lot of stuff figuring it out, and we're just going to recover faster. And that's where the advantage starts building for Falcons.
And Secret have needed a more stacked defense too. I'm thinking about how Mata would be their downfield option, and he's been a powerful tool for their offense. But if you leave 2 versus the 3 of Falcons, all 3 of them able to pass to each other and anything, like Team Secret realized, like, we kind of need to play as a team and go from our end to their end. And it's Mata having to hang on the backboard, and KV1 and Swift having to read where is the pass coming from. And then you also need to go up and challenge. You can't just read all day. You know?
That's just losing.
That's called losing, yeah.
And you got to give credit to Secret. They're doing a heck of a job. I mean, they're managing a lot of different plates in the air at one time. It's just there's the 1 or 2 extra plates that you can't balance, you know, on the back of your knee. Sorry, the game is hard, you know? and they're doing a heck of a job to put up a fight there, and they're keeping it close, which is the important thing, because if you're only down 1 goal, you can score at any point. Doesn't matter. Flukes happen, weird stuff happens, a pinch out of your own corner goes off the ceiling straight into the top right corner of the opposing net. Happens all the time. Random nonsense goes on that Rocket League pitch occasionally. And if you're within 1 at any point, you can score at any point. And that's really is all Secret is looking for at the moment. They're just saying, look, we just got to keep it close. If we don't get control because of whatever reason, that's its own separate problem. But we have to make sure that we're not getting steamrolled first. And that's what they're trying to handle at the moment.
And an update, speaking of battles, Dignitas just won 3-1 over Complexity, all 1-goal games, 2 overtime stretching over 90 seconds. So they duked it out, as now we wait for the result of our last match of Swiss round 1, as hopefully everyone's locked in, ready to go, because this will be Secret's last chance to come back.
And they're gonna need it. Solid clears. And honestly, Secret might get a lot of value of not chasing anything if they don't clear it into an attacking position. So for example, like KV1 driving up the side right here, then he cuts into the net. KV1's a solo player in that instance. That's great. But if they get this big clear right here, you just leave. Just immediately. Don't even waste your time to attack here, because now you make the save. Now you're all stuck on the opponent's half. You don't have any time to grab boost. KV1's going to have to buy all the time anyway, and he does a great job doing it. But the important thing is to get your feet set back on the other side, because now Swift is challenging with 0 out of the midfield. Here comes Mata challenging with 0 out of the midfield. So Secret may get some value out of just saying, look, let's just dump the ball into a neutral spot in their corner, try and time in a knot, and collect the midfield boost and try and equalize on that boost control side of things.
Falcons kind of just stayed back too. Team Secret had time to go for flip resets. They had someone on the backboard hoping to bump, and Falcons never faltered and are winning the mind games. And look at this counter attack. TRK with a free backboard and a couple of touches, setting up Killers. He pops it up too, not able to put a shot on target. The timing a bit off, but look who's next up. Rlcs with a full tank, TRK too, and they have Secret really fighting for it.
And Killers is coming in out of that third spot. He's always attacking high in net because he knows his team's not ready. He just saw both of his teammates in the corner. He's like, look, I'm not trying to score. I'm not trying to pass. I'm just trying to put it in a spot where you're not going to get to it and find an immediate counterattack. As here, the defender for Falcons gets shoved into his own net, as you like to say, Lemon, put in a locker. And Secret will take the first one.
Oh, he's missing class for sure. And not often do you get to see Team Secret outnumber the net like that. Falcons are quick to challenge early. Now I don't think you can award much time to Team Secret. Let's look at TRK in a 1v2, kind of catching Team Secret be awkward off the rip, and this is the press coming in for Falcons. And Team Secret, these small clears, at least Swift is able to extend it to the blue half, but with Team Falcons having control of their boost, Secret just have to hang in the midfield and hope if they disrupt there, they can catch Falcons on the retreat.
Did work. They did collect the midfield boost. They stole one of the corners. Team Secret's in an okay spot here, and Falcons TRK immediately trying to equalize that. You see him denying midfield boost, forcing Secret to give up all that space. KV1 and Mata combined for a challenge there in the midfield, as this one will ricochet out into the middle. And TRK looking for transition to Killers.
Killers just getting past one. KV1 ready on the crossbar, following through, and Rlcs can't make contact, but because of avoiding that contact, KV1 just dumps the ball to Falcons, who are quick to get rid of it. They're not even going to try to challenge you, but Killers outnumbered in the net, still has a fantastic touch to the side, and this allows Falcons to possibly stabilize. Low on boost, but not low on hope, with Secret really piling on the net, but not able to score.
Yeah, there's some questionable defense there from Falcons. That demo will definitely make things easier. Now watch Raw slow up. He's going to go up and then stop boosting and say, okay, now I can get over the top of Mata. And that's what I'm talking about. They really try and assess where that 50's coming from. Then they're going to go grab all the boost. Look at the difference. All of Team Secret, only one guy had anything. Everyone on Falcons is just sitting, waiting, ready for the thing to start. And they're way ahead of the curve. They equalize easily.
Yeah, it was just going to be a matter of time of not if Falcons were gonna tie, but when. And it's Rlcs and TRK, just such a deadly duo. And Killers too, defensively, I think he averaged like 3 saves a game in that final against Twisted Minds. Like all around, this is such a balanced team of Falcons who thrive off of that chemistry that they built over the past year. But how about this? Secret get one back.
Got to get shifty out of the corner. Mata wins a big 50, a little stutter step, and Killers trying to take that ball solo up the wall, maybe hoping it would pinch up, kick straight back out, unfortunately. The follow-up was there. The demo pressure was coming. Falcons going to have to work for their meal here in Game 3 if they want to equalize and force OT.
Yeah, and that final against Furia, Mata was a clear MVP. Most shots, most goals, most productive player on the pitch. But against Killers, that's a tough accolade to keep, as now we got a game on our hands with Team Secret up with less than 2 minutes to go as KV1 really has to muscle through the corner, and it's taken extra layers to peel back from Falcons to make them uncomfortable as this pops up and could have dropped in front of the net. TRK won't allow that to happen with a good clear. Killers was an option downfield, but Team Secret are intercepting everything.
Great timing from TRK on 2 backboard clears. Here he's going to try and force the issue out of the midfield, because why not? And Roas comes up empty, but it's going to work out. Killers with 2 great 50s. Little bump in the net, out into the middle. TRK says, nah, it's not worth it. Reset, finds a block. Here comes Roas trying to score one. Forces KV1 into the back of the net. Back pass into the middle. Falcons retaining possession. Big press here with 40 left.
You got one off your back if you're Secret after that demo, but Falcons reinforce and they fire harder every time as the equalizer is looming. And Team Secret just need a good clear, but it's just soft touches and trying to also maintain their boost. And Secret will take it one step at a time. Now TRK gets a demo and Falcons are back in the driver's seat. Roas against Swift, and Falcons are knocking at the door of trying to force an overtime.
That's a big whiff, but it actually might work out, but it does force Roas to turn on 0. TRK gives it up just to try and control all the boost. Roas, here comes Killers. You got to make up for the whiff earlier. He finds a hit. Roas is trying to set up TRK, and they miscommunicate. Finally, the time pressure gets to Falcons, and Secret will walk away with 1 game. Small miscommunication. The game happens too quick to figure out where everyone's got to go. Everyone's got a different plan, and unfortunately Falcons, despite an excellent push there for the final minute, Team Secret closed all the hatches, didn't let anything through. Good on them.
KV1 with a standout game, going from sub 200 points, figuring out where he fits into this equation, off ball, on ball, to being the MVP and doing it all for his team. And it's just Secret playing closer and looking for those small passes and winning the fight for the offense in the corner, how they're able to get that bounce out to the player in the box to strike through Falcons before they can react. That's been the bread and butter, but that was also only a 1-goal differential game. So it's a victory for Team Secret, but took everything out of them.
That's all right. That's exactly the type of game Falcons likes to play. You got to use everything in the tank if you want to beat them, and that is exactly the type of thing that they like to do. They say, you want to beat us, you're gonna have to do them. You got to peak constantly, man. We're that fast. We're that good. And it's hard, but Secret comes out with a huge dub there, forces the series to continue, try and ride that momentum heading into the next one, and look at him in the back like, come on, let's go, let's get it.
You just saw how that 1 goal from Team Secret just hyped them up, especially after 2 technical pauses, which whatever's going on is going to stifle your momentum, but Team Secret can pull off a reverse sweep or at least put a dent into Falcons, keep them humble, and that'll shut them up at the start.
Yeah, humble is right. Roas, not a bad challenge, but look at Swift to Mata. Mata down to KV1. Ooh, great bit of attacking Rocket League from Team Secret. Found all the holes at all the right times. Poked and prodded, and Falcons said, hey, nice shot. Tip your cap.
Yeah, and Mata's been hanging on the backboard offensively, defensively, and I thought it was to try and stop Falcons from, or to just look for a bump on the Falcons defender, and it's actually to just have that hard drop so fast. So a great play from Mata, as now Falcons have to scrap through, and it just won't be the direct shot. Secret is challenging everything. So Falcons, they have to go back to just slowing down and getting it. The Killers is incredible.
Look at this play for Roas. What a read. And then the wall dash to get back up with. Oh, my days. That's got to be one of the best assists of day 1 I've ever seen. Goodness.
I didn't think he was going to be able to recover there. That just looked so scrappy. And somehow to find Killers through all of the fire and the flames. Holy cow. Falcons pulling out all the punches. It's backboard dangerous as Swift follows through. Falcons will be tested here on defense for the first time this game, and with Secret having more boost, they can try to shove this, but Killers just has this red carpet down.
It's enough.
It's enough to beat Secret.
It's enough by a footstep and a hair. What a clear from Killers. And KV1, he was like, wait, you didn't go up the sidewall? But I thought, all right, fine, good shot.
Okay. Falcons with the lead now.
I mean, they just make you think so fast. You got to react so instantaneously. There's no time to sit there and consider. And Secret doing their best. But an early lead for Falcons. And Team Secret, what do you do now? Just under 4 minutes. Ooh. I was about to say an own goal would help, and it certainly does, as Mata will come through and jam it in.
Yeah, like Falcons have been bringing the ball really high, and Secret, well, they got the ball sort of in the position that they wanted to, kind of thanks to Killers. Now it's just an awkward spot to be in. Team Secret keep the ball low, and they'll tie things up, but it's what they do off kickoff and off the rip. With a demo, Killers gone, so an advantage for Team Secret to push down, but that was really just a moment to reset the field and to have some resources, because they know they need all the firepower they can get. Just getting that to Swift, and just fires one off downfield, and it gets blocked off.
Nice 2 blocks from Rlcs as Killers now just forcing Team Secret out of the shooting corridor. TRK with 0 boost, just that's the fun part about Falcons. They see you fly so often that you can kind of go for whatever, even if you can never get there, and people will just stop because they assume you're going to hit it. You earn a lot of respect when you play as fast as these guys do.
Now Killers and Rlcs, look at these challenges. They're not even letting Team Secret organize and rally through as TRK with the additional touch. Rlcs, wait, how is this not in?
That was a beautiful attempt from TRK. The crossbar had other plans as a great shot denied. Rlcs with 0 boost, and Falcons getting pummeled in their own net. Killers needs a big clear here. Team Secret really trying to step on the gas at the right time. Look at this read attempt. TRK comes up empty, but Rlcs with a nice easy backboard follow through. All of Team Secret, the attention focused on the blade of TRK. Let it slip by, and Swift, no chance to get back to the second strike.
And KB1 just hunting TRK down, but then who was trying to go up for the ball? Falcons are always just dribbling up there, and there needs to be someone from Team Secret ironing that down. So a 1-goal advantage into the second half there for Team Falcons, and on match point with some defense missing and no block from Team Secret at this moment. Falcons really are starting to suffocate this team.
Oh, and Swift knew. He's like, I gotta defend the backboard, because if I don't, they're just gonna double tap on my head. And the guy in the net is sitting there, okay, I guess I'll try and defend from the floor. And Rlcs, so good, splits the difference, top left corner. And the job gets harder for Team Secret.
Just a shot on target there. You had 2 up from Team Secret. And you just don't even feel out of the woods yet. Every 50 Falcons have you dialing back towards your net, rotating back. KV1 with the clear as he looks for a demo in net, but who's on the ball? As Swift with the second touch baits out Killers, but who's up next? Team Secret not as synchronized in the moments that they need to be.
Got a good opportunity here if you're Falcons. Just put pretty much everything you can think of on target. I mean, that's the easiest way to just close this one down. You got to force them to defend the net. Then you just rotate back, hit it to your corner, pick up your boosts, and say, okay, try again. That's an easy way to chip 10, 15 seconds off the clock every time you do it.
Yeah. Falcons are so good at hitting the 180 too. Like, you can't even sneak one past them, even with these ground pinches, quick, lightning fast reactions out of Falcons. As TRK will even get the beat, brings it up to the air, waits for Killers to be in position. They're baiting and faking out the defense as Secret just go for every touch they can. Last minute, last chance for Team Secret to go out with a roar.
Nice.
Maybe one.
Oh, baby.
Bar down. It's not over, it seems.
About to say, don't do it to him. You got to let him have one. Got to give him a good chance. That's a nice pass from Mata, just out and away from the defense. Killers, he was in the net. He's ready. But, hey, man, that is a perfect shot. Right under the bar. Kicks down and straight in. Great piece of shooting from Team Secret to give themselves a shot here.
All right, Mata just keeps it off to the side. Gets the defenders sprinting for it, but you can't afford this clear. Every second matters for Team Secret if they hope to force another overtime, as Falcons can now try to play as risk-free as possible, depending on Rlcs, TRK, maybe even an insurance, as Rlcs look for contact on Mata, who dodges that appropriately. Killers icing in front of the net. Rlcs from the top rope. The double tap, and it's in!
ice cold from both Killers and Roas. Killers is like, come on, man, let me be the guy sitting middle one time so I can hit this flip reset. But it seems to always be Roas. Killers just out there breaking down the defense a little bit. Roas with the dagger. And Team Secret, unfortunately, the series will come to an end here in Game 4. They put up a good fight, but ultimately not enough. TRK won for the road. Just kidding, slapped aside by Mata. But GG's all around. Falcons looking every bit the team people thought they were here.
A 3-1 victory over South America's #2 seed. Valiant effort. Roas, just such an incredible player. Almost 800 score there, but averaging pretty much like 4 to 5 shots a game, if not getting a goal almost every game. And this time, a hat trick. And just when you thought Team Falcons had to play it safe, you just send the house, you send Roas, and man, he killed them.
Killers almost ate carpet there. I had the back half of that going for the fist bump. Stepped in the, I think it was a headband, almost rolled his ankle.
Can't be falling on day one, man.
But they get away from it. Good show from Falcons. Awesome start to the tournament as far as they're concerned, and they will wait comfortably after this win versus Team Secret. And I believe that finishes all of round 1, if I'm not mistaken, Lemon?
Yep, and we have K Corp, NRG, Vitality, Furia, Dignitas, Ultimates, GK, and of course Team Falcons all winning their first matches. But we had kind of a hectic round 1. Pretty much everyone was able to take a game off of their opposition on the losing side, except Chiefs, who got swept by Furia. But that was just round 1. It's first to 3 wins, first to 3 losses. That'll define who goes forward. So not a lot of second chances, but everyone needs to lock in for round 2.
Yeah, good stuff for the first round. You know, I don't get to say it very often. Usually round 1, day 1 always kind of feels a little bit, suspect for a lot of teams out here, but pretty much every game I saw today, people came out here ready to play. I mean, that's a rarity, especially for some of those NA teams crossing the pond. They can always look super shaky, but not today. Great start for everyone all around. Well done to those who won. Unlucky for those who lost, and looking forward to round 2.
Me too. So we're gonna let the smart people do all the math and figure out what the matchups are for round 2. So stick around, folks. We'll see you after.
There's a reason they don't call them clean bikes, am I right?
Yeah.
Because it's dirt bike.
Gas stations. Whew.
You gotta start at the top and work your way down. You want me to do yours next? Oh, you're from Oklahoma.
They have to fill the silence.
The bathroom code's 9914.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Look at this hot rodder!
First thing I see when I look at the car are them big boy wheels. Black on black, gotta coordinate when I get to the grill. Headlights looking like cat's eyes high being cut through films. Press the start, you hear it really come alive, it's real. Black on black, my wheels, really come alive, it's real. Black on black, my wheels, really come alive, it's real. Headlights looking like cat's eyes high being cut through the fields. Press the start, you hear that. Whoa! It's real.
before school's gotta get worse, and sometimes it's gonna hurt. If you're ever gonna get that bad, then you better plan your attack. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger than you show it. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger.
Comes from nowhere, makes you wonder if you lost control, leaves you breathless, change just what you think is possible. Got me to brought me to you. It's got you too. Your magic's true. Your magic's true. You have habits just like me. Talk too much with strangers. Get way too serious around family. And I don't have any wishes, but when I kiss you, our lips fit well. And I don't have expectations, but when I daydream, I fall asleep, and our hands melt. It started out as teasing, but I had deeper meaning when I touched your chest. Now I don't know
can feel this tide choke my neck and I just wonder why I'm buried in a suit I'd never buy, a suit I'd never buy. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to die?
can feel it rushing through my veins. Your love's the only drug I know. But we've been playing the hand now with death, so we can light it up. I know that we can make it through the night, but I can feel it for you inside. So there won't be no fear tonight. We crossed the line, and now it's clear to see the light behind the suffering. Believe we'll finally be free. Let the silhouette cast upon your heart, turning every little moment into scars. Baby, it's our chance to make a start, so we can fly.
I know that we will make it. I know that we will make it. I know that we will make it. I know that we.
I know that we can make it through the night, but I can feel it for you inside. So there won't be no fear tonight. We crossed the line, and now it's clear to see the light behind the suffering. Believe we'll finally be free.
Getting ready to start Swiss round 2 here at the Birmingham Major. Jorby and Hercules bringing you the start of it here on the alternate stream. We've had quite the interesting round number 1. Hercules, only one game was a sweep. That was Furia over the Chiefs, and now into round 2. The matchups still very interesting for sure, but to quickly recap that wildcard, they almost took down K-Corp, but lost in 5 games. That was over here on this stream. Secret couldn't get past 4 games against Falcons, and then of course everyone else took care of business. You see all those teams in the upper side, the 1-0 teams all play against each other. Over on this stream, we got K-Corp versus GK and Ultimates versus NRG to start it up over here on the alternate stream. And you got Luminosity, Gen G, Secret, Complexity there at the bottom. And of course, Furia Vitality, which is about to get started over on the main stream, which is basically a Rocket League classic at this point. They meet in Swiss almost every single time. The Zen versus Gan is insane, and you can see the matchups on both the 1-0 and the 0-1 here as well. So everything has worked out the way you expected, Herc?
Yeah, for the most part. Honestly, I think just that wildcard series earlier was pretty much the one I was like, whoa, did not expect that to be going as far as it did. And honestly, I'm so proud of those boys for showing up for OCE. They are getting some respect consistently placed onto the OCE name. And at some point, you know, we all got to stand up for them. And it's slowly starting to happen. But for the rest of the teams out there, nothing too crazy. I think this is where the upsets start to happen. As far as a couple of these matches go, I know everybody's pretty back and forth on the Vitality Furia. Does it finally flip to the other way? The Karmine Corp GK, does the rematch go opposite to what it did last time? There's a lot of ways that this round 2 could go.
Yeah, we have for the schedule on the mainstream and the alternate stream, we've split up the 1-0s and the 0-1s. So we have 2 of the 1-0s here on this stream. As we said, it will be GK versus K-Corp first up, then Ultimates versus NRG. Then we follow up with 2 of the 0-1 matches, Wildcard and Foot. And then I believe we wrap up here with Secret versus Complexity. All the other matches will be on the mainstream. So make sure you're multi-boxing if you're at home and you got multiple monitors. And if you're not, try to keep tabs on everything that is going on. And be sure to refer to the new brand spanking new website that Blast has for Rocket League Esports, and keep track of all of the action that way. But we're about to get started here with Karmine Corp versus GK over here on the alternate stream. Now, Karmine Corp almost got upset against OCE in Wildcard. They ended up finding a way to take that victory. Meanwhile, GK still getting warmed up, had to play against Foot to start, representing Sub-Saharan Africa, and clean them up nicely outside of one weird game loss. GK, the last time these guys played Hercules in the grand finals of EU Open 3, the series where GK qualified for this tournament, and they swept Karmine Corp out of the tournament. Tier and company looking for some revenge here.
Oh yeah, this is a grudge match down to, you know, icon status level. After what GK pulled off in their Open 3 run, I think everybody kind of sat down and was like, all right, we got to find a way to annihilate them. And if there's one person that was extremely upset over that loss, it's going to be the man standing behind the 3 sitting, Farah. I know that man sat there and watched that tape until it burned in his brain. He is so prepared to take down this team, no matter what they bring to them, right? Because we all do have to take into account that GK was riding this insane high that people had never really seen before. And it was unexpected to Drawley, and more so even to Vatira. And now you're like, all right, are you going to be able to bring us the same level of competition that you did last time? Or are you going back to your old selves?
Drawley has truly come into his own, even in the games where K-Corp aren't exactly coming out on top. He is still leading the charge on this team, has been a massive pickup for K-Corp, and has helped them get to the point where they are. He's 3rd in goals per game in Europe, only behind Zen and the Nas. Vatira, funnily enough, is right behind him on that average. This K-Corp squad click very well together. Alto a little bit farther down, but this is a high-powered offense, and K-Corp absolutely going to bring the heat against GK, who, for me, when we go over to GK, we talked about him a little bit when they were playing against Foot, but Archie on this team has been huge. You talk about goals per game alone, as far as statistics go, ranked 7th in Europe coming into this tournament, but right behind him is Oli as well. In the top 10, GK have 2 players in that scoring category as well. So these are the best in class in Europe coming up against each other. But Archie, it's not his goal scoring that's really the most impressive to me. It's his ability to facilitate the success of his teammates in Oli and Joyo. And of course, we always know what Joyo is capable of, but he's got such a strong team behind him now. And you know, Herc, you keep asking the question of like, we're going to see the true strength of GK. I do think that this team is who like that European Open 3 team is. I think they are that good. I don't know if K-Corp played their best game in that grand final. I think K-Corp certainly could have played better, but I think this GK team, they're not fooling anybody with how they played. These are 3 standout talents. It still comes down to Archie for me, though. If Archie is not playing well, I don't think this team has it in them. But Archie at the center, I think that's the proper place for him, not just physically, but also philosophically for GK.
No, 100% agree. I think a lot of this falls onto Archie as well, which is why if you guys did not see GK's first series, Archie was all over it. Dude was like MVP like 2 out of the 3 times or something like that. Insane performance. GK has come into this Birmingham land swinging. And then, of course, on the flip side, K-Corp didn't have the strongest performance we could have gotten out of them from the gate. So it's a little questionable about, you know, exactly what we're getting from them. But I'm right there with you, Jorby. You know, if we jump into Preds as quickly as they're on the screen, hands up, I think GK are playing better today.
I got GK in this game. You went GK? Wait. I thought I saw you fucking K-Corp. You snuck a last-second change in there.
Listen.
Oh, I think I just made a convincing argument to you,
You did,
I?
actually.
I understand.
Jorby, unfortunately, was actually really smart with what he was saying, and I was like, oh, you have a good point. But no, honestly, I do agree. Off like your gut instinct, when you compare the 2 series that we got from both of them in round 1, GK really did look better, and it really does fall under the shoulders of Karmine Corp to rise to the occasion.
I think Karmine Corp absolutely can. My prediction, kind of based off of how that wildcard game was going, doesn't mean we're going to get the same exact team that we've gotten from K-Corp before, but GK, they know this matchup, they've done this matchup, and they have a little bit of confidence coming in. I like how it goes. I think Archie has come into his own, so that's my GK pick for sure, but will not be surprised to see the result go the other way at all. That being said, like I said, make sure you have both of those streams up because Fury Vitality has gotten started on the other stream, but here we're about to get started with K-Corp versus GK. GK was able to finally get over the hump, do what nobody thought that they would do, and win an entire event to qualify for a major. So let's hop into the hype chamber and let's get this started. 2 1-0 teams in Swiss would love to move up to that upper spot and give themselves the best chance in the playoffs. A spot in that upper bracket could be on the path. GK versus K-Corp. Hercules, let's get it going.
A rematch that has been wanted by K-Corp fans for quite some time now. GK Esports, they did what was deemed impossible, and that was make Karmine Corp look silly. The real question is, can you do it again?
Can you do it again? As Otto ripped that ball right off the kickoff. Again, you got 4 of those top 10 spots in goals per game alone are owned by 4 players on this pitch. Drawley, Vatira getting it set up. Drawley challenged on the play immediately. GK a bit on the back foot, and wow, right into Archie. He's happy that shot was in his vicinity, and another shot immediately denied, but maybe with borrowed time as the boost was hard to grab. Joyo's got some on the back end, but Otto almost beats everybody. Vatira holds the ball, wanted to pass to Otto, but he saw Oli right there. Patience pays off for him, and K-Corp hold them early on. A fake touch from Drawley. He's got the catch, froze one on the corner. Vatira forcing that pressure. Archie does collect his own corner boost. GK managed the ball on defense well enough. Joyo on the transition, double tap, and it's in! Archie gets the dunk through!
This is such a communicated play too, because Joyo took his time to send it out. You saw Archie lurking already. That's just, all right. That's the GK we saw in the open 3. The one that knew how to spot each other enough to get around the Karmine Corp defense. The fact that the both of them were still in the net. Just a clean pass and play all the way around. Another one, a shot on target. Little wide here, no cleanup. Oli's gonna stay a little bit further back off this. But in the mid, the bump and collect from Joyo. Although I will say a little boost isn't quite the best way to keep this ball moving forward.
Well, GK back on offense. Ooh, Joyo. It's that precarious spot where that rebound goes in the perfect spot and you get a power shot on net or you're half flipping just to recover. Still, they're able to keep the midfield. Oli just has to freeze the ball. Joyo back pass to Archie, back to Oli. Sniped it underneath, but it's saved. Rebound denied by Drawley. It's not done though. And GK, oh, they picked up right where they left off on European Open 3, didn't they?
Yes, they did. And my goodness, Karmine Corp, y'all got to be a little bit more careful than this. Twice now, somebody has opted to make the save by sending it down to the ground, and it bounces up. And GK are realizing you just got to throw yourself at the ball at that point, and it's gonna go in nearly guaranteed. And that's what they did this first and now the second time. 3:10 on the clock. Karmine Corp is down by 2. Not a position that they thought they'd be in. Vatira, the power flick to cut the lead in half.
Excellent flick from Vatira. Caught Oli. Thought that pop-up was going to come at him. He's just covering one angle. Oli was coming from a little too far back, and well, Archie, good luck trying to get backwards and make that save. Vatira got a perfect catch. He's just gonna either freeze the defense or catch them all with their axles off. I was gonna say pants down, but not really a car accurate term. But either way, it's exactly what happened, and you'll take it if you're Vatira. As Otto off the ceiling wants to keep the scoring going. Despite the quick attack from GK in the first 2 minutes. K-Corp say, hold on a second. We're gonna put it right back on you, and Drawley at the center of it this time.
There's a lot of like micro panicking from GK, and unfortunately for some reason in this game, a lot of it is coming down to Archie when he is left as that last man on defense. There's just enough panic that any tiny bit of hesitation, K-Corp gets right past him. This one gets sent out into the corner here, and Karmine Corp, they've done at least a much better job of holding on to that possession long enough to take at least 2 or 3 shots at a time. Sending this one back. Drawley to Vatira. Vatira back to Drawley. They're trying to all spot each other and pinball it around, but still, Jorby, it's the fact that Karmine Corp has the time to play the safe game that is making this one really interesting.
Good cutoff there from Joyo. Unfortunately for him, Archie was coming from a little far behind. Now Otto gets a break, and that Batmobile, tough to beat on a 50. You saw it just pop on the front end of Oli's car on the challenge, and there was no chance for him to win. Now he gets a quick flick across. Heavy pop, easily handled by Drawley. Still, GK are finding ways to pluck that ball off of the blue cars. Oli's sitting on the wall, doesn't have it. They wanted to pass again to him, but he'll have to wait as K-Corp all gets set up. Joyo needs some help, finds Archie, and that buys a little bit of time here for GK.
GK just kind of taking their time with this one. Shot opportunity for Joyo on target. Just an easy save and send out though for Karmine Corp. They haven't been too aggressive as far as trying to throw themselves at the GK players. But they have been able to intercept like this for quite a bit. Enough space to make an easy wide open double for Drawley.
To look again to see why that broke down. Oli just got chipped. I mean, he was a little far up to begin with, was expecting that 50 early on, but he would have had a chance to get back and make that save, close that backboard off. But an easy bump for K-Corp. Gives them a 3-2 lead. That's 3 unanswered goals for Karmine Corp. And it looked like we were on a road to 5 straight victories against K-Corp for GK. Now they got to work to get back tied up. Joyo holds the ball. Archie and Oli. Well, Oli had to be the one to make the save. Archie didn't have a ton in the tank. Joyo has the demo, opens up the space. Gets knocked back downfield. The midfield line, Oli trying to hold as well. GK looking for an entrance, but Otto shuts the door. More time wasted.
30 seconds left here in game number 1. Vatira off the side, the pinch just off the post and out. That could have been nasty. Instead, he's got to go again. A towel just out wide and back into the corner. And GK's heart's got to be racing as they try and get out of their half here. Double off the side into a center. Joyo just mirrors it and has to race all the way back into his own half. Takes that boost enough to slow things down here. Will the challenge come in? Controlled Muskie over one. Shut off, and it's in.
He did this earlier today. A Mustie's just a control mechanism for Joyo. Air dribbles right back, gets vertical on it, and then Oli and Archie just wanted to get involved. Give it a little more oomph. 120 kilometers, 0 seconds. That's the Joyo effect. That's the Team Queso Joyo. He gets to pop out. Nowadays, there's just no space to do anything. I guess he finds it with Oli and Archie. The Batmobile has the length, and GK have put Karmine Corp on ice. Otto, good catch off his own wall. And they'll buy some time here for K-Corp. And it pops up again. Drawley and Vatira will wait. Happy to let them clear it right back to them. Vatira wants to go quick. It's a high ball. No one liked the coverage. Still, GK give it up and a touch again onto the strong rotation. A pop up for Drawley. K-Corp starting to slow it down, or not slow it down, but really stymie the momentum, and the pinch just wide of the net.
Oh my goodness, and right now too, Karmine Corp, you gotta be stressing a little bit. You want the momentum. They're trying to take a couple of shots, but GK have ramped up the defense, and that's what was lacking a little bit there at the beginning of game number 1. Archie to the ceiling, past one, down, shot and over. And it's not gonna stop here. It's a floater in front of the net, and Vatira's trying with all his might to get this out, but it is low resources, but that's not gonna stop Drawley off the crossbar, followed by a towel. Karmine Corp are not going down.
Oli, he had to cut. You had Archie, he went back to go get boost, and then Oli comes in to cut to force Karmine Corp to give up the ball. Well, he did, but second man, as soon as he sees Oli cut, he gets right underneath it, so he can have a quick follow-up no matter what. Archie's too far off the ball, so that gives Karmine Corp the advantage no matter what happens there. Archie's now having to defend it. They put it high. There's nothing Archie could do about it. He's got to hope and pray that Karmine Corp just hit it right at him in the net. They don't. Karmine Corp survive the comeback here from GK in game 1.
Oh my gosh, this is just, I mean, this is pretty much what most people expected after, you know, KC lost in that open 3. They've definitely learned a lot from it, right? Learning to be able to match GK, learning to also be able to make them disgustingly uncomfortable on their defensive end. And right now, everything is going according to plan. I mean, GK Esports, you have the Meki Joyo coming out. You got the version of him you need. It's up to Oli and Archie to match what he is bringing to the field right now.
I mean, I think they are. I think GK are playing well. This is a better K-Corp than what we saw in the European Open 3. They are just playing better. Vatira especially is doing well. I mean, it's not going to be easy by any stretch, but that 0-second play, you know, a little Joyo magic. Fairy dust on it for sure. There's a lot of other plays as well in that regulation time that you saw from Archie and Oli. Oli's challenges especially has helped to stop that K-Corp attack, or at least, you know, throw them off rhythm a little bit. I think every player on GK is adding a little bit to the recipe. It takes 3 to cook in Rocket League at this level. Comes across, Archie to protect the retreat as Drawley and Otto stick together. Ooh. Would have been sick had Otto been able to stay behind that ball as he got behind it on the reset. Little reset stall action. Up on the attack. Little awkward, it floats through, and Otto, he's able to get back to the touch.
I like seeing him get really involved on these plays too. He recognized the space and just threw himself in a position enough to also get that dunk on him, just really secure and make sure it goes in. This is a calm and focused KC right now, and off the kickoff, just a tiny bit wide. So that second goal is going wayside, and they're gonna have to try again.
Strong touch from Oli. It's only Vatira back. Archie coming to support. Oli's got it, but Archie can't find the seam. It was either a blue card or a post. You were hitting one or the other. You weren't gonna get it through them. Vatira puts it up high. Oli able to at least get a touch, but can't hold on to it. Drawley challenged by Joyo. Joyo, a cheeky catch for sure. Oli had to help with no boost. Archie could dump it downfield. Not enough though. K-Corp have an outlet and are forcing GK to get up there and challenge them. Just a little bit more on the resource. Joyo, that's a tough catch. It's back to the 50. GK stabilized.
Joyo taking his time here. This one was slightly taken away, but GK tug of war it back in their favor. round the corner. A little bit of a quick cut, and it's how just trying to not even play time, it's just more possession. They haven't been able to hold on to it as long as they would like to, and a 1-goal lead right now isn't the most comfortable. Joyo over one, air dribble to the backboard, sent off. It was a great read there from Karmine Corp. But GK, that midline is theirs right now, and if that ball touches the ground, somebody's already there to collect. Another case of that right here. Archie has just really been a menace to KC, trying to get past that midline. A wide shot here, no cleanup to be found, and everybody gets a moment to breathe.
That was a mistouch from K-Corp. Joyo, not many you get just for free like that, sitting on the opposite side. Definitely was looking for a better touch. Whether he was trying to go for a rebound read, either way, it doesn't matter. Drolly continues to deliver. One of the highest producing players in the entire world. Not just number 3 in Europe in goals per game at 1, but also number 1 in assists. He is all over the place. He's near the top in shots per game. Drolly creates value in every single core statistic that you want to look at. And no doubt in all the statistics that aren't core. Shows you why he's so good and why K-Corp wanted him. He produces. He's in the right areas at the right time. K-Corp are up 2-0.
Ooh, well, now it's only 2-1. Oli trying to compete up there with Drolly himself. He beats out Vatira, takes a shot from the corner, and I don't even know where last man is at that point. It's Drolly just coming in a little bit too late there. But a lead cut in half at the halfway point of game number 2. GK Esports trying to keep this one competitive off the kickoff.
Well, this works out. Joyo not able to keep the ball going. Only a time-buying touch. You get to steal some boost on top of it. Joyo backing up Archie on this play. He's up quickly for it. Archie next up. Joyo tried to get it across, and only there was no chance he was getting it by as Otto flings the ball back downfield. GK holding on to it. Drolly cuts them off at the midfield line. Vatira coming in to assist. Joyo racing to the back wall to meet him. He's got it, and another big clear as Oli sits downfield. But will he even get to sniff at it? No. He wants a boost steal. Joyo just trying to buy time and line this up for Archie. Rips it right back. Drop down for Oli. Just can't get that Batmobile length up there in time, and Archie's sent to his grave. Will respawn in a moment. K-Corp holding on to the ball.
And they'll continue to do so. Tao has enough to work with here, though Oli did kind of disrupt this one for a moment. Archie takes it back and takes his shot. It's a double commit to keep this one out, but a worthy one. Just over a minute to go on the ground. Vatira spots the gap in the defense, and GK feel this one slipping away once again.
Joyo was expecting somebody to be back, and nobody was as he was in that area. He ended up being third man, and I couldn't see from that camera angle what exactly went wrong on the backside of the rotation there and why Joyo might have thought somebody was there, but either way, took too long. And an ill-timed mistake from GK. Trying to find a game win right now. They need to find 2 goals to start. Getting that 0-second heater. Game number 1, you weren't able to take the victory away, and now the job gets that much more difficult. Oli will try to, or Joyo will try to survive here. But again, these clear angles, Joyo, not a ton of boost. He's forced to dump it off the wall. And no angle for Archie to look at. Oli has to buy time. Back to Archie, good 50. Drolly bumps him out of the play, and it's a free clear for K-Corp.
GK got to be careful too, because you can see the desperation to really get back into this one in the last few moments. They try sending somebody up and disrupt and open up a path, and you see it. Archie's all the way up there, and what does that do? That calls third man out so far of rotation that the second KC get a touch on that ball, you're just going to a wide open net. And that's on GK Esports defense right there. K-Corp go 4-1 up with 15 to go.
You kind of had to pull all stops out there at the end if you were GK. Like the idea, it was a really good 50 back to Archie, but Drolly had it easily read. And K-Corp, it is a comfortable game win for them. 2-0 now, trying to sweep GK right back to where they got swept.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I know I said GK had a great game 1, but I didn't quite expect this much of a beatdown from KC when they were showing up in the round 2. Of course, if you guys missed it, they went all the way to Game 5 against Wildcard, a team from OCE, if you aren't quite aware. It was a very intense matchup. It felt like we were not seeing the KC that, you know, most people know and fanboy over. This is the KC we wanted in that round 1. This is the KC we're getting. You know, Vatira finally looking a little bit more comfortable, less stressed than we've seen him look this morning. His brows finally aren't furrowed. He's just kind of got a normal face going on, but same can't be said for GK Esports. There is a lot of stress going on, wondering, you know, hey, we are close enough to keep up and to compete. It's just we're missing that it factor right now. Think there's something that's just not quite connecting like it has in the last 5 matchups against this team.
Well, GK, like you said, it was a much better game 1 from them. And that time, I mean, at times they couldn't get out of their own way. I think K-Corp also had them on red a bit. Had them beat on a couple of challenges, and some of the plays that they tried to put together, they were getting starved. They were forced to dump and chase at times, and they weren't protecting the ball as much as they were able to in that first game. Double fake. Kickoff to start. Joyo will let the ball go. I don't know if Archie, I think he decided to let that go. He thought he was just going to slap that right back to the opposition and put Oli in a bad spot. Whatever the decision, doesn't matter. GK do get the ball. It's a bit awkward for Vatira. GK were looking for an angle in, but no shot materializes. Joyo forced to hold the ball, and Oli switching to the Fennec. He's been in the Batmobile for quite a while now. He's not liking it. That last game, and so on to the Fennec we are.
I mean, sometimes you do got to switch it up. Maybe the luck ran out on it, and this is what's going to bring him, you know, a little bit of a mindset refresh, and you can definitely tell that GK has come into this one playing a lot differently than they did in game 1 and 2. They're a lot more aggressive, but fairly clean with it. They're just not allowing Karmine Corp the space that they had in the past. Oli over 1, no connect because Vatira got the beat on everyone. Rlcs loses possession of this ball. Joyo passed 1 into the hands of a Tau, and Oli's trying to 50 it forward. Instead, they just got to stack one behind the other as far as GK is concerned to keep this ball rolling, and they are. It's a shot on target, a follow from Oli, maybe from the ceiling and down, but KC are recognizing that GK want to play faster.
No, that's good. Catch and pinch off the backboard from Archie. Good follow-up as well. Rlcs puts it high and away. GK have to wait for a response. He tries for the bump. Rlcs doesn't connect. So again, they're forcing that ball away from GK. Rlcs keeps this up, holds the power slide on the wall, had his flip as well, set all of this up, and they couldn't put it on target. Otto ripped it off the woodwork, but that was such a beautiful setup from Rlcs. You know, I am an impartial observer here. I'm kind of sad he didn't get an assist for that play, that pass across. That was some sick stuff from Rlcs. Either way, Otto gonna turn away quickly as Archie sits in the area, and a lot of hard touches. Rlcs quickly off the wall again, reset with 21. Gets over the first defender, but it's kicked away, and Otto forced to hold.
Ooh. Otto. He had tried to send it up forward, but GK Esports, like I talked about before, they're doing a much better job of rotating out just a little bit further into that third man role, preparing in the anticipation that second man's gonna make the miss, instead of just assuming, which is the right call. If you're down by 2, you do play the safer game. Archie way further back than he was before. At least this time you can guarantee he's there. Pitch off the ceiling, backboard shot denied by Rlcs. And the pressure's gonna keep going on here. 2:13 on the clock and a shot on target. And this Karmine Corp team have sat there in their net saying, absolutely not. You are not coming in here.
Whoa, Archie pre-jumped it. Careful now, Oli's got no boost. Joyo's getting harassed. Archie falls back underneath it. A lot of scary moments for both teams. There was a whiff from K-Corp off the backboard earlier that almost turned into a GK possession. Then Vatira sent it all up, and Rlcs will catch another whiff. It's contagious as it comes straight down off the ceiling. Joyo's hoping for Archie, gets cut off by Vatira, and Oli can't catch it.
This This is literally what I was talking about right now. If GK do not have that third man rotating in fast enough and the off chance a mistake is made, it is just it's all gone at that point. And once Oli made the miss off the backboard, it was free range, 1-goal lead. Can GK catch up here? They're at least in their half, but it is short-lived. Tao, doink, very slow roller towards the net there. And a pinch on the ground and a demo in the net is still not enough to get into the blue half.
Karmine Corp in the right place at the right time. Joya will try his move again, the musty air dribble. It just goes. He doesn't get the air dribble part of it, but he does slip through here. Everyone back. Drolly's got no boost, so he needs coverage, and that's Vatira. Vatira gets beat. Drolly left boostless on the wall. Otto, you weren't even in the play, and there was nothing he could do about it. Either way, GK, they caught K-Corp in one of those rotations where they needed a little bit more time. Vatira was too far back. They don't get the time they need. Now Joyo in a little bit of trouble off this kickoff. As Drolly sends it right back down. Joyo trying for the clear. Archie desperately diving forward. And Otto holds for Vatira. High touch, Vatira. Does he get back? No bump. The touch down, Joyo can't get there. GK getting harassed from behind as well. In the area, the touch goes out to Joyo. Only 10 boost. Archie going forward. Missed the boost, gets the bump. It's a little whack, it's a little chaotic, but if it works, it works. Drolly gets bumped into the play. He still had his flip. Vatira turns around onto it. Another 50. Back to Drolly. No, Joyo gets there.
There really is no stopping them too, because the fluidity of all of this is just not on pause. 30 seconds left on the clock. Ceiling and down. Vatira takes it back, and here comes Joyo. Power shot on net. The follow is through as soon as Vatira got the slow clear out. Joyo saw his moment. GK Esports steal the lead.
Little aerial action from Joyo put some mustard on that first touch and forced the poor clear out of K-Corp, making that follow-up easy at 20 seconds. And the fake kickoff cheat up doesn't exactly work out for GK. They do get a hard hit downfield. Only got that midfield boost. No challenge. Joyo slips through one. Otto catch and hold. And get downfield. Pop back into the air dribble. Lost a bit of the ball. Couldn't get the dunk. K-Corp just miss it. Another chance. 1, 2. Drolly. 0 seconds again.
You can see GK physically tremble at the sight of this. Everyone on no boost. I don't know if you've ever seen that, where all 3 players are on 0 boost. A forced overtime is in front of us. Joyo up next, the man that has been carrying this team on his back to this OT. It's still not enough to take a shot though. Vatira with the clear upfield. Tao's trying to match him. He's gonna try himself, but no.
Well, GK, they scored the first 0-second goal of the game. They ended up losing. K-Corp, they scored the second 0-second goal of the series. Will the result repeat for them? Can they get the win, or will GK find a way to stymie the comeback? Oli trying to battle, but Vatira kicks him from behind. Drolly coming up quickly into the corner. He wins the touch clean, but Vatira, he really just needed time. No slip through for Oli. High touch for Otto. Not a lot of boost. Tried to use the ceiling to help, but it got just a little far away from him. Vatira snipes the ball away. Misses the bump on Oli, who has no boost left. And just desperately looking for a way out. Vatira steals his boost off the ceiling. Another demo. Vatira scores! He's got a headhunter downfield for him. And when you've got a hunter putting meat on the table, you're gonna eat good.
Karmine Corp lost one of the most frustrating matches against this GK team. And when they knew they had to face off against them again on land, in person, they did what they do best. They sit you down and remind them exactly who they are. Vatira wants that world championship. He wants to win on an international stage, and he's on his way to doing so.
An excellent play at the end as well. Otto went in, got the demo, shoveled people off the back wall, and just peeled them off like they were sticks of gum. And great work from Vatira also. He'd stolen the boost. Oli was left with nothing to follow up his save on that touch. and then he goes up on the ceiling, shortens the field, makes life real difficult and awkward for GK, and you can see it. Archie feeling like that should have went a little differently. 2 overtimes, one where you came back to force overtime, you couldn't complete the comeback. One where you had the lead at the end, Drawley puts the ball in your net, and then you lose the game in overtime again. It was a tough match for GK. You can see it all over Archie's face there, but they still got a lot of Swiss left to play. That GK team, they aren't going anywhere anytime soon, I think.
No, they definitely are not. This is not the end of the road for them. We've got more Rocket League coming up after this one, Jorby, but you guys, you got time. Go get some snacks. It's a long day. We're only in the beginning of round number 2, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys right after this.
There's a reason they don't call them clean bikes, am I right?
Yeah.
Because it's dirt bike.
Gas stations. Whew.
You gotta start at the top and work your way down. You want me to do yours next? Oh, you're from Oklahoma.
They have to fill the silence.
The bathroom code's 9914.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Look at this hot rodder!
First thing I see when I look at the car are them big boy wheels. Black on black, gotta coordinate when I get to the grill. Headlights looking like cat's eyes, high being cut through fields. Press the start, you hear it, really come alive, it's real. Black on black, my wheels, really come alive, it's real. Black on black, my wheels, really come alive, it's real. Headlights looking like cat's eyes, high being cut through the fields. Press the start, you hear that. Whoa! It's real.
Comes from nowhere, makes you wonder if you lost control. Leaves you breathless, changes what you think is possible. Got me too. Brought me to you. It's got you too. Your magic's true. Your magic's true.
She found a way into my heart. Oh, oh, she don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, 'cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running, running back to you. Back to you. Back to long nights can get me feeling lonely. Hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running, running back to you. Back to you. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad.
You said you're cool and that it's alright, but you're hiding something that don't feel right. You know life is better when we just talk. When we just talk. Let's talk. Baby, I'm not Potter, I got language. I ain't got no time to sit here angry. You know life is better when we just talk. When we just talk. Let's talk.
familiar glare blinds me out, I'm blinded. In spite of my efforts to keep you satisfied, I seem to be losing you, it's not worth the fight. So I speak up, I scream into the void, I reach for
Continuing on here through Swiss round 2, Jorby and Lemon going to be bringing you guys through the action. NRG versus the Ultimates about to get underway, but we just got done with those last 2 matches, and I gotta say, Lemon, I'm really glad that I was casting the last match on the alternate stream, because then I didn't have to watch my Furia boys get absolutely stomped, 14-3 in goals scored, 3-0 over on the main stream. You know, Furia on fraud alert. Come on, boys. But either way, we also had, quite despite it being a 3-0 on this side, K-Corp versus GK was quite exciting. 2 0-second goals to force overtime. Ultimately, K-Corp do win all of those games. But this is how the alternate stream has gone throughout the day. Our last 2 matches will be Wildcard and Foot, and then Healthy Chiefs versus Twisted Minds. So that's what we got going through the day so far. Have you enjoyed the matches so far, Lemon?
Been pretty good. I watched you take 2 L's, one with Furia and one with your prediction, because, you know, we were all arguing in the green room whether it was going to be K-Corp or GK, and I, you know, me and the Chiefs told you, I don't think GK can do it twice. But at least it's the Swiss stage, so slightly lower stakes. There's always playoffs to worry about, which no doubt we'll see those teams there. But now we got another kind of showdown to look forward to, this time on the North American side between Ultimates and NRG, and that's one that's really gone back and forth. Wow, there's a lot of red on the screen. And NRG has won 2 regionals, and NRG are 5-1 against the Ultimates, but Ultimates had a very convincing victory the last time they met up.
You got like sun red and then blood red.
Yeah,
it makes sense. The first killer would be blood red because you know, he's got killer in his name. That's not killers. He'll be on later. Well, tomorrow. He's already played his games. Actually, Falcons I think are on right now against Dignitas over on the main stream. So yeah, you can go ahead and take a look at him. But no, we got Chronic, LJ, and First Killer. This was the team that was formed that was supposed to be able to take on the NRG, formerly G2. And while I think they've done well with that. First Killer and LJ, I think, are the product that everybody was hoping they would be. Chronic especially, I think, has stepped up to the plate, where I feel like he was maybe a weak point sometimes on that old Gen G squad with apparently Jack and First Killer. First Killer decides to stick with him. They add LJ to the team, and Chronic has really, I think, fit into this roster really, really well.
Yeah, did you guys watch that match against Luminosity? They hosed them down. That was a very convincing 3-1. You have the best parts of the, former #2 North American team of Gen G reassembled with Chronic. They make this North American powerhouse. I was over the moon when I heard First Killer and LJ were a duo going into this team, because I was like, you're just having the best players from their rosters, and 2 of my favorite players are 2 top performers too, regionally coming together. And then you look at their stats, like they were averaging, First Killer was averaging 3.5 shots a game. LJ was having an MVP-like performance, averaging a goal a game, 45% shooting percentage, and Chronic is also pouring on the shots, so you got a triple threat team here.
Yeah, but of course, on the other side is North America's best, NRG, formerly G2, Atomic, Beast Mode, and Daniel. The team that nobody in the North American region has ever really been able to consistently figure out. They almost got the 3-peat, this split, ruined by Gen G's incredible run in NA Open 3, obviously. And, you know, NRG, early on in that Gen G series, looked a little sus, but Coach Sathu got the boys ready to go. I love that. I love the Sathu energy. You know, everyone says he's my twin. What do you think?
I think so, for sure. After like going through the professional Rocket League scene, that's what I think you would look like too. So, but this is not just a powerhouse. This is a power home, Jorby. This really feels like power home. You know, it's been early. It's been you know, and they could toot their own
power horn
too.
is cool though.
Yeah.
Like Lord of the Rings, you know, Ride of the Rohirrim. That's a powerful
horn. The references, might as well.
I mean, I'm trying to bail myself out here, okay?
Yeah, Yeah, and they're the second best team at Worlds last year, and they want to go all the way this year now under a different banner. They always show up to LAN. They're always getting to the grand final of every major last year and representing North America at the World Championship. Obviously, they were your Major 2 London champions, so this is a tough roster.
I mean, they are the best in North America for a reason. At the World Championship, you know, you say they were second best, but really they were one thumbstick, one side flip away from a World Championship victory. I mean, yeah, it's like felt like 1A, 1B in that match, and like you weren't handed the B. It was like shoved down your throat. But either way, NRG, I mean, they're going to be a tough out here. This is going to be a really fun one. The last time these two teams met, it was an extremely fast series, and a lot of that. What do you say? A lot of the mind games that you see of like players that have to pre-jump challenge in the air, and then they're adjusting, they're boosting up and down, and then the player air dribbling actually has to pull off the ball a little bit. They got to try to line up the 50. They got to position in weird ways because, you know, they're always trying to stay one step ahead of you, and even the positioning off ball. And so this has me really excited. Beast mode versus First Killer. Atomic, though, I think keeps finding ways to be in this conversation. Atomic versus First Killer always makes me happy to see. It makes my old Rocket League self feel young again, back when these guys were, I'm going to mention it every time I watch them play against each other, when they were ripping the community apart back in 2016 before they were eligible to play for Rlcs. They were ripping apart every single community tournament that existed. And it's cool to see them consistently match up against each other. First Killer got the laugh last time these two met, but we'll see if Atomic can get the laugh over him again.
Yeah, and we have to have a conversation about these predictions, because I think this was a really hard one to call. I went NRG, because, you know, they are 5-1 over Ultimates, and yes, Ultimates won last, but that's like the conversation between K-Corp and GK, and look who ended up winning on LAN. So I'm gonna stick to NRG being more consistent. How about you?
Yeah, I got Ultimates here. I'm a little bit of a First Killer stan, I'm not gonna lie. I've always loved his play, and I really like him and LJ together. I think that First Killer's consistency really helps bring this team up to NRG's level. But I don't think you're wrong at all for going NRG. I definitely fought for a little bit on this one myself, but ultimately I had to go with the Ultimates. Either way, we're going to get started with this one. Red on red, or orange, depending on how your eyes are. NRG versus the Ultimates. Getting it going in Swiss round 2. Can you believe it's only round 2? Let's get it going.
We got ourselves a North American standoff. The double regional champions of NRG have to squabble up against the reassembled Ultimate squad once more. And we had an exciting sweep just now when in that European show match there, and we'll see how North America will look firing in their second match, and Daniel's already putting shot on target, and Beast Mode almost followed up. NRG striking early.
Well, Chronic was the one to score that final goal that went in the last time they played against NRG in overtime, the game winner. And I still remember that moment. Chronic had put his face in his hands like he couldn't even believe that he had just done it. It was awesome to see as this one, Ultimates almost had a chance there. They really work well as a unit, and I think Chronic is always the key factor for me when I'm looking at this team. You expect the consistency from LJ and First Killer, but Chronic seems to be the one where if he's feeling comfortable, I truly believe that Ultimates can absolutely take that title of being the best in North America. They are the first team in a while in NA that we've seen that can actually go toe-to-toe with this team in NRG.
Woo! Off the bar, Daniel. Oh my God, saved by First Killer. Eventually bled through, and NRG showing their chemistry off the bat. And that's going to be the big difference, right? There's a lot more time between the boys of NRG. They've gone through thick and thin to the world champions, every grand final, while as LJ, First Killer, Chronic, just the talent, the individual, and the solo play making ability is all there. But Ultimates will find themselves behind until First Killer just drives this one through by force.
Drag is right. First Killer couldn't get the timing on Daniel's double tap to get the clear. Ended up flubbing it. And this time he blows right through easy. Gets a great first touch. And it's deceptive because he can go for either. He can push the ball up, force the ball up to the ceiling. But he only had eyes on the demo there. Keeping that ball tight. Great play from First Killer.
All eyes on this tie series as well. Here's the press from Ultimates. As First Killer just delaying things against Atomic, and to strike again against NRG. The lead goes to Ultimates.
If Beast Mode leaves the play, Atomic, it kind of taken a weird angle on the approach there. I wish I could go back from Atomic's POV and see that. It was just awkward because Beast Mode's rotating back. Daniel's on the opposite sides. He's not going to be able to do anything. But Atomic kind of freezes. He's like, wait, First Killer's turned towards net. I got to jump and try to make this play. And then First Killer's like, it's too late, buddy. You're dusted. And an easy goal. So First Killer just doing First Killer things, which is taking over the game early and taking advantage of that corner positioning there from NRG.
A good tempo from Ultimates, but not holding on to that lead. Just the immediate response, and it's Daniel with the kickstart. And then look at Atomic, Beast Mode, all the wires connecting. And it's electric watching NRG and how they've developed now with a new banner to represent a flag that they want to wave at the World Championship one day. But Ultimates has been their rival through North America, so this is a rivalry I'm looking forward to seeing how it develops.
And poor Chronic on that last play. If NRG's wires are connected, his wire was fried on that bounce in the corner. Absolutely ruined. NRG will take that bounce all day, though. That's the difficulty. Gotta play perfectly against this team. I think the same has to be said for NRG. I don't think that they can really afford to make many mistakes in this series. This First Killer, the ball by him. See if NRG can keep that pressure up. Start with some boost steals.
Yeah, Ultimates having two back, feeling pretty safe and stable. As LJ downfield is a passing option, feels like he has to be on the retreat to help support the Ultimates defense. Having some troubles going through the clears, even a bouncer, great read from Daniel to just rocket that towards the net. So Ultimates have really had to have their head on a swivel. It's not been easy to have space. Dangerous ball that First Killer escorts to the side.
And First Killer is forced to abandon the boost, and that means it gets stolen by NRG. Now you get demoed. First Killer still has nothing in the tank either. They still had the space though. Got the ball in the hood. You can still make a play. As NRG were coming back, nobody was there to challenge you initially. You stop the ball, shows you what control can give you, even when you don't have any gas in the tank. And look, Ultimates, they created something where NRG should have had the pressure there, but they caught another little gap in NRG's rotation. They don't get anything out of it on that one. Still shows you on the defense, Ultimates been able to squirrel their way out of a couple.
Yeah, when Ultimates went up against Luminosity, they were just peppering that net non-stop. So they're very much used to maintaining pressure and a dominance at the start of the game. NRG, though, very much a different opponent. As NRG's offense getting stifled there as the midfield scramble, and First Killer just picked up a full tank, so they'll be first up and a double available. They'll drop down to LJ, tries to 50 that against Atomic, but safe and sound is NRG.
Daniel shaky on that catch as he came down. He didn't have a ton of boost either. Beast Mode gets them back downfield. LJ ended up getting a clean catch. Now he just whiffs the ball. And no boosts, and Chronic's touch wasn't there. So really disjointed on both ends there for about 20 seconds. Both teams trying to reset with a couple of boomers.
Yeah, momentum was really cooked from Ultimates. You just had to abandon the ball and go for boost, as you said, when they were just drained of those resources. And NRG knocking at the door for a lead with 41 seconds left. And here's LJ running out of boost. Atomic, good read, but Chronic gets tossed to the side. Here comes NRG, the bulldozer of North America. But a good 50 and a pop-up there from First Killer, buying time as Daniel with the fake runs out of boost and can't play the mind games against Chronic.
Daniel had a little bit in the tank there, tried to grab the reset, just couldn't stick the ball to his car. Now a huge fake from Beast Mode. And, well, if Daniel can't get it done, Beast Mode certainly will, won't he? Wave dash to catch it on the speed. First Killer opts to not challenge him immediately. He's last man back. Doesn't want that ball just bouncing right back into second man of NRG. So you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, which is defend against Beast Mode as the last man. And by the way, you're not already in position. Good luck.
Yeah, and the whole play got flipped on its head, and Ultimates had sent 2 downfield, nice. Leaving that 1v1, and great save so far. As Ultimates 10 seconds, and this could be the equalizer. It all depends if we can stop Daniel as First Killer has the 180, get this away from him, and now you have to travel from across the plane, and it's not gonna happen. Game 1 to NRG.
Honestly, not really a clean game from either team. about as shaky as I think you'll see either of them against each other, trying to feel each other out. Beast Mode, sure, he's got a hat trick off of 6 shots. You know, you'll absolutely take that, but you know, a couple of chances for NRG, a couple of touches where you're like, uh-oh, and Ultimates couldn't quite take advantage of it. You had the whiff from LJ that I was thinking of, which I don't really think was too consequential. But then Ultimates got caught on a rotation. There was that goal from First Killer at the start where there was that weird gap in the rotation from NRG where someone's not there to cover. It's like a lot of weird moments between both teams where they're kind of getting caught between the seams. Usually you're seeing that rotation really hard to break through. You usually need more in the demo or bump category to break through either squad. But this time, they both kind of created their own holes. I don't really expect that to continue in the rest of the series.
Well, Beast Mode at least is carrying that performance that he had against Gen G. Just an offensive warlord, just a hat trick. But obviously, it's always a team effort when you look at NRG. And through all of the chaos that was that last game, maybe there's an elevated level of trust within that team to know when someone's in trouble and to just be on top of it already. And Ultimates have time together too, but NRG showing how they're able to pull through at the last second. I mean, that lead was, just at the last minute there. So this is still anyone's series.
I mean, that's what happens when you got Beast Mode on your team, right? Everyone else on that team can maybe not be playing their absolute best performance. But like you said, if Beast Mode is still able to be Beast Mode, few teams can really take him down. That's how I feel about First Killer on Ultimates. And I think he was putting on a similar performance early in the game, and they just couldn't put it together. But Forbidden Temple, we'll see if more of the team can get involved here as we get things figured out before we get into game 2.
I love the Ultimates hoodie gang too, because you got jerseys, you got hoodies, t-shirts. I love the different styles that are coming in with the different orgs and banners coming to represent.
So glad we're getting rid of jerseys. We're getting some esports wear that isn't like, you know, jerseys are for people touching grass. Okay, we don't touch grass around here.
We drive on them. Fake grass.
Fake grass. Yeah.
Grass.
On a screen. I like my 2D monitors, my 2D world. Thank you very much. I guess it's fake 3D.
Yeah, but hey, there's grass somewhere, so no one has to know the details. So
I can look at grass through my window and then close my blinds because it scares me.
And they're on land, so they had to touch grass to get here.
Matt, did you though? You could technically get to the airport.
Pick you up from the garage? Like,
well, what? Do you not have concrete? Do you have grass right outside your door? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do live in a desert. You're right. I had to trample through the sand to find my airport.
Yeah. Grass can't grow on sand, fun fact, chat. But they're all extremely educated in chat. I know they all knew that.
Oh, for sure.
Finally underway here in game 2. And what I'm hoping for is some cleaner gameplay. I want a little bit of that fast action we got in the last open when these two teams played against each other. Daniel, I think there was a couple of grabs that he had that he couldn't quite connect on. And okay. You know, if it's ugly and it works, guess what, Lemon? It still works.
Yeah, it's an ugly Triforce, but it's still got some truth to it. Like, banger off the post, Atomic hits the other post, everyone's getting love, and Ultimates pretty much hated that. But NRG to send the house like that and to still win the hand, Ultimates just one slip by, one clear, that could be punished, but it's NRG that scored. We'll see if that's how much work it takes to score against Ultimates.
Oh, getting tackled. A little bit of space for Daniel, lines up to 50 as well. Beast Mode having to hop over Chronic. First Killer just too far off of Daniel. Daniel starting to make work of it. 50 bounces high up. Beast Mode is good enough to get the catch though. A little precarious for Ultimates right now. Beast Mode, they were hoping for either a tackle or if he could get some kind of tip in. Either way, you just throw it towards Beast Mode. Something good might happen as LJ gets it back downfield here for Ultimates.
Yeah, if Ultimates are going to turtle up like that, I'm worried that they're never going to have that clear, and NRG can circle them like vultures and look for bumps like that. Even more contact plays for Beast Mode if that happens. Meanwhile, he's gone, and this just floats into the net from LJ.
He said, meanwhile, he's gone. Yes, sir. Gets the catch. Daniel turns around and is like, oh, God, I'm dead. What are you going to do about it? Your teammate's dead. Beast Mode respawns, but it doesn't matter. Great demo on the back end. Nothing Daniel could do. I mean, that's a tough spot. You turn, you hope you can jump early and catch that flick out. But he's on the wrong side of the ball for that. And that's a great flick from LJ. Good catch from NRG.
Just the one counterattack to rule them all. So that's all it took. And LJ just trying to bully his way into the net. First killer will add on as Atomic with a booming clear. But with Chronic getting the beat on Daniel, now it's a midfield scramble, leaving Chronic with a second touch. Another shot on target. NRG are warding away a lot of this attack. But how can they take the ball up high to get past Ultimate's 2 back? And a defense that won't falter yet.
Not yet. First killer, no midfield boost. And he conceded the touch. LJ had to hop in front of that challenge. Ended up being light work. Looked a little scary for a moment. Moments like that, first killer. There's just no way out of that corner, is there? Atomic, no boost, but he gets through. First killer, hard touch. Chronic trying to dive back as well. Just trying to prevent that NRG quick attack. It isn't really coming. NRG sitting waiting for Chronic to dive back like that. There's twice now he's come on the blindside challenge, but NRG haven't actually gone for the ball in those moments. They at least have the awareness there and a demo. Daniel keeps it tight on the flip, flicks it past another. Beast mode in the air, another demo from Daniel. But there's no opening at all. Atomic is left flat on the ground. There was no way for him to find an angle. His first killer. Oh, what? Okay. Bouncing that ball all over the place off the ceiling. Beast mode gets to rip it right back. LJ expends the tank.
Yeah, and as NRG are going for these aerial dribbles, they're so good at also getting rid of the ball quickly and doing their best to not lose at 50, but not let the opponent win it either. And then that gives time for the demos for NRG, but to still not find a gap when you remove that many defenders is crazy. And then NRG also scaling back to not let a counterattack that Ultimates have up their sleeve, but it doesn't matter. Just no one in the net, 2 up front for Ultimates. Doesn't matter how far back NRG play.
I mean, there was such a weird read for Beast Mode, but Daniel initially doesn't get the touch he wants out into the corner. He leaves the ball. Either he misses that follow-up touch in the corner, or he intentionally left it. I'm not smart enough to know which one it was, but either way, it wasn't the result that he wanted. And then Beast Mode has to catch up to the read. Like a bunch of action happens immediately before I can really finish what happened, but Beast Mode misses the read. Daniel had no boost. There was no boost in the corner for him to take. It was just an absolute disaster there for NRG. And nothing does it. But if Daniel gets that touch up in the corner, that's why I feel like he definitely didn't mean to miss that ball initially in the corner, because it cost NRG, very obviously. And Ultimates, they get the paycheck for it.
Yeah, Ultimates really fortify the net. When they look like they have their backs against the wall, they still save everything, and NRG are going for short passes from the corner. Even go for some fakes, some critical bounces that Ultimates have had great reads on. How do they develop from here? LJ from the ceiling, Chronic up high, Atomic meets him halfway, and LJ signing up for round 2 for Atomic. It's just going to stifle that now. The midfield has been difficult for Ultimates to easily, smoothly transition to, and just like a rocket open to crash back down to earth and making room, making bumps, and LJ shines.
Good shot too from LJ. You still had a defender to beat here as Beast Mode came across and got chipped off the wall. LJ sees Daniel, knows that that right side will be a little bit easier, so he approaches quickly and attacks smartly. Gets that right side, almost guarantees Ultimates the game 2 here. There's not plenty of time, but there is a little bit of time for NRG. Nice soft touch from Atomic to start, but Chronic's right there. That'll freeze Atomic for a moment.
NRG have felt frozen. They had the first goal of the game, and then what happened? The first counterattack had him on the back foot. Now the lead fully in Ultimate's way. Not a lot of time, but Atomic will keep this close. 25 seconds for NRG to force an overtime.
Man, not a lot of time, but enough time. First killer couldn't get back to that challenge. Again, one of those moments where I wish I could have seen it from First Killer's perspective to see how exactly he was lining that one up. But all of Ultimates were in hurry-up mode. Now NRG have bought themselves a try.
It's Atomic with a full tank, Beast Mode Daniel moving forward, and the 50s as Ultimates haven't decisively gotten control of the situation. It's NRG, Beast Mode, no, LJ gets a beat, and Chronic's up next, and a lot of boosts being expended for Ultimates to get this out of dodge as Daniel has a skirmish against LJ. All 3 of NRG being sent, the 1v1, won by Chronic, but it's not over for Beast Mode. The shot not on target, and the recovery for Atomic. He keeps the ball up. Daniel against First Killer, and it's popped up more time for NRG to strike to swing.
Okay.
Will it be Atomic? And now Beast Mode. Daniel against LJ, but beats that are going ultimates away. In the floor, and NRG get nothing, and it's ultimates with game 2.
And quite the try there at the end. I saw Beast Mode going for that touch, but Daniel was also approaching. I think they were both looking at the same ball for a second. Daniel did good to adjust, and he actually got a touch forward, but I think him creeping up with Beast Mode kind of killed the momentum of that last play that may have given them a real chance at a 0-second goal. Either way, Ultimates take advantage of it. LJ getting those MVP honors, 2 goals on 4 shots. I'd love to see that kind of efficiency. Not too often you see First Killer at the bottom of that scoreboard with an Ultimates win, but here's another one.
And then an 8-1 demo count. You know how many times Daniel had to just remove people from the entire game and NRG still couldn't score? Like,
I feel like that's all he can really, that's all he's been able to do. Like Daniel just has not been able to have like the kind of Daniel effect you expect to see on the pitch. He had a couple of decent tries, but the control, it's not, I mean, his control isn't terrible. I'm not trying to come out here and be like, wow, Daniel looks awful. Not saying that, but like he's dropping the ball just enough that Ultimates are able to squirrel it away from him. He's not putting enough pressure on Ultimates when he's on ball, and I still think there's some of those approaches off ball, that whiff that he had in the corner, right? That hurried up Beast Mode. Beast Mode had a misread. I put that more on Beast Mode than the misread than I do on the Daniel whiff, but the Daniel whiff doesn't happen, then we're never talking about that, right? But here we are, Ultimates, they take advantage of it. Now we got a longer series on our hands.
Yep. Jorby, you're the judge and the jury, but which team will be the executioner? At least no team will be out quite yet and just Swiss round 2, but this is about making a statement, okay? Ultimates had the last laugh, NRG have the most amount of wins in this matchup, but we have a tie series after that Ultimates comeback, after an NRG that demoed everybody and couldn't rack up the score enough. That just speaks to Ultimates and their resilience on defense to buy time for those respawns.
Good lead from Chronic, or just a good pass. And decent vision from him in the last 7 or 8 minutes. It's a nice pop-up here. He sees Beast Mode, eyed him up. Beast Mode does well to avoid him, but he's forced to waste a boost, and that puts Beast Mode off the target of where he wants to go, because he doesn't get to control the ball. And Ultimates continue roll around, take more of this boost. Beast Mode got the midfield. They still have to wait for an Ultimates passing play. Beast Mode has to stretch too far. He can't get there. Daniel also expending the tank. You see underneath him, that's Ultimates taking his boost away. NRG slowly getting starved, and Ultimates doing well to move him across. First Killer got harassed from behind. He couldn't go, or else he was dying. And that's enough. NRG are doing enough to keep Ultimates away from that big shot, but First Killer's still gonna line it up. First Killer still got a dagger right into NRG's net.
NRG have had really good stagger challenges as Ultimates have been taking the ball up high, and as they just air dribble NRG challenge, they've killed the ball every single time until the backboard was left open and First Killer saw his opportunity to double tap that in. So eventually this was gonna bleed through with what, a 90-second offense from Ultimates. Like, they were just knocking at that defense, but here Beast Mode with just an open net making, well, the tie look easy, I guess.
Yeah, Beast Mode grabs the dressers, he starts breaking apart the chairs and stacking them all up against the door and pushing it right back into Ultimate's face there. NRG happy to take that one back. Not a rare open net for Ultimates in the last about game and a half or so. Almost got one right back on the kickoff.
Yeah, NRG are more front and center when it comes to their defense, and Ultimates are just trying to crisscross and really be on proactive prevention duty. That was nasty!
Oh man, he was just reloading for another one. Atomic sets this up nicely, a beautiful touch to get past that first defender, but that redirect is too good, man. That was juicy.
It's not just the Beast Mode Daniel masterful duo. Like, Atomic is fully part of that picture and usually has to hang back to watch the other two shine, but Atomic is just as deadly and sets up everyone for success. And it's NRG with a lead after thwarting a powerful offense off the first minute of play, but First Killer with the second touch. LJ adding on to the pressure. Rebounds being fought for by Chronic because LJ almost took it low ball in. And NRG's defense is something you just gotta shred apart by force if you hope to get through.
You know, it's funny, say Atomic, usually the one that has to step back a little bit and You know, in North America, he was 5th or the best on NRG in goals per game. Everyone else following behind him. Definitely a product of that opening for Beast Mode and Daniel to get those shots. And when it works, it works. First killer gets the bump. That just helped Beast Mode get back down to the ground and recover.
It's just a dynamic trio on that side for sure.
Sure, like the Three Musketeers, what are famous trios, chat? Go.
Oh, jeez.
Not you. You're not chat. You don't have to. There's a game going.
Spice Girls, but there's like 5 and I can't count.
That's not 3.
That's a lot.
The Backstreet Boys. Wait, no, that's not 3.
No, that's also a lot.
We're doing terribly. Chat, please help.
Well, good backflip from Beast Mode. You gotta slow this down. I don't think you can stop it, but you can try to slow it down. As Ultimates looking for the equalizer with about 90 seconds left. Low on boost. Atomic with a catch. Daniel serving it up right.
Now this was all Atomic. Knows that there's one defender coming back towards him, so put it high, put it away, and trust in your boy to sink it. Daniel is the one to do it. And that touch was beautiful from Atomic. You know you got that advantage. It will take you a little too much time to take the shot, and you're unsure if First Killer will be able to get back in time to defend that, so make it a sure thing. 100% is better than 80%, and Atomic is 100% made a steal, keeping that ball out of the net. Daniel gets a demo on the other side, and Beast Mode will make sure that they do not lose their insurance.
NRG could just be adding to this tally if they're not careful, and Ultimates are playing catch-up. I know you like your mustard, Jorby, but this has just been about trying to keep up with NRG.
You can't help yourself, can you?
I know. You really like your condiments. I have to point that out.
Only a minute left, though, for the Ultimates.
Can they relish in the victory for NRG?
I'm not. You're not baiting me into this. Daniel trying to bait a challenge. He gets bumped out of the way. No good touch. Just kidding. The First Killer. I'm familiar with your game, so I don't know why I doubted you on this. Nice dunk. Great play. 42 seconds left, and Ultimates have bought themselves a chance here. I thought Atomic would get a little bit more of that ball. But First Killer just had so much momentum. He was right on top of him, and Atomic got dust.
Such an insane dunk. And 40 seconds for Ultimates to force overtime. And it starts with Chronic and LJ not getting a good launch, and Beast Mode making them even look more awkward. Daniel will just receive. At least First Killer won't make it easy as Daniel tries to pop this ball out to Atomic, and it's nuclear for NRG.
It's too hard for Ultimates to get out of this one. First Killer gets bopped out of the play. Daniel just flips forward, stuffs all of Chronic's momentum, and he only stays still because of his timing on his flip. But it's also because of that the ball goes nowhere, thanks to Daniel's bump. He sets all of that up, and there, Daniel is finding all of the production that he was missing in the earlier games. And as a result, look at that. NRG have 4 goals on the board. And Ultimate's got to create a miracle, unfortunately for them. Daniel's in the way. Chronic and First Killer on the air show. They're never going to get anything, though. And so Ultimate's now only got 1 game left to try to take down NRG in game 2, or game... Yeah, they only got 1 game left to lose. That's all I needed to say. Thank you.
Hopefully, we got more to say after this. NRG will go to match point after taking game 1, dropping game 2, and here we are with quite a battle that we have between both teams. As NRG, I think, have been really good at identifying when Ultimates have awkward first touches and then just immediately slamming and making them look even more awkward. So I think NRG have been playing as close as they can to their opponent to just be able to turn and react at any moment.
It's the bumps and demos as well from NRG. I mean, you saw the demo total there again. It was 7-1. It was what, 8-1 in the last game? NRG didn't end up winning that game, but in the game 1 as well. High demo count, high physicality count for NRG. We don't have the bump totals, but if we did, I think maybe we'd see a slight advantage over to NRG. There's been critical bumps. Really, it's not the amount of bumps that matter, but it's the quality of your bumps and demos, right? And I think we saw that last goal that gave NRG insurance. Daniel tackling Chronic. Beast Mode on the back line earlier, tackling one. Atomic also getting a smart touch off the wall as everybody from Ultimates was still coming back, making sure First Killer can't get a touch. NRG, they're playing the smart game. They're mixing the physical and the smart game together. Really, Those things aren't even mutually exclusive. They're playing a great series so far. Now Ultimates have to respond.
Yeah, for NRG to get as many demos as they did, 8 last game, 7 this game, and to not find themselves out of the picture and at arm's reach of the play at all times, really speaks to just how synchronized NRG are. But Ultimates did take a game, and they can force Champions Field, but they gotta lock in. And that means that first touch has to be perfect, execution has to be flawless when you're going up against a team as good as NRG, and it gets shoved through by Chronic. That's a great start for Ultimates.
It is a good start for sure. First killer with the pop-up dribble. He can go a couple different ways. He can bump Daniel there. Daniel just wants to get in the way and give a chance for Atomic or Beast Mode to go, but multiple from NRG go. They all end up on the same post, making it easy for Chronic to win that 50 after that initial touch that he had. It was a poor initial shot, and Beast Mode caught the ball off the bar, and we'll tip that one in. Look at the little smile from him afterwards.
This is so deja vu from the last game where Ultimates put so much effort into that first goal, and then Beast Mode had the open net. Now, of course, this wasn't that, but it's always Beast Mode, man. It's always Beast Mode that keeps NRG still in the game. That doesn't let Ultimates smile from ear to ear for too long.
I mean, I got to give Daniel credit again. His physicality is creating these opportunities. He bumps the first player out of the way. He creates that opportunity for Beast Mode to start. And so the physicality, we've been talking a lot about it, and something tells me it will keep happening. NRG finding ways to create value out of the physical game.
Atomic shoving first killer there. I was worried he was just going to add more power to the punch, which could have just bumped his way into the net. But all for naught. Ultimates won't score in that moment. First killer with a good dribble going down. One dodge on the challenge, has to concede. LJ tries to add and maybe even redirect into the net, or at least prevent NRG with possession. Now LJ just starts peppering the net. I'd like to see Ultimates keep the ball and go for more quality, but it's tough with all the cooks of NRG in the kitchen.
I think they need, Ultimate's got to put a new recipe in the cookbook, because a lot of their best looks have been air dribble, attempted bump, or air dribble bump pass. Something that includes an air dribble bump. And look, I'm a big fan of a good air dribble bump. Don't get me wrong, especially when you link it up with a pass, but NRG have been able to avoid a lot of these situations, and you're not going to get that situation where NRG bite on first killer's touch, making an easy goal for Chronic to score off of a dunk. They need to find ways to change that up and actually catch NRG out on what they're expecting. NRG have anticipated it. They've adjusted on it, and now Beast Mode gives it right back. Goomba stop, Goomba demo. But no play there for NRG just yet.
Yeah, Ultimates have barely demoed at all, and if anything, it's LJ just trying to see if he could get Ultimates more time on the ball, because there's definitely all three players that could be amazing with time and space to do so. We're still left with a tie game going to the second half, Jorby.
And that touch even, the Chronic's too far back for that. The ball's in neutral space, and now you got to go contest it. It's not what you want if you're Ultimates. You want to try to dictate pace of play, not constantly have to wrestle the ball away from Beast Mode.
Chance, Daniel, good read, Beast Mode at the front. Daniel with a dribble, hoping to make contact as Atomic was playing low, looking for demos and bumps as well. And Ultimates stand tall, still in the net, but looking for clears has been a different story. NRG have had beats, and they just continue to add to the pressure. Now, it's not lethal, it's not NRG really putting shots on target, but not letting Ultimates form anything special.
And the 50 didn't go Chronic's way. He covered it up nicely, but there was nobody there to follow him up. And Ultimates just get stuck on defense. And he took the clear out. Beast Mode's right there. First killer tries to hold the ball here. Chronic's too scared to go. He saw Beast Mode and he thought he was going to run into his own death. He dies anyway. I think Beast Mode got 3 demos in the last 10 seconds. Now the shot off the post. Chronic gets dusted by his own net. And Daniel will put the ball in easily, but they are ripping them apart. There's going to be no chassis left by the time this game is over.
And there's 2/3 of Ultimates with no boost. You gotta just go to the next town and see what shop is open. You need resources to be able to contend against NRG in the air. As Atomic at first killer, what patience from the defense until Daniel fires one through. And this is a solid lead building now for NRG.
great adjustment immediately from Atomic. He read that bounce right before it happened, put him in a perfect spot to make it uncomfortable, and then first killer, he's got to jump and just try to predict when Beast Mode's going to get there and try to time it. But once you jump in the air, your timing is limited. Beast Mode can just wait, and he knows exactly when to pick his moment. But he had him dead right after that bounce. Ultimate's getting killed right now on those tries. Still a little bit here. There's just not enough energy on it. Not enough done on offense to actually force NRG off their mark without the mistakes. What do they have? Off the post, first killer. Make sure that one goes in. It almost didn't.
Yeah, first killer was just camped out there from this first engagement against Beast Mode and just kind of right place at the right time, drives it through the net. And it was Ultimate's even just on the approach towards the orange half were so good at flicks and dodging challenges while maintaining possession. So hard to do, great recoveries, and something that blossomed at the end with 1 minute remaining. Match point for NRG. Can they maintain this?
Chronic was like Michael Jordan in Space Jam there with a long stretch, except he was trying to tackle Beast Mode. He had like no boost to do it. I mean, I respect the try, but also, you know, that just shows you they don't feel like they can beat him. They have to go bump him instead, because he could have just taken that ball off the ceiling touch, but he knew Beast Mode was there. First killer, got a good 50. Oh my goodness, that one worked out, but somehow it went right back to Atomic. He was right in the rotation, no problem, time running out.
Chronic able to pull this. Oh, but a second man just got demoed. Ultimate's on the retreat, and they can't afford anything else, and they got to travel from coast to coast with NRG just needing to kill momentum, to kill time. Beast Mode on full disruption. Atomic misses the challenge. Beast Mode pops it up. Atomic goes for contact on Chronic as he maintains the ball, and LJ to the back wall. First killer keeps the play alive, and Beast Mode now can watch from above as he ends maybe this series. One last shot, and it's NRG 3-1.
A decent try there at the end from the Ultimates, but Beast Mode's just too powerful. Those demos, he had 4 demos. And see, this is why demos need points. Demos need like 15 points, okay? It is a tangible benefit to take somebody off of the pitch, because one demo led directly to a goal. A Daniel bump led directly to a goal. Daniel got like 700 points in that game. But if you give just a little bit more points to Beast Mode, he'd have been at 400, because he deserves over 400 points for that game. I don't know what I'm complaining about, but either way, just telling you, physicality was the name of the game for NRG. They did not let Ultimates play with the ball. They didn't let them have space, and the times that they did, NRG were like, fine, turn off ball cam. We killed your second man. Cool. What are you going to do now? You have to catch the ball and hold it. Oh, by the way, we took your midfield boost because there was no one on the field to take it. Now you lose. Daniel has the ball, and he's like, you know what? My flip reset shot antics aren't the best, so I think I'm just going to hold the ball and then bump you. GG. NRG.
GG. Well, I always love a good Jorby rant, and you know what? I'll agree.
Give demos points.
Yeah.
And more than like 2. More than like 2, not like 2 points.
Yeah.
Like 15.
Yeah. Yeah, what he said.
Yeah.
I'm such a great sidekick, but
That's right.
went from losing 4-0 to the Ultimates into the semifinal of the last regional to getting their sweet revenge on land. But this is all Swiss. This is all about trying to get to playoffs at the end of the day. And Ultimates will have to review what really made them suffocate at the end, Jorby. That was still a good series.
Was a good series. We'll see what happens later on if these two teams meet up again. But for now, NRG one away from qualifying for the playoffs in Swiss. We got the second half of the second round of Swiss coming up after the break. So get up real quick. We got a little bit of time, but make sure you're back in your seats for the third match.
There's a reason they don't call them clean bikes, am I right?
Yeah.
Because it's dirt bike.
Gas stations. Whew.
You gotta start at the top and work your way down. You want me to do yours next? Oh, you're from Oklahoma.
They have to fill the silence.
The bathroom code's 9914.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Look at this hot rodder!
I see when I look at the car of them big boy wheels. Black on black, gotta coordinate when I get to the grill. Headlights looking like cat's eyes high being cut through films. Press the start, you hear it really come alive, it's real. Black on black, my wheels really come alive, it's real. Black on black, my wheels really come alive, it's real. Headlights looking like cat's eyes high being cut through the fields. Press the start, you hear that. It's real.
In the night and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide when the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge. Now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 When you're falling faster and don't know where you are, you feel the danger closer than your heart. When the weight is getting heavy and the future is unsteady, close your eyes. Close your eyes. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need you. That's when we need each other. 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 My fear gets the best of me. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. I didn't know I was a casualty until you stopped my just turned 18. Saw your whole life in front of me, and I know one day I'd miss cleaning up your cold tea. Now I'm sitting there singing broken heart, helplessly I'm praying, blaming God. Ooh, she told me don't worry, we've been apart before. The words of heaven will be waiting for you once more. She told me don't worry, told me don't worry now, told me don't worry, told me don't, told me don't. She said we soon made three, doctors and friends and family. When it was time to leave, there was only one, and it was me. Got so good at working next to you, next to you. Couldn't bear the thought of something new. Ooh, she told me don't worry, we've been apart before. The words of heaven will be waiting for you once more. She told me don't worry, told me don't worry now, told me don't worry, told me don't, told me don't.
feel this time? Choke my neck and I just wonder.
Hello. Okay, I'm now back.
I meant to do that. No further questions.
No further questions. I'm back. I'm in. I'm locked into, and so are these two teams. It's honestly a really interesting matchup. I've been staring at this one for the entirety of our little break here, and I don't know if we want to get into this one already, Achieves, but
sure, why not? What could go wrong?
Versus Foot Esports. OCE went game 5 against KC earlier today. Everybody's waiting for this team to get their first win. Is this it?
Is it? I mean, I would certainly hope so. Foot Esports with their first game of the day, being back against, let me see if I can find it here. Yes, that's right, GK 1-3. Had a rough go of it, I would say. Yes, they managed to take a game, but overall the defense really struggled to find anything. They may find a little bit of more room here against Wildcard, but I'm fully expecting Wildcard to kind of come out of the gate here and really dominate the game.
Well, you know, speaking of things that have gone down in the past, let's take a look back at day number 1 so far. If you guys missed it, you're just tuning in. Hi, welcome. Here's what you missed. Furia pretty much doing expected. You did miss an interesting game 4 series between Genji and NRG. Genji are in their second match over on the main stream right now, but they did falter in their usual ways. And over here, this is what we've gotten to take a look at. It was the KC wildcard match that freaked everybody out. I mean, Achieves, has anything been a shocker outside that one for you?
I think for the most part, all the results have gone pretty much as I expected on day 1. Obviously, some tight games here and there, and I know Wildcard put up the good fight versus KC, but, you know, ultimately KC, you know, like I said with women, they didn't care how the job got done. As long as they get a win in the column, that's good enough for them, and Wildcard, they can be happy that they forced it all the way to 5. Ultimately, not enough, but here's a good shot for your first win against Foot Esports.
Well, speaking of Foot Esports, we've got their matchup coming here next versus Wildcard, the team that really and truly is the wildcard of the Birmingham LAN. They have done what most people always call impossible, and that is truly make OCE look like a threat on LAN. The last time we saw them at Worlds, they were doing the same kind of business, freaking people out, making teams a little more nervous than they anticipated to be, and they're back doing the same thing, but this time getting a lot closer to pulling off the results.
No. One good series is not indicative of the whole thing. Slow the roll just a tad, but I'm with you.
I'm on the OCE train.
I'm with you. I think Wildcard also has the juice in him. It's just a matter of bringing it all the way forward. Here's a great spot to get your, as we like to say, the get-right game. You know, the 0-1 round is never fun for anybody, but everyone has to lose one eventually at some point or another. And, you know, this doesn't really feel all that good to say, but there's a lot of experience here for Wildcard. They're very familiar with having to fight uphill pretty much from the get-go, so I like their chances here. I think they're going to have a good opportunity to go out there and really put the pressure on that defense of Foot Esports, and we'll see who has the best series. And I think for me, I really want to see Torsos pop off here, because I already know what I'm going to get out of Fever. I already know what I'm going to get out of Banana Head. They're going to be solid. I want to see Torsos absolutely rip the pitch up in the Dominus, man.
Honestly, that's where me and Jorby were when we were watching him. We were like, man, Torsos, he had a couple shining moments where we were like, dang, if you're keeping this up, all right, this team starts becoming a little bit more dangerous. But you are right, a little bit more on the quieter side, just has more of these moments. But speaking of moments, Foot Esports making... not the most success. I believe they faced off against the Ultimates earlier to no prevail. Pretty interesting series, though. They did keep up fairly decently. So if you wanted to at least go into this with having a good warm-up game, they did have a decent warm-up.
Yeah, GK. We played GK earlier.
Yes, sorry.
I know, trust me.
Too many series.
There's a lot of
at this
matches.
point.
I get you.
A lot of red teams, and you're like, who's red, who's orange? And
It was one of those logos, I swear.
you
But
guys?
yeah, they definitely got put under a microscope on defense in that first one. It'll be interesting to see because there's definitely attacking potential in this Foot Esports team. Learo and Torres, they're good players. VK7's been around for a lot of time. There's good experience on there to back it up for this SSA team. So it's really just a matter of maybe the wildcard attack, while it has some bite to it, maybe there's a little bit of extra gaps for them to exploit here, find some decent transitions, really get something started and see what they can do here against a team like Wildcard.
Well, we're going to get into this one fairly soon, but I do got to ask because I felt like when I peeked at talent predictions, everybody was fairly on the same page, but is there upset potential in your eyes? Where are you going?
Upset potential, no. Not for me, at least. I have a lot of confidence in Wildcard. Like, I was willing to say, hey, Wildcard KC could be, sleeper game of the day. And I'll bite that it was. We got all 5 out of it. So, is there upset potential? I guess there's always technically a chance. Like Stack says, that's why we play the games. But I'm not going to make it very high. I'll go like 15% here.
Ooh, okay. Honestly, I'm probably a little closer to like the 20, 25. I'm like, y'all got the capability to do it. But no, I'm still running with Wildcard. After that performance, they got to be feeling great about themselves and are more than capable of pulling this off.
Yes, definitely with you. And I want to see VK Salen have a bounce back. He had a couple of rough defensive goes around in the first game of the day versus GK. So start to clean up coming off the walls a little bit, find some of those bigger clears he was aiming for. He can probably put his team in some better spots.
See, I think it is almost time, you guys. So get your predictions out in chat. I want to see where you are. Wild card, nearly 1.7 mil on the day for the series.
Wow.
I mean, that's pretty hefty. It's only 90K for Foot Esports. So if that guy ends up winning, I'm sorry to everybody else.
It's the big payout, though. Let me tell you. Are you a big channel points voter?
I don't know. No, I'm big on like I store them all, and I'm like, yeah, I got like 100K from just watching, and
I was that way too until I lost them all on T-Bates and CRL. So it's his fault. This is LSU's fault. I will never let him live that down. But anyway, game 1, Foot Esports versus Wildcard. Time to get underway. Let's go ahead and get ourselves down to the pitch and see what the game has in store for us. A lot to play for here. Big opportunity to right the ship in the Swiss stage. When it goes to 1-1, loser on the brink of elimination. Let's get it going.
All right, you guys, big matchup here. 2 minor regions going head-to-head with 2 very different representatives on either end of the field. You got the homegrown heroes looking to try and take down a team of imports. And so far, Wildcard has looked a lot better in their matchups. It's about Foot Esports trying to come in and force a really important upset.
An early press here from Wildcard. 2 uncontested touches off the backboard, and it turns into 3 as nobody from Foot Esports can get a hand on this ball. And just a tough break off the rip. I mean, Rlcs, VKs, they all just missed. They all went for it, and none of them hit it. Tough start.
Very tough start, but a great one if you are a Wildcard fan, which I'm sure most people in this chat have been decently converted to. A great start for this team, and I tuned in a little bit to the mainstream there, and I believe it was Stumpy that was talking about how he spoke to them, and they felt like they were just going to be like, all right, it's 0-3, and Stumpy was like, what? Y'all need to be, having a lot more confidence in yourselves. And they went, all right, 2-3. So that's the vibes they're at right now, and honestly, if they can take this one down, it's just one step closer in the right direction.
Do you remember if Torres played the Dominus in the GK series? I don't think he did.
He, if I remember correctly, was in a Fennec.
Well, he's in a Dominus now. Maybe I'll have to go back and check the tape, but I don't remember him being in one. Either way, that's a ball that gets away over VK Salen's head, kind of pushing into the middle of the box with limited boost as it just pops off of a surprise extra touch from Fever. And then again, off the back of another foot defender, right over the head of VK Salen. 2 tough breaks in a row and a 2-0 lead.
Fair enough. And Torres, I will say, is one player to definitely keep your eye on. He had a couple of moments where he was a very solid initiator for this team offensively. But unfortunately for them, Wildcard has kept them boxed in their own half pretty decently. Trying to get the drop down center over to Banana Head instead. Torsauce up next. They get the beat on defense. Can Fever get back in time? Nope. Leorio's gonna put Foot Esports on the board.
Great job from Foot. That's a huge challenge from VK Salen. Nice favorable bounce off that sidewall as well. Love to see that one. And Wildcard definitely hand in the cookie jar a little bit, thinking they were going to be able to get away with a lot more than they did and cut the lead down to size here for Foot.
Off the kickoff, 2 dead balls and a breakaway for VK Salen. No connect on Torsauce. That's a nice little clear opportunity there, although a little bit faster for Foot Esports to get back. But like I've talked about many times before, Wildcard plays a very good close ball game. I find it very interesting. I think in the past they did a lot of big clears and just tried to follow it up. And now so there's a lot more confidence in their solo play against a lot of the teams that they go up against. So it is something to notice once these players start feeling a little bit better of themselves. That one was on target. Crazy save though from Leorio. Double off the backboard and down, shot too wide.
I'm with you, though. I agree that Wildcard control game has certainly improved over the seasons of RLCS, because it really was. It doesn't feel like too long ago, I should say, where it really was just go as fast as you can, smash the ball as hard as you can. But you can see, they understand the value of ball control, and they're trying to keep things a lot tighter when they've got the chance to. Right now, it's a pretty decent grip on the midfield as well. Wildcard really not allowing Foot to break out for longer than just it took for that first goal to go in when they got caught a little too far forward. But other than that, this whole game has been pretty much camped out on this orange half.
And a big part of it too is like Foot Esports, you can't even get a foot past the midline right now. Wildcard owns it. The rotations are extremely solid and fluid around each other. They're not overextending that third man whatsoever. You see Torsauce back. As soon as he's up, Fever's already on the way there. And it doesn't even matter at that point. The solo play comes through. Torsauce finds a little opportunity. Banana had to pop this one up and fakes the attempt on the bump. At that point, it's free game.
Pulled the string on VK Salen. Banana Head just went right across the box with that. VK Salen was like, I got it. Banana Head just let it go, and it was just a free catch and shot for Torsauce. Nice bit of misdirection from the Wildcard side. Put a pretty firm hand in the face and keep Foot Esports at arm's length there. The chance from VK Salen turned aside on the transition now.
This one out. A little bit of a touch. Foot Esports trying to recreate a little bit of what Wildcard does and just pinball it around. We saw them do that against GK, I believe, right? It was against GK where they pinballed it around them, and it did work at times. But once these teams start getting into the habit of intercepting a lot of those long touches out to each other, it's a little too easy to slow them down. There's another one of them. Torsauce up, takes this one out, and Foot Esports back trying to fight for this ball.
Crazy to see Foot Esports win, a flip reset contested challenge and then have everyone kind of just leave the play. And at that point, you're down by 2 with a minute left. You guys got to press. You can't really afford to just say, I didn't get the pass or something. You might as well try and make something happen, because otherwise you're just conceding the game at that point.
Yeah, and right now you can tell, like, even the energy levels of what you would expect for a team that needs to come back, it's a little low, to be honest. And a lot of that is due to the fact that your energy is pretty much being wasted playing so much defense that when you do get out, it's just not worth it. But off the backboard, double and in, a nasty one from Fever. Wildcard lead by 3.
With authority, for sure. Fever using everything in the tank to reach that one, slapping it all the way to the floor under a nice defensive effort from VK Salen, to be fair. I mean, a lot of people turn that into the top of the net, so bounce shot, a nice bit of placement. That will put the lead at 3 and almost certainly out of the reach of Foot Esports. Maybe 5 here. Banana Head not able to squeeze it in. At this point, I'm kind of just looking for any little bit of attack. There was that 1 or 2 sequences from Foot Esports there when we got to about a minute 30 or so, but looking to build on that here in the final 10 and just see if the attack can get going.
Well, unfortunately, it doesn't matter what crazy attack you bring out, or even if you find a goal right here, it is done and dusted. Wildcard take down Foot Esports 4-1 in game 1, and honestly, it was dominant. I will say, you got to give credit to Wildcard. This isn't, you know, some minor sleeper team that, you know, you can just brush aside and say, all right, it's a free win. They are a real team that you got to truly respect and compete against.
Yeah, great start for Wildcard, no questions asked. I mean, surprising. Banana had 274 on the scoreline, but all he did was find 2 assists and then just poke the ball at the net a few times. Like, that's pretty good. That's only, what, 140 points or so from the stat box, and the remaining 100 points all just from ball touches, clears, and centers and stuff. So good for him. But overall, I mean, that was, like you put it, smooth sailing, you know, for Wildcard there. Nothing too crazy to have to consider moving on into game 2. Wash, rinse, repeat. They controlled all the midfield boosts, never got anything crazy going. And with Esports, you're going to have to start taking some chances, to be honest. I mean, it's the best of 5 sequences. We don't have any timeouts. You got to make all your adjustments right here. You know, you don't have any leeway apart from these 60 seconds in between the games, and you're going to have to start making some chances. We got to send people out. We got to have people willing to wait on defense and try and beat 2 people with the ball. We got to be making some type of play off the ball or on it to make something happen, because right now that was just a very flat game from Foot Esports.
100%. When we saw them, you know, have the same sort of performance, I think it was in game 3 against GK, you kind of sat there and you're like, whoa, like, where's the effort? Where's the attempts? Well, I'll tell you where it is. It's in the hands of Wildcard. Torsos off the kickoff. Fever got the win on it.
Money.
And that's just in your favor.
Yeah, that is a clean win. They had the solid right cheat. It went exactly that direction, and nobody on Foot Esports was ready to handle that one. They try and adjust for the second one with a hard cheat on Foot Esports. Now they're crossing the middle of the box, and thankfully it's off the back wall. And Wildcard left to recover just a little bit. Chance here for Foot Esports. How can they get the attack started, and how do we stay there?
Yeah, staying there really is the thing that has been a huge difference maker between these two teams. When Wildcard gets into that half, it is very difficult to get them out unless they are on very low boost or you get a very lucky clear. And right now, Fever sends this one up, and Anhead's going to try and match it. Can he drop it down to the center? Not quite in time. You saw Torsos throw himself at it, and you got to be a little weary in those situations, but Fever kept himself far back enough. Again, you do got to play a little bit of a safe game, too, when you are in a lead, because it's not a guaranteed win with just 1 goal.
It's true. 1 goal at any time can happen, but Wildcard's also playing a pretty nasty game here. They're happy to drive the ball into the corner, and you've seen them just take those corner boosts 2 or 3 times in a row now. That's just making the job even harder, and look at the placement from Fever. You continue to stretch and pull that defense apart, and finally they snap. Great pass for Banana Head. Look at everything in the middle there. Fever says, yeah, right post is good.
Oh, yeah. That's just, I mean, that's solid placement, too, because you got both of them coming at you, and it's like, you know, if you go anywhere closer to the center, there's a pretty decent chance it's going to, like, barely ping off someone, but no. Oh, my.
Ooh. Hello, Torres. Nice block. Get yourself right back in the mix. Nice air dribble over 1. And a good aggressive jump off the ceiling. More importantly, getting all the way back down to it. Make sure you can stay with that second challenge and escort it gently into the bottom right corner.
Credit where it's due. We'll give you that goal there, man. 3:38 on the clock. Can they keep it going? Torres, another floater, but this one all the way to the other end, and Wildcard back where they started in that orange half. Banana Head tried to go. No, instead it bumps him right into the ball, and that one keeps Foot Esports with just a 1-goal deficit.
It feels like Wildcard is just trying to tame a dog right now. It's like, you guys get to score your 1. You don't get to play defense now. We're going to keep pressuring you, you know, keep you under control here. VK Salen doing his best to get his team out.
Fever shot smack into the nose of VK Salen. No boost to work with, so the challenge is going to come through, and it does. Bounce all the way up. Lorio has done a pretty decent job of finding at least slow down touches, but nothing quite too impactful of getting them out of their side. That's fallen more to the hands of Torres. Pass over to one, denied.
Need a little bit more juice on the shot there, a little bit flat-footed, but either way, it's good to see not VK Salem, excuse me, but overall Foot Esports breaking out of their own half, getting some consistent turns on the attack now here in Game 2. Definitely an improvement over Game 1 at the very least. Now here's a chance as that's top left corner, bar and out, rebound goes right back into him. Torres will collect number 2.
This is the version of Foot Esports that was a lot more competitive earlier in the day, and fortunately for Wildcard, I mean, the one time they, use up everything in the reserve, they're left on defense and in an awkward position at that. There was no stopping it. Tied game here, just over 2 minutes to go. This one into the corner. A fight that VK Salem will win not once but twice. We're gonna see if the follow-up reigns successful. No, the double commit keeps it out, and Wildcard got to readjust to try and break out of their half as Foot Esports start to ramp up the speed.
Yeah, you can see Wildcard start to feel at least a little bit more antsy on the defense there with that double commit. Not really sure if they were going to be able to break the attack there. Probably grateful to find themselves on the opposing half for a minute, but limited boost all around for Wildcard. Picked up some, but they've had to concede some space, and right now they're kind of forced to just dump it, say, hey, somebody make a play, please. We do not have a lot of good control across the pitch right now. Banana Head finally gets a grip on it. It will cost him everything in the tank, but those few seconds could matter.
I was gonna see, is this sneaking on in? Yes, sir. Take another look at it. I mean, a pretty decent amount of speed on it too, and he thought maybe Fever could just barely scratch it with the nose, but no, too much for last man, and Foot Esports claim their lead.
Late lead, big opportunity, little stutter step, controlling all the midfield boost. Wildcard, make something happen now if you've got something in the tank. That's right now, Foot's found the answer.
Banana Head taking his time. This is a player that does have solo opportunities, so could be dangerous, and same can be said for Fever. He's trying to go for the squishy save, but no, the dunk is coming in. You saw the back of his car too, just kind of positioned into a little wall, and you're like, no, it doesn't matter where that ball is going. It's going straight back into that net.
Yeah, I was like, I saw that ball just roll out to him. I was like, there is no way dude is just going off the backboard. He's just trying to see if he can get a defender to go high. It worked beautifully. Nice shot from Fever. Gets his team back tied. Torsas with a chance to take the lead, and Leroy with a great save. Oh my gosh, a bullet from the sidewall from Fever. Excellent save from Foot Esports.
Couple touches here, low boost for at least half of Foot Esports, but they are still managing to defend. That's a little close there from VK and Torres, and you do not want to be close enough that you are bumping anybody on defense right now. Wildcard is taking a multitude of shots. Banana Head's gonna try and do another setup here. This one cleared out mid. Fever immediately ping-pongs it back into their nose. 16 on the clock and still a tied game. Can Wildcard take it here? They're trying to get the spot. This one sent out. Fever said one more chance to Banana Head. To the sky. Torres' flip out could be dangerous, and the chance goes wayside. Now, can Foot Esports keep it up? Torres, one touch. Banana Head's like, absolutely not. We're going straight to the corner and down.
Yeah.
OT for game 2.
Can see Fever running back to his net like, should I have challenged? And then Banana Head's like, don't worry, I got you, man, I got you. He's like, thank you. That was it's going to be a little dicey if he had to defend it himself for sure. Great block down into the middle. Fever, soft shot, trying to catch him on a changeup. Hero with a solid clear, and Wildcard trying to establish control of the midfield line. Everybody misses that left mid boost. Chance here for VK Salem, and he bounces it. Can't put it into the top corner. Second shot kicked aside as well, and that probably should have been game 1 for him.
It really should have. Instead, Wildcard's just got to remember to hug Fever later and say thank you for all you did right there. 37 into this. Foot Esports looking a little bit better than they have in the past. However, Wildcard defensively are keeping up, and the same can be said on the offensive front. Torsas, you asked to see him step up, right? Well, there he is.
Oh, okay. I did. Oh no, it was Leah. I was so certain that I saw one of the Foot Esports players just like dunk that one into their own net. Granted, I don't know if it was going to make a difference. I'm pretty sure you're right. Torsas had all the momentum there on that 50, and I think he was just going to drive it in if he didn't try. So unfortunate there for Foot Esports. 2-0 wild card, but maybe a little bit more than they bargained for in terms of what they thought they were going to get in game 2. Great way to battle back from Foot, but sadly not enough.
No, definitely not quite this time. I will say it was a better showing, a better attempt, but Wildcard at the end of the day, this is an experience and a win that is like years and years in the making, right? This team comes in, they're like, oh yeah, like, we're gonna lose. It's not that big a deal. When you put when you put the bar on the ground and then stuff like this starts to happen, you're like, all right, now we can shock everybody. There's not too much pressure on our backs. But for Foot Esports, same can't be said. There's an immense amount of pressure for this team to perform, especially after the results in the season in SSA. And unfortunately for them, they are crumbling under that pressure.
It's hard. I mean, being the only representative from a region, you're right, is a ton to pick up and carry into an international, highly, focused on event. There's a lot that needs to come together for them. And I will say, it was a great job to battle back there in game 2, but you start losing this one. If you go down in 3 here, then you start to kind of go, well, this is not going our way, and you're not really envying anybody you play in that 0-2 matchup.
Right now, Foot Esports, backs against the wall. One more attempt, and Fever's been in a position that has forced them out so many times. He sits and lurks in that mid.
3v1.
It's getting interesting.
Oh my gosh. Banana Head, what a stance, brother. That was crazy.
Let's see, Torres kept it going. This one back. Foot Esports, couple of shots, way more than they did in the past, but the big clear comes through. Gonna try and match this ball. I will say Wildcard's done a great job with their intercepts and this one off the backboard, but there's not gonna be anybody to follow it up if everybody's too far upfield. And then had taken his time, half a tank to work with, the demo out. Doesn't do enough for a quick follow-up, but everybody just kind of takes their pause and reassesses and is like, all right, who's the one to make the effort? And it's Foot Esports on here.
That nice long clear from Wildcard. That strong 50 game still coming through for Banana Head and Wildcard in general. A little bit less ball control. As soon as I say that, Banana Head immediately says, look, I'm taking all the space I possibly can here. Seems like slowing down's the way to break you, and indeed it is. Finds an extra touch off the backboard. Fever will come home and slam it in.
Absolutely nasty. I mean, this is a performance that people have been waiting to see for years. And whether, this is against, the SSA representatives or if some, I know it's taboo, but some people want to say, like, EU players, they are taking them down, and in a very convincing fashion. This is not a fluke win by any means. Wildcard is actually put in the efforts. The redirect, bar and out. The follow goes bar and out, and Torsas says 3 times is not your charm, mate.
Start to get real frustrated when you continuously get these presses on the other side of the field and nothing is dropping. Takes a lot of mental fortitude for Foot Esports to keep battling back, look for possession. That long clear game is not going to be the answer. Got to look for height, up, air dribble. Soft control is the way.
About just over half this game, number 3 to go. Wildcard in position to make that sweep. They got to keep it going, defend that 1 goal, maybe turn it into 2 here. Nobody back. You saw the cheat up from Torres, just not in a position to still beat out Torsas. He's just been too much for them defensively, even on low boost. He is still making those saves.
Ooh, big win.
That could have been deadly, and it will be. Torres with the beat out, the demo, the spawn, just not in the favor of Wildcard.
Yeah, Banana Head definitely a little overly optimistic with how he was taking that 50. You could see him go all the way out to the right side of the ball, really just thinking he was going to be able to take anything and just push it right through Torres there. No, sir. Got to hit the middle there. That's a little too greedy.
2-10. VK Salen following it up. Torsos around, everybody's challenge going back. It's just not enough. Wildcard 2 minutes away from their, I believe, first sweep, at least on this roster. On an international setting. Could be really interesting if they can pull it off. Torres down, pass to VK Salen. Torsos already up on his challenge here, sends it back out mid. Can he follow? Both back in time. Fever, no center. It's just a slow attempt. One after the other. And achieves. They're just getting closer and closer.
You keep constricting tighter and tighter of Wildcard here. They do actually gain a fair advantage in terms of overall boost control and map pressure. Look at this physicality now coming through on the back line. Wildcard showed a lot of that in their KC series. Good Esports. Breath of fresh air, and they resurface here for a moment, but once more, the swim continues.
1 minute, a goal that could have ended it right there. They're gonna try again, but it's wide. Wildcard defending onto their lead. Can they keep it going? For now, they do. But Leorio's back. The pressure's still on. This one down. Banana Head denies any follow-up. Instead, it's another clear and Wildcard to follow. Torsos down. He can't spot Fever, or at least connect with him. And Banana Head has no touch on this ball. It's a throw back to the net. And thankfully, that third man was far enough to slow it down. 30 seconds on the clock. Can anybody take it in regulation?
Cash. It's actually a lot because you think about how this game has gone so far. It's taken a couple of really nice defensive plays from Wildcard to keep this one at 1-1. Do they have enough of a tank to close it out? Fever. Soft control, manages 150, gives it up for Banana Head, pulls Torres out and goes right through, and Torsos jams one right through the third defender. Fever again into the middle. On the clock here is Banana Head. Actually gets a beauty of a touch. And unfortunately, an OT is in the works.
One golden goal is all it takes for Wildcard to get a sweep. Can they find it? They're gonna defend this one. It bounces up around the corner. Banana Head, pass over to Torsos. Torsos to follow, goes straight into the nose of VK. And right now, Foot Esports, they gotta find it here. Otherwise, they're one step closer to the end. VK Salen tried to throw himself at this ball. Torsos said, absolutely not. This one's mine. A powerful clear to the backboard. The follow denied, but unfortunately for them, Banana Head at least is enough to be a menace.
Yeah, I think Banana Head was thinking about trying to shoot that, and then he was like, look, I don't want to lose. I'll take a little bit off this one and make sure I can get back to it.
And you got to keep that pressure going too if you are Wildcard, and that's exactly what they're doing. Another shot from Fever. Starting to get a little scrappy as time goes on, but still looking a little favorable for Wildcard, even despite Foot Esports pushing forward. Double commit is not what you want if you are
double
a
commit and no pinch.
Yep.
Now they just got to scramble back, and oh, that's a miss. Now you got to defend it with very limited boost, and thankfully the third man not playing tight, believing that defense was going to find a touch.
Well, a good touch right here. Potential double, almost triple off the back of his car. And still, Wildcard have not been able to go in, and they're playing it a little safer. Fever's gonna try here. It's not enough. Foot Esports have been able to at least sneak away with gaining more time in this OT.
And Wildcard have got to be careful. They keep showing that they're going to challenge people out of the midfield, but they keep faking, and now this touch goes off the wall. Torsos is going to need a little help. They fake it out, and that one gets punted deep. Banana Head delaying touch, and he's going to need some help here. Finds a good flip. Oh, he didn't get the flip. Either that or he didn't use it, but one way or the other, Foot Esports break down another attack from Wildcard. Be wary. Wildcard got to make sure they're topped up on boost. You can't keep showing that you're going to 50 somebody in the middle and keep not doing it. You will eventually just get called out.
That's sort of what's going on here. Banana had no boost, and pretty much no boost for 2/3 of Foot Esports, although the center to Banana Head almost goes in. A saving grace touch kept that one out. Here comes Fever. It's a lot of just throw this ball at the net now. This doesn't feel as methodic as it did in the past.
It is bash Bash first, ask questions later. Right now for Wildcard. That's a big double commit. And Torsos is like, guys, I have 14. I would like time to grab some. Ooh, dodges a demo as well. This one's getting wild.
Almost 3 minutes into this overtime. 2 players from Wildcard in the end zone of Foot Esports. They are playing scrappy, but not too scrappy. You saw Torsos going in the back. Banana Head's like, no, I will stay in our side. If it comes my way, I'll just clear it back upfield. Don't stress the shot on target. Set off by Torsos. And the Torres-Torsos battle continues.
What was that? Bullet from Foot Esports. They're really got to be annoyed with how many good opportunities on net they've had that have just been turned aside at the last second. Hero's out of boost. Fever wisely leaving it for his teammate. Good communication, but a nice cut. 0 boost here. Foot Esports finds a bounce, and that is going to be enough. I think that's an own goal from Wildcard, and they will have to play at least 4.
All right, we're going to another game. Just in the back, and that one sneaks away. Unfortunate, but Foot Esports, to the fans out there for you got 1. You need 2
and you
more.
Can't say they didn't deserve it.
Yeah,
I mean,
it was an earned win for sure.
Yeah, like that was a lot of really solid pushes back the other way. Wildcard, credit to him. There's a lot of good saves to be made. Banana Head with only 1, despite what I think was the hardest play of that whole series, the 1v3 that he's somehow able to keep out of the net. Honestly, no idea how he managed that. Foot Esports finally break through, get a nice solid win versus Wildcard, deservedly so, and honestly, kind of shaking your head a little bit there if you're Wildcard, going, okay, guys, we maybe bash first and ask questions later. Not quite the play for us moving into game 4.
Yeah, this is a little reminiscent of the GK match. They kind of like when they were going back and forth and they would be in and up. There is that little moment of panic when things start to slowly fall out of their hands. Like you said, it's like the bash now, ask questions later, and it's like you guys got to learn to almost meditate while you are doing this. If you keep calm, I promise you will figure it out. Now you have 1 more chance to try and end it here. Otherwise, it's going to be a forced game 5. But after that OT, momentum slightly shifted.
He's getting scrappy. Curious to see if game 4 is about the same, as we will have a pause to start it off. Somebody will sort something out, and we will probably restart just 5 minutes. Who can say what it is? But at the end of the day, chance for Wildcard to catch their breath. I think this break actually helps them the most. Comes straight off the loss here, and Foot Esports would probably like to just keep going and say, yeah. We love the chaos and the bandits and the pandemonium that happened in game 3 because we came out with a win and we felt like we had a really good couple of opportunities on target. Sure, you made some good plays, but if that's the pace of play we're going to play at, we are down for it, This brief break in the action, I think, lets Wildcard sort of catch their breath a little bit and say, no. Slow it back down. Just chip the ball up. Yeah, they're going to dive us. If they dive us, just adjust and take the best 50 you can and win the game. That's all they have to do.
It really is that simple. But again, your mental starts becoming a big factor into this too. And in those moments of an OT, right, when it's pretty much just like pressure building and you're like, all right, who's messing up and this is exploding in the other person's face. Unfortunately for Wildcard, it was in their own face that time. So game number 4 should be underway. It's back and in our faces now. We're going to see, can Wildcard recreate what they have been doing in the past, or do we just have a repeat?
Just kidding.
Of the
Yeah,
first
you
3
thought.
Yeah, you thought. They were like, oh, you thought 5 seconds last time? Let me give you 3.
Well, unfortunately, they still having some sort of issue, whatever it happens to be. But what's the old saying? Plans rarely survive contact with the enemy. So, just like the players having to be adaptable, we will have to be adaptable too here. But this does start to get a little bit frustrating, also for Wildcard. I don't know which side the issue's on. Looks like the admin's over on the Wildcard side. So, could be some issue over there for one of them.
Oh yeah, his monitor's like completely turned out.
It's what?
Torsos's monitor's completely turned out right now.
Oh.
Interesting.
Why'd you do that, Torso?
I don't know. Let's find out. I'm seeing hands showing signals like something blew up. I don't know what's going on out there.
When I get demoed, my screen turns black. It's crazy.
It's insane. I can't see. This isn't fair.
Honestly, there was that period in Rocket League where when you were demoed,
You really truly
start
saw
of Rocket
nothing.
League, you could move your camera early on. Then it was updated to where you got demoed and your camera just stayed where you died. And now we get demoed and it goes to where we're gonna spawn. And is there a world where if you get demoed, you should be able to see nothing? Is that fair? Is that viable?
Make you guess, little blindfold moment.
I'm just saying, in terms of the actual, theory of what should be happening, your car is not on the pitch. You should not be able to have information. Ooh. Also, please let me move my camera.
To be fair.
Please no.
Yes. There was a strat back then. I think you used to be able to watch the pros do it when that was a thing, and you could see that they would peek over at their teammate's monitor and just stare.
Just know what's happening.
And just to be I think I can make an estimated guess on what's about to go down in front of me.
It was a pretty great ad to let us know which side we were going to spawn on.
It was.
It's pretty big. Because it does help, when that ball gets cleared down the right side and you say, hey, I'm spawning right, and everyone just leaves. And the other team's just got to be sitting there like, what? What? Oh.
Oh, man. Well, you know what, guys? Thank you for your patience. I believe we are almost back. The test lobby, it might be clear, cannot confirm nor deny, but pretty interesting series so far. I am very curious how this pause affects, the momentum that Foot had started to find, at least in the first couple seconds in those 2 attempts.
Irritating. Look at the yawn.
Yeah,
Cover the yawn.
I'm done.
It's tough, man. This is the hardest part. It is never fun having to deal with pauses and breakups and momentum in the middle of things. Not fun to sit through. Doesn't even matter if it's you that has the issue or not. The whole team. It really does take a lot of the energy out of it. Whatever situation you were in, especially when you were, double pausing and fist bumps all around. Looks like things should be getting going here pretty shortly. So once more unto the breach for Wildcard and Food Esports.
Well, we are officially back. Let's see how long it lasts this time. Off the kickoff, a goal. They said, all right, we're going to do it in 2, just in the case that the pause comes in. They said, all right, we'll do it in 2 seconds. At least we get something.
Yeah, take that one off the board, huh? Great shot from, actually a great kickoff overall. Very aggressive from Foot Esports. Wouldn't be surprised to see Wildcard take a little bit more of a passive approach. Actually, no, they double down. They go even harder.
Fair enough. Trying again off the ceiling, pass down, shot way too high for anything to come of it. And Fever's going to go for the bump play. The demo on the back end was a nice touch, but unfortunately for you, the ball's not going towards the net this time. Shot on in.
Hello.
No connect on the bump play, but that doesn't matter when Torres has all the time in the world.
Now, Wildcard, don't panic. Banana Head really thinking Torres was going to find some piece of that ball. Just didn't get anything, and Fever, unfortunately, not any time to come all the way back and make the stop. Foot Esports couldn't ask for a better start to Game 4.
No, they really couldn't. This is
pausing bad. This is excellent. Best 2 pauses of the whole tournament for them.
Yeah, no, this is probably the only time a pause like that goes in your favor, and it makes you come out a little quicker trying to find a goal, and then you just build on it.
Wildcard.
Right now they gotta
kind of found yourselves in a quandary. I mean, this is a weird spot. I mean, you feel like you should be just outright winning this series, but you get into a really scrappy Game 3. I mean, you end up ultimately losing, but you were making some nice plays on defense. Maybe you should have found the back of the net 1 or 2 more times. That's okay. The game is hard. But then you kind of come out here in game 4, bam, bam, down 2 inside of 30 seconds. And you kind of, Wildcard's good. Oh, see, that's got to be in the net. That's exactly the issue. If you're Wildcard, you know that there's a quality team, but is there really the firepower to come back from a team that just decides, look, we're going to play safe? And then when they get the gimme, it just rolls by.
Oh, that just unfortunate missed opportunity. But you got to keep it going here. Lands on top of the ball. Torsas just trying to lead the way. One demo out. Torres gets the tiniest touch to say, whoa, 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 slow this down. Clear out mid. Stop, denied. Banana Head next. Not around Torres, though. Foot Esports have done a much better job on all ends of the pitch. Slowing this Wildcard team down and kind of making them question themselves at it.
Nice aggressive challenge from Banana Head from the ceiling. Chopped down for Torsas, and not quite enough juice on it to get through the defense. 0 through 2 attackers, and yeah, Foot's doing exactly what you should be doing when you're up 2 nice and early. Rotate deep third, go up to the backboard if you have to, and hopefully you find a big clear, but nobody finds any boost on this transition back. Look at VK Salen head up the back wall. Lero trying to go down the center line, but he has to get up early to try and force, and Banana Head a beauty of a ball down to the bottom center of the net.
Yep, right there. You got to catch him out when things are getting a little low and a little rough. And Wildcard that was a very confident play at that. More confident than we've seen them in the last couple minutes. And into the corner, Demo puts this one back into the hands of Foot Esports. Down. Banana Head really has been just the player to watch, but he's been a little quieter, at least in this game 4. And maybe that's more because Foot Esports done a much better job of keeping them in their own half. 2 minutes. A dream, a shot, a pass, and a goal.
Wow. Did it get touched by anybody?
I don't think so. I think he actually managed to get around absolutely everyone.
Oh, man. That's going to feel so bad if you put Esports as well, because, I mean, they had the guy deep third already, and they don't even get the touch as they try and go up and try and block that. So clearly positioned a little bit too far forward for what they should have been. Not able to buy any time for any of their teammates to rotate back. And Wildcard digs themselves out of a hole in relatively short order. Solid bounce pass. Banana Head's going to steal the boost. And Wildcard says, okay, we're right back where we want to be. An even game, and we're pressing with a couple of bumps coming in.
Still a tight game here, although momentum definitely has shifted in favor of Wildcard. Banana Head's going to try and sneak this one in by himself. VK Salen's touch was just enough to keep him out and make his attempted clear. And Banana Head quick cut, a demo on the back line. He slows it down, trying to make a fake, but VK Salen, you got to give some props to him. The amount of times he's made a touch on this ball that forces the Wildcard team to rethink their strategies is insane. Double commit to keep Banana Head out of their net. Successful, but 52 on the clock and a lot more shots to go. Foot Esports, you got to be careful not to exhaust yourselves.
Wildcard gets a lot of value out of just straight attacking the net here. Slow play anything towards the net. Force that defense to get diving. And a nice tackle on VK Salen. Torsas takes the space. Can't win the 50 though. Gets bailed out by Banana Head.
This is the time to make your special plays if you're a Wildcard. Get back into the confidence, try to wrap around the side and find a teammate, and got to go back to the drawing board. Banana Head to catch, off the ceiling, to himself, over one, reset attempt to the backboard. And that was the magic I'm talking about, but maybe a little simpler could be the answer here. Banana Head following this one, no hit on the ground. Instead, it's a catch, a bump, and a goal! Foot Esports, the 0-second shot is golden!
They're thinking, oh my gosh, VK Salen just drove forward, pushed me off from being able to challenge ball at the midfield, and Lero picks up a really nice dribble right down the left-hand side. And I tell you what, if you've never tried 0-second dribbling, you know, it's so easy to dribble the ball when there's, 2.5 minutes on the clock in that situation. You just catch it, hold it on, drive towards the net. Maybe they get bumped, maybe they don't. You hit the flick and you score. 0 seconds, you're not allowed to drop it. It gets a lot harder. you get antsy, man. So a nice job from Lero keeping control of that one. Still finding a nice play. And Foot Esports, surprise, surprise, game 5 out of nowhere in Wildcard. Boy, oh boy. That's tilting, man. That's got to feel like exactly what happened versus Karmine Corp. Just something goofy happens. And now we're right back here where, geez, we got to play 5. Just 1, man.
Oh, man, this really and truly should have been Wildcard, but I got to give, the props to them. You had to keep that up in 0 seconds. And the one thing that was like, all right, if I can have the time and the boost to keep this on the top of my car and you go in front of me and this works, we're solid. They got to be reeling. And then on the flip side of things, I can't even fathom how tilted Wildcard is right now.
Oh, man. Yeah, not fun having to take 2 healthy doses of medicine, in one day. And potentially finding a loss just like you did earlier as well. Definitely going to make it extra bitter. But ultimately, you got to play the 5 minutes in front of you, and Wildcard knows they're capable of it. But now, Foot Esports knows, hey, they've got this one in the tank too. It's twice now they've been able to fight out of a tough spot. They got an early lead in Game 4. They know the attack is in there. There's life out there on that sub-Saharan African side of things.
There definitely still is. Now they are 1 game away because Game 5, this is last chance to figure it out. Somebody's going 0-2 after this. From the ceiling down, VK Sailing. Nice little catch there on the attempted waterfall. Shot down pass to Banana Head.
That's good coverage. I mean, Lero, great vision, understanding, hey, I can't defend the net. I just got to keep an eye on the guy across the box. And he called out Wildcard's play before it happened. Stole it off. And Foot Esports now on transition. Can you get a grip on the midfield?
Well, right now, at least Wildcard got past it and fevered. High and wide shot. Foot Esports, they want to be as aggressive as they were in the last 2 games, but there is a little respect that has to be put on their name. And Wildcard's fight here in the corner for control. Sneak past 1. Fever's going to make sure this one finds its way through this time, and Wildcard take their opening lead.
Tricky from Banana Head outside and slow playing that second challenge on the wall. I'm not going to hit it into you. I'm going to make you hit it into me. VK Sailing playing the block all the way, ends up coming up empty. Ball just gently falls in front of the goal mouth. Slammed home.
Also just such a nasty, high-risk, high-reward play. That's one of the few times you see all 3 players of Wildcard in that net. Now Foot Esports is going to try and attempt to do the same here. They stay a little bit further back in the midline. This one, the other end. Attempt to keep it up. They do. 3 minutes in regulation. Wildcard has been in a lead before, so they're going to have to extend on it if they want to actually have some comfortability now, especially after that 0-second goal that brought them to this Game 5.
Tough reads here for Foot Esports out of the midfield. I'm not sure if Wildcard is really thinking about, let's try and tie him in a knot by just putting the ball in a weird spot that's awkward for them to get to, or it's just, well, that's a good pass. Yes, it does. And again, they're all over it. Straight out to Torsos, but reset and smashed away by VK Sailing. But the boost game edging more and more in favor of Wildcard.
Time is ticking as well. Just over 2. Another challenge from Fever. You see both members of Wildcard pushing up, but they might not even need him. Okay, they did in that chance. The double save comes through and registers, and I'm sure Foot Esports' hearts, they're racing, but Wildcard's not going to stop there. Torsos, this 150's all the way back out mid, and Banana Head has to throw a hand up and say, whoa, whoa, whoa. Slow it down just a bit. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Quick turnaround for Torsos as well, but Fever's up next. It's communicated on the low boost. Wildcard got to be careful with this one. You got to have enough in the tank to get back, because once Foot Esports makes some of these clears, it starts getting a lot more dangerous to defend.
return to game one here, unfortunately, for Foot Esports. Doesn't feel like they've really been able to establish any kind of deep foothold over on that blue side of the field. Chance here for the Aero at long last. Can they actually build an attack out of it? That whiff's gonna help, and no! VK Salen scores it, and oh, you can see Fever just puts the hand over the face. Can't believe he didn't come up with this touch. And now you're rattled if you're Wildcard. That one is the one that puts the jitters in you.
This is where it starts to get really nerve-wracking too, because it's just over a minute, and off the kickoff, this one goes back. Lorio, he tried to follow it, but Fever says no, we're gonna take our time. Great challenge, but a better follow-up to the backboard. VK Salen, he has really done an incredible job as far as reading these backboard attempts. 1 minute left in regulation. Only one person gets to claim another win.
Whoa, where's the defense?
They're
hard
gone.
bounce into the middle, and oh, Fever just squeaks out with a flip reset. Oh, what a save! That one's pumped off the post. Torsov's right side, Wildcard with a lead. Oh my goodness!
And you gotta look at those reactions too, right? It's a breath of relief kind of thing going on. You saw Fever scream his head off, and of course from Banana Head, you just get the nice yes. Keep going. Calm down. In the words of Astral, 41 seconds. Everybody kind of questionable. That was the most diamond kickoff I've ever seen.
Kickoff is overrated. Just don't hit it. Big fake from VK Salen. Not sure if that's the spot for it though. And Raz down. VK Salen. Nah. Got the bump, so good enough. The attack can build here.
It's definitely a chance. Banana Head wanted to try and sneak it away. More boost in the reserve for the end of Foot Esports. 10 seconds on the clock. A bunch of bumps in the way. Everybody just trying to keep it up. They've been in this position before. Still in play. Fever gonna try and kill this ball, and he will. Wildcard get their first win. You see the thank you, Jesus.
Thank
Christ.
goodness.
He's like, oh my God. Thank you to whatever we had to, sell our soul to for a second there. At least they came out with a win that truly was earned and deserved. And I will say, credit to Foot Esports. It was a good attempt to make the comeback, but Wildcard, they have just been closing that gap over the years, and it is so exciting to watch them get that win.
Whew. Surprisingly stressful. I think they're like, man, I can't believe we had to go to 5 there, but hey, good games, guys. Foot Esports going to be understandably upset with how that one played out. It's not every day that you get to battle back in such an awkward position in multiple spots, and they did their best. They put the pressure on Wildcard when they could. Unfortunately for Foot Esports, not enough. Gonna fall down to the 0-2 round. Wildcard advances to 1-1. But let me tell you, with that Buckfold system, they're not gonna be happy that it went all the way to 5, because that means they're gonna get one heck of a juicer in the next round. It's gonna be somebody tough.
I love and hate this system, because I'm still trying to understand the points. And then when you see the people that you get matched up with, sometimes you're like, dang, that's so undeserved. I'm so sorry you're getting...
Unfortunate.
I'm sorry you're getting punished for doing great, man.
What can you do? That's the way the cookie crumbles. But either way, Foot Esports falls to 0-2, Wildcard to 1-1. When we come back, we will wrap it up with our final match of the day. You are watching the alternate stream of the Rlcs Birmingham Major. See you in a few minutes.
There's a reason they don't call them clean bikes, am I right?
Yeah.
Because it's dirt bike.
Gas stations. Whew.
You gotta start at the top and work your way down. You want me to do yours next? Oh, you're from Oklahoma.
They have to fill the silence.
The bathroom code's 9914.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Look at this hot rodder!
First thing I see when I look at the car are them big boy wheels. Black on black, gotta coordinate when I get to the grill. Headlights looking like cat's eyes high being cut through films. Press the start, you hear it, really come alive, it's real. Black on black, my wheels, really come alive, it's real. Black on black, my wheels, really come alive, it's real. Headlights looking like cat's eyes high being cut through the fields. Press the start, you hear that. It's real.
All our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. Monsters in the night and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge, now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 When you're falling faster and don't know where you are, you feel the danger closer than your heart. When the weight is getting heavy and the future is unsteady, close your eyes, close your eyes. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the alternate stream. We're almost done wrapping up everyone's second matches. We got one more to go, Chiefs, and we saved the best for last, right?
I sure hope so, because we're on it. So I hope it's a good one. But
yeah.
if you were wondering who it's going to be, Lemon, do tell.
Ooh, I'm gonna spill the tea, y'all. Twisted Minds versus Healthy Chiefs. So CJ Gutt managed to calm himself down trying to tune into the last OCE match, and there is another OCE team that's gonna keep him on his toes, and they're going up against the number 2 from MENA, who has got Falcons sweating on their side of things. But here's how everyone's been wrapping up on the mainstream. Somehow they're almost done before us.
Yes, good for them. They're keeping on schedule. We are having to fight, claw, and scratch our way forward. But as I like to say, that's just good old Rocket League, and that's the way she goes sometimes. Welcome to Swiss. You have to wait for us. So here we are at the very bottom, Healthy Chiefs versus Twisted Minds. And if you haven't seen Twisted Minds yet today, give you a brief overview. Their story is kind of similar to Team Secret. They're the other number 2 seed out of their region, and they are dangerous, man. And Healthy Chiefs out of OCE, the number 2 seed from down there, and they've got their work cut out for them.
Yeah, Healthy Chiefs had a tough first match, dropped 14 goals to 4 against Furia, but honestly, that's a really suffocating opponent to go up against. But they got their jimmies rustled, but they're hoping to do the same thing from Twisted Minds coming from down under. They have Raziers, Fiber, Hunter, 3 different pieces, but coming together to assemble hopefully an incredible OCE run for them.
Yeah, Fiber, another very highly rated OCE player in terms of mechanical prowess. He's definitely got that in the tank. Picked up Raziers after he had a couple of good showings in some of the off-season events. Hunter, the young kid from OCE, a lot of upside for him in the future, potentially, and why not start the run now? He's been on some top teams already in that region with the Chiefs beforehand, now moving on to this iteration of this roster. So, I think the big player to watch for me here is Raziers. I think Raziers is going to have to be the one to kind of break up a lot of stuff, be it on the midfield line or on the goal line, and I'm really looking for Fiber and Hunter to kind of be over on that attacking side. So that's what I'm hoping to see, but they're going to need a good, solid game out of Raziers if they want to stop these guys over on Twisted Minds.
Ooh, but what a stacked roster on the Twisted Minds side. You got Atomic, Naupo, and Rise. Atomic, of course, representing Team Spain at the FIFA E Championship, remembered for his time on the Luna Galaxy in EU. And then Naupo, you know, been on Twisted Minds since mid last year. You remember him from Rule 1. At one point, touted as one of the best players in the region. And we'll see if this land, after this land, they can keep that title. And then Rise top 10 in the player after his time on K Corp. They had that deep World Championship run, had a hot start to the year last year. And this is the first time we've seen Rise compete in another region. Clearly a well sought out player. And this is an opportunity to challenge himself in a new region against new teams, farm that money, and see if he'll farm OCE.
Yeah, big pickup there for Twisted Minds to pick up a player like Rise. And they gave a pretty good show of it against Vitality back in round 1. Unfortunately, not able to get the job done. It took them all the way to game 5. So here versus Healthy Chiefs, they're hoping to get in and get out for the day and go rest up and get prepared for tomorrow. But as we have seen several times today, nothing is free. But Naupo right there, he was hitting a few bangers in that Vitality series. We'll see if he can work some more magic here versus the Chiefs.
For sure, he had a 41% shot percentage, top score, and he's also productive off ball. Naupo's going to be stealing the most amount of big pads for his team, so that's why it's really suffocating to go up against Twisted Minds or really any MENA team. They're in your face and they stay in it for quite a while. But Chiefs, OCE, scrappy. We saw what Wildcard is able to do, and OCE has always been a difficult region. And Chiefs, they've gone back and forth, and now they've assembled kind of all the pieces of the best players from around OCE, and then you even import Raziers, who is looking for his time in the spotlight. And I think this could be a time for Raziers to also get kind of more respect on his name and to really get results that follow with it.
Yeah, good opportunity for him here, especially against a team that's as highly touted as Twisted Minds. They're not many people's favorite per se, but everyone knows Twisted Minds is not a team you want to have to play deep in a tournament. That's for sure. So Twisted Minds with a good opportunity here. They'd like to say, okay, we lost our round 1 to Vitality. We know, but we gotta, here's our get right game, you know, as we like to say. They would like to put the hammer down and go into the 1-1 game, get another solid matchup by really taking a good score potential here. Because if you lose that first round in the Swiss, you know, with this bookhold system, you'd like to have the most convincing results possible, because that does, in theory, make your next round matchup easier. In theory, who can say at this point, though? But Twisted Minds would definitely love the nice, clean 3-0. Move on, get the job done, because I don't want to play that 1-1 round versus, say, somebody like, you know, Dignitas or Furia even, who's up there, right? So a lot of dangerous teams in that 1-1 round.
Yeah, and both these teams being in an 0-1 spot, but our predictions, I think, can be more straightforward for this match. It was tough to be flawless from the get-go. We've had some back-and-forth matches, but I think this one's straightforward. Twisted Minds was my prediction. Yep. I think you're following me on this one.
Certainly. I do not believe it would do Twisted Minds justice if I didn't vote for them here.
Yeah, I think I would expect maybe an upset for Wildcard, but Healthy Chiefs, they got a lot to prove, and they had a tough first match, but our game is ready to go. Both our teams in an 0-1 spot. Twisted Minds got themselves here, and now they have to get themselves out, while the Chiefs need to make OCE proud and keep CJ's hair on his head, or an 0-2 spot awaits them.
They would definitely like to give a good show here, and boy, are they going to try, I think, and I'm curious to see how much pressure they can have. Also, I've not gotten much opportunity to see tape on Twisted Minds, so I'm curious to see what Rise looks like over with Naupo, and now, of course, Atomic over there on that side of things. Very curious to see what this team has to offer.
Yeah, for them to be as competitive as they are against Team Falcons, touted as what, the #1 team, #2 team in the world, depends who you argue with. Like, Twisted Minds playing closer to them. It all depends on how they show up at the International. And dropping to Vitality, I think everyone would respect that. You know, a team with Zen, Exotic, and Monkey Moon on it, that's going to be the team to beat. Viper and Rise 1v1. So far, so good.
So far, so good, but a nice early press from Chiefs, at least forcing Twisted Minds to respect the attack, and some boost steals. All right. Chiefs with a nice, healthy advantage at the start of game 1.
Hunter with the drop-off, but Twisted Minds are trying to be body blocking as much as possible. Almost a double tap from Raziers as Rise has to contend against Fiber. Loki wins that 50, and Twisted Minds are kind of backpedaling, not even following up with the ball, so Healthy Chiefs bring the offense right back to where it started. As Twisted Minds just want to reset and react. Raziers with time on it, Fiber right behind him. Twisted Minds keeping the ball at bay, but how do they respond?
At the moment, they would like anyone to find any big clear, give them a chance to breathe, as that's popped down in the middle. Nopo looking for it, and actually sneaks through. I really thought the defender was going to be able to get a handle on this one, but I guess not. Pokes it top center.
Fiber with a chance to get a hand up, doesn't make contact, so just kind of the one counter attack for Twisted Minds. Maybe even just the first shot registered. Twisted Minds, kind of quick execution after getting their net fired upon. Snowpo crashes into Hunter, and this ball drops in front of the net as Fiber tries to be large and in charge in front of the net, and so far Healthy Chiefs haven't allowed too much, and dangerous for Hunter as he scrambles with his teammate in the net, and somehow Twisted Minds don't score.
Ooh, nasty bounce to get around Atomic there. Is solid demo from Rise, giving Napo a lot of room to operate in the backfield. Follow through from Twisted Minds now as their team gets set, grabbing all the boosts. Chiefs really just looking for any solid clear and equalization of pressure. They really need to find some pads, though.
So Fiber spots his chance to slow down Rise. We'll have to head back for boost. Atomic running on fumes. Naupo misses that touch, and Rise and Atomic are running into each other. But even during that window, Healthy Chiefs were still getting organized on their own, so they'll just dump the ball in. Let's see how they can rob Twisted Minds to easily break out of their own end. Second touch for Atomic in the upper corner, and Hunter wasn't ready.
I mean, you could see Hunter sitting in the net here, and I think he just thought there was no way. He was like, no chance this is going to be a shot. If he's shooting it, he's got to shoot it. Middle of the net, back post, he's got to give himself more of an angle. Dead wrong. Atomic, a dot into the top right corner. That was pretty.
Not taking a whole lot of effort for Twisted Minds to kind of just put a shot on target, sometimes off of just the direct, sometimes off the double. And Healthy Chiefs, they got to keep maintain some energy here near the end of the day. You got to put up a challenge, especially if it's hard to get your offense rolling this early. This Fiber's trying to roll the ball with no boost and 2 players in the midfield. It's not going to be easy for Healthy Chiefs to get through this midfield.
Right now, really just hoping they can find any clear up the pitch as Rise will just play ball control, float across the middle, and actually takes it away from his teammate. Good transition chance here for the Chiefs. Solid block, hit a few boost pads. Having to fight for possession again, though, is a small problem to overcome.
Good beats in the midfield, though, from Twisted Minds. Healthy Chiefs have not really had solid possession, at least on offense. They've just really had to fight tooth and nail to get something going compared to kind of how the offense, or just really how this game started. Chiefs were just all over Twisted Minds like bread on butter, and then Twisted Minds counterattacked once and got the first goal. So maybe it's forced a bit of a mental reset from Chiefs to figure out, okay, we really got to lock in and have a clean game one, because Twisted Minds are not going to give you a lot of openings.
Nice speed from Raziers there to break that up. Unfortunately, Fiber was playing the opposite side, so they have to give away a lot of space just to give themselves a chance to clear. And with time becoming a significant factor in this one, Chiefs got to be willing to take a few more risks, and unfortunately, no dice to be found. Rise dots the top left corner. That should put an end to the Game 1 dreams of the Chiefs. Oh, through the smoke.
The demo. Yeah.
That's a tough.
Great pass, too. I mean, Twisted Minds have now showed us more depth in their offense besides just solo plays. Now it's passing, and Twisted Minds haven't really been shaken or stirred in this, while Chiefs still hoping to connect the dots, maybe cross the T's as well. We'll have to think about that in game 2. Best of 5 gives you a little bit of leeway to figure that out over time, but good tone setter. But it's Chiefs also needing to close the gaps on their defense to make the series a bit closer.
Oh, and it's that speed. I mean, you just see Napo take that 50 on right at the base of the wall, and then before you know it, he's all the way up at the top of it trying to clear it down the field. Fiber comes up empty, tries to leave it for Hunter, and Chiefs just trying to see if they can get any sort of attack started here. Raziers, another great press, and there's Fiber to jam one home. Okay, the spark is there. We know they're not going to win game 1, but you know something is in the tank for them.
Wow, just to use the ceiling to get rid of the ball, to dodge the challenge, and really hustle your way through the defense. You love that effort out of Raziers. And to have that close secondary to finish off the goal, that could be the start of something special for Chiefs if they can keep that working, and even peppering another one in. Could have been a close call. Chiefs couple more seconds, but mathematically not going to happen. But can at least give us some hints for the future of what Chiefs have in store, if this is really just going to be a sweep for Twisted Minds.
Solid show for Twisted Minds. And I'm really curious what that first, 30, 45 seconds or so of this game was about. Because you're right, it was definitely the Chiefs all over them, no questions asked. But ultimately, it could have just been a, hey, let's see what we're working with here, and sit back a second, get our bearings. And then after that, you said quick strike, and they were right back in front. And after that, didn't really have too many reasons to let up. But great show overall, I think, from Chiefs overall. I mean, I got exactly what I wanted. Raziers pressing there, trying to break some of that attack up. Hunter and Fiber able to come through and deliver the hammer blows when they could. And it's just a matter of finding that repeatability now going into game 2. So they know they can generate an advantage. They know they can generate an attack. And Napo kind of just chilling there on the end. Atomic saying like, yeah, man, that was pretty easy, right? And Rise is like, yeah.
Yeah, bro.
Let's just lock in. Let's go win game 2 and get out of here.
Let's get dinner. Or I don't know what time it is there.
It has to be.
But for the 5 shots and 3 goals, Twisted Minds barely missing on the execution. And it's not like they're demoing like crazy. It's only 3-2 for demos in favor of Twisted Minds. And we kind of talked about just the accuracy and shot percentage for Twisted Minds has been pretty up there. They go for quality opportunities, and you need healthy Chiefs if they can't kind of go for all these goal line saves as we enter game 2, is to be a bit more proactive and trying to win the midfield better.
Twisted Minds focusing on that ball control here at the start of game 2. Down and in front now, post stretching. Bounce shot's definitely good, and that's the benefit of knowing that last man, when you know they're even with the ball, you can shoot it pretty much any way you want it, because they're not stopping it anywhere. Top of the net, bottom of the net, left of the net, they're dead already. They're not coming out the back before you hit it. Toast.
From coast to coast, like what a setup from Rise, and a deadly duo with Nalpo. And look at that one too. When it rains, it pours. Ew, indeed.
How do you stop it? I mean, Nalpo, he didn't even think about it. He says, yep, I cheated. Yep, I got the read. It's in your net. Next.
MENA is such a suffocating region to go up against. Like their offense kind of mirroring South America of just when it starts, it's hard to stop.
I played maybe 20 games on the MENA servers, and let me tell you, they are some of the most aggressive Rocket League players I have ever seen in my life. It is terrifying. They see any ball that they can reach, and they jump. And they'll beat you to it all the time. And then they're mechanical wizards off of it. There's a reason that these guys have so quickly broken into the upper echelons of this game.
Yeah, some double commits from Chiefs to just kind of have them anchored and rooted in their own half. Now Atomic with a free backboard and just does it all himself. Jeez, Chiefs are really stuck and they gotta shake this off.
All right, Chiefs, you know the adjustment here. Get on that backboard, man. If we are deep third, we gotta have somebody about to rotate in and to cover us on the top, because that is 3 goals that have just bounced off a wall and gone straight over the head of that defense.
See what Raziers can do. The 1 goal they got was off of him rummaging his way close to the net, being able to feed that, I believe, to Hunter, but Chiefs having to play just that tight with the small window they have to operate around. At least not leading Twisted Minds into a smooth and easily transition counterattack is a good start. And there's Hunter on the backboard, not making things easy for Twisted Minds, but Chiefs couldn't really keep the handle on the ball to lead that to the orange half as quick as Twisted Minds came over. Now it's Twisted Minds just camping out in the midfield.
Some expensive defensive stands here for the Chiefs in terms of the boost cost. As you can just see, finally somebody's back there to take one away. Hunter conserves a little bit, gets a flip reset, takes it all the way to the floor, and that's actually the right move. You don't just want to rush into the flip reset because you got it. Chiefs just looking for a chance to catch their breath here, maybe pick up a midfield boost, grab a corner, have at least 2 people with something to work with, and Razier's 0 boost in the net. We said we needed a big game, but how are you going to make a play when there's no boost anywhere?
Just Hunter couldn't get enough height on that challenge to even just pop it up and buy time. No contact, and leaves your goaltender out to dry when you only have 1 in the net. And Chiefs just are really struggling on these goal line saves, so I like that they're adapting and going up for these aerials, but Twisted Minds are just that good mechanically that it's going to take a lot out of your tank to make Twisted Minds sweat for it.
Razier's making the business decision and saying, you know what, if you think you can score that, be my guest. I'm not going to touch it. Now throw towards net, off the bar, and kicks way wide. Rise just out into empty space, just to waste time. That's really all Twisted Minds should be thinking about. How do we get the remaining 2 minutes and 15 seconds off of this clock as fast as possible? Honestly, the answer is just play keep away any way you can.
See Chiefs still trying to talk to each other, and this is the time to start yapping because you have Twisted Minds on the back foot and low on boost. But Chiefs are also running on fumes, and it's Fiber that has to contest this as best as possible. Atomic dropping into the corner. Fiber is still recovering, and Hunter wants to stuff Rise, and he's just trying to find some open space, and Twisted Minds have bought themselves some real estate to work with.
Fiber is really thinking, please, can I get that boost? That's a nasty bump from Atomic, and Rise will just play containment as Naupo will force Hunter way up, and Atomic with a little bit of time to recover gets a decent 50, but Rise not the best clear right into the waiting arms of Hunter. Unfortunately, Chiefs not able to find anything on target. This one will stall out in terms of the attack. Yeah, they get the flip reset, but the follow-up 50 too quick from Twisted Minds, and another Chiefs attack is dashed against the wall, and once again, open backboard. Chiefs trying to make something happen. You can't fault them for not being back here to save this. They have to try and score, and that leaves Hunter in the 1v1 to the midfield line, and yeah, that one gets turned into.
Yeah, this game feels pretty much over, but I'd like to see Chiefs just have some warm-ups on the offense. Like, how can they sync up better, work on those timings? Because they were just that close to having that secondary you pointed out, having a good beat to catch Twisted Minds mid-air and recovering, but it's now Chiefs that are slow to recover, leaving Hunter out to dry as the last man back, who can't be on the backboard, can't be in front of the net, can't really do it all, and especially in a 1v1 against Naupo, it's just
good luck.
Lights out. Like, good luck to Hunter. That's tough.
And pretty much any 1v1 against anybody on this Twisted Minds scene pretty much feels like a a lost cause unless you're an absolute wizard on the goal line. 30 seconds remain. Fiber looking for a chance here as that one will get kicked out. Raziers, you got to buy a little bit of time, and he's almost able to do it all himself. Hunter will come through and lend a helping hand. What a job from Raziers.
Yeah, just the muscling through the double tap, and Hunter is always there to just tap it in, find the rebounds, and it's tough to find your way through traffic too, so that's been a lot of what the Chiefs' goals are, is Raziers up first, Hunter taps it in. And then Hunter has to find himself behind. And Fiber, what is Fiber doing off ball? Gotta find demos, gotta take pads, and Twisted Minds always look like they have full tanks, so how can you slow them down? They're just such an aggressive team, and they've already piled on 5 goals in this game too, and have left Chiefs almost in a shutout situation until that last scenario, but should be a sweep for Twisted Minds unless Chiefs can sit down with their coach after this game and really start talking to each other.
Whew. I don't know. That's tough, man. I mean, you can see how the way that they're defending. That's 4 goals for Naupo. Notice the low amount of assists. There's 3 assists across the entire Twisted Minds team, and all 4 out of 5 to Naupo. So what a job, you know, from Twisted Minds on the attack there, and understandably happy as Atomic, you know. They're definitely on cruise control. But boy, just shooters across the board.
Yeah.
And Hunter, he's trying to do just that. They're like, look, man, there's not much to say. We're just getting beat.
I feel like a lot of weight has been on Hunter's shoulders defensively. When you look at the stats from their game against Furia, and they all averaged about the same amount of saves. Like, they're all rotating back and they're all supporting each other on their back half. But I think Fiber and Raziers, Raziers doing a lot at the front, usually has Hunter finishing off those goals, and Hunter rotates back. It makes you wonder, what is Fiber doing off ball? Well, they didn't register any demos, and you really got to take more boosts, or maybe Twisted Minds are able to find boosts regardless of Fiber's impact, but everyone has to be maximizing their impact in this game, or you're just not going to throw Twisted Minds off their game.
Yeah, this game is definitely played at a quick clip, so to speak. Probably faster than the Chiefs are used to seeing. But who can say, one way or the other? I mean, the touches from Twisted Mind, you got to tip your cap. I mean, they're not doing anything too crazy here. They're saying, hey, we're going to take a 50 and we're going to chip the ball. And it's all about the support player. The support player for Twisted Mind knows exactly how that 50 is turning out. And the Chiefs support player is sitting there trying to guess and trying to figure out how it's going to play out.
Seeing a lot of communication on the side of Chiefs, though. They're definitely still trying to not give up on this series. And Twisted Minds, another day at the office. Fiber definitely seems like the most vocal one on that side. Trying to organize the team. He's hoping to strike first on offense. Being kept at bay so far is kind of almost a nice attempt at a redirect from Hunter, but maybe Fiber could do something else. Naupo uses the ceiling, almost connects mid-air to Atomic. And now Naupo's stealing boosts. So whenever Naupo's not going for a big play, he's also taking all the resources from his opponent.
Nice job from Twisted Minds out of the midfield. Again, they're a little bit more concerned with making sure they play a nice, smooth game here. Don't have to press too hard. That demo will help ease their approach onto the net. But they are pressing with pretty low boost. You got to be careful. Atomic just makes the executive choice. I'm giving up the ball, and I'm going to steal your corner. Play for the long-term advantage. Rise with a fake challenge there right in front of the box, just forcing a clear out of the defender. And Fiber, you could see how fast he was playing that ball. Had no idea nobody was actually on him. Jumped before he really registered it, and that made him miss.
Yeah, even some good passes from Chiefs, and even Fiber going for a few touches, and Fiber's also supporting better on the defensive end, so I think now it's just going to be speed for Chiefs. Even though the passes are nice, Twisted Minds have 2 jumping in the net for it, so it's going to take more of a lethal approach for Chiefs to carve out their first goal.
Someone's got to make the big play. 0-0 ball games are always the playmaker's time, you know? You can be the difference maker for your team at any point, and it's tied. And Naupo will do just that. Just a slot into the top of the net again. Look at him just size up this defense here. This is a nice ball off the back. Fiber knows he can't reach it. Naupo just driving in. So, okay, there's one left wall. There's one in the middle of the box. And the guy back post isn't going to make it in time. Center's open.
And a lot of these opportunities from Twisted Minds, the speed comes from these long passes, mid-air, too, that Chiefs haven't been able to keep up with, whether it's a question of boost, whether it's a question of fear of just being stuck in the net and not defending against either option. I think you're going to have to catch Twisted Minds before they really cocoon and blossom, or it's just going to be too late. Mechanically, Twisted Minds are way too scary. Here comes Raziers. He's been a real star for Chiefs, but he's going to need a team around him to create a lot more lethal options for Chiefs to get through. But here's Atomic, rise below, looking for bumps. Hunter keeps it to the side.
You know, you said a word there that I think is exactly what describes what's going on. You said scary. Have you ever heard the saying that the greatest asset an athlete can possess is fear? Because when your opposition is scared of you, that's when things start to really go your way. It's when they don't respect you that you run into a problem. And this is a great job from the Chiefs to find their way back. Look at that aggressiveness from Raziers. He says, I got 12 boosts. I don't care. I'm jumping and passing this ball to my team. It's tied.
I see Fiber yelling at the top of his lungs, too, as soon as he got that goal. It's less of a yay me, but like a go team.
Yeah, you got to amp them up, man. Yeah, you're getting absolutely rocked right now. You gotta take what you can while you can.
Just having close games still matters. Rise with a beautiful double. Everyone in the air. Yeah, that's a beautiful goal.
It's sometimes it's just not fair, man. I mean, look, he just picks a spot on the backboard, says, okay, I'm shooting it left side. Save it if you can. And they're just not in time, man. Like, he's not hiding anything he's doing on his approach. Everyone knows exactly where he's going with that ball, and you still can't stop it.
Oh, Razier's almost making contact, which could have had a quick response generated for Chiefs. Minute 12, and you saw Fiber in the comms saying, come on, and you just gotta keep playing until the clock hits 0. And look at the series like it's 0-0 at all times, or you've already lost. And here's Razier's. Someone on his tail already.
Nice.
Didn't even get the follow-up touches. Great recovery off the sidewall as Hunter pressed against Naupo, who just deals with any bully in his path.
Speed.
Charging right in their face. Now off the backboard. Here's Hunter. The slot read by Atomic.
Hunter picking up usually a pretty good spot in the net, that top right corner, but everyone on Twisted Minds ready for it. Had pretty much everything in the net covered, and that's the worst feeling when you're Hunter right there. You're just up for the shot, and you know you don't have the ability to adjust and pass. So you take the best shot you can. You hope they miss, or it just finds its way into the back. But unfortunately, not quite enough. 20 seconds left, and Atomic is putting the fear in him again. Raziers was ready to go to net and make a stop.
Yeah, Fiber found himself in the net. Raziers had to do it all. Does this glide across to protect against all threats coming from all sides? Couple of seconds left. Chance for Chiefs to tie, but they'd have to go to the orange half, and it's not going to happen. A perfect sweep out of Twisted Minds, and a clean one at that, showing how warmed up they were mechanically after waiting some time for their second match. And I think still a decisive victory.
Yeah, quality stuff there from Twisted Minds. You don't overcomplicate it. You take what the defense gives them and you execute. That was the showcase for them right there. Execution when you've got the room to do it, and they nailed it there. Well-deserved 3-0. Honestly, not a half bad series from Healthy Chiefs. I mean, they knew they were up against the wall there, and you could even see it at the end. I mean, Hunter didn't get faked out by that speed on that last couple of presses. He's like, nah, he's not going to shoot. They started to really figure out how Twisted Minds was going to attack him, but they knew they were playing catch-up that whole series. And unfortunately, they're going to find themselves in that 0-2 round.
Yeah, and that means Twisted Minds get themselves in the 1-1 round after that Game 5 against Vitality. They're hoping to make up for that tomorrow. And to wrap up our day and bring you through, well, all the stats, all the results, and what to look forward to is Jorby and Hercules.
Thank you so much, Lemon and Achieves, for bringing us that last game. If you made it through that, I mean, Nalpo was trying to put us all to sleep there with how many goals that he was scoring at the end. And day one finally comes to a conclusion. Lots of matches today, Hercules, 16 of them, in fact, and not a single upset among them.
No, not really. I mean, we got close in a couple of our series throughout the day, but nobody quite able to pull it off. So maybe that is a storyline to be saved for tomorrow for the drama of trying to make it to the crowd days. But a very incredible day overall. Huge props to all the teams and a long one as well.
Yeah, definitely. Had some really close ones, right? Wildcard almost took down K-Corp early on, and then in true OCE fashion, almost dropped to Foot somehow, but eventually ended up winning that game. And some disappointment for some other teams. Furia going down 0-3 against Vitality, and not just like close 0-3s, it was an absolute stomp, 14-3 in goals scored. So not the best day at the office for Furia. Secret also getting swept out. That game 3 against Complexity looked a little bit better than the rest of the series, but overall the number 2 seed and number 1 seed in South America not doing so hot. Gen G were able to recover after their initial series against NRG, and I mean, NRG, I'll be honest, I don't think we saw their full power. I thought Daniel looked a little weak. Beast mode looked like beast mode, and that's really all she wrote about that. Later in the series, Daniel looked a lot better, but I think the fact that there's still so much meat on the bone for NRG means the rest of Swiss, day one, we're not usually getting teams' best performances. So as we go through Swiss, no doubt we'll be seeing some real power from these squads. But yeah, very long day for sure. And, any favorites for you on the day, Hercules?
On the day or just headed into tomorrow in general?
No, on the day. We'll talk about tomorrow here in a second.
I mean, you can't not say Wildcard. They had such an incredible day. They went all the way to Game 5 with KC, and I think they didn't expect it. Y'all didn't expect it.
Own goal against the SSA reps.
There was a little bit of that in there, but they did end up actually getting a win later on in the day against Foot Esports. So I think that was my team for the day, to be honest, Jordan.
And Falcons getting through as well. Looked a little bit at that Falcons Dignitas match. I think Dignitas also probably have a little left on the table based on how that Falcons series went. But taking a final look at all of the results here on the top end, you see this is how it started. K-Corp beat GK 3-0. In that 2-0 or in the 1-0 round, excuse me. That series was a little closer than you might expect. K-Corp 2 overtimes. First a 0-second goal in game number 1 from GK to tie it up, and then K-Corp scored a 0-second goal to tie it up in game number 3. I actually think you should go check that series out if you ended up missing it. Then Ultimates versus NRG. NRG took care of business. Falcons 3-1 against Dignitas, and then obviously Vitality taking Furia down 3-0. Then in that 0-1, you had Secret losing to Complexity. Chiefs, we just watched them get demolished by Twisted Minds. Gen G 3-0 Luminosity, no problem. And then that 5-game series between Wildcard and Foot. So that's it for round number 2. And that means we move on to round number 3. Here's the Swiss stage so far, and we see those 2-0 rounds, the 1-1 rounds, and the 0-2 round matchups have been decided. Down in that 0-2, You've got Secret versus Foot. You've got Chiefs versus Luminosity. In the mid rounds, you got Furia versus Complexity. Wow, all the South. I mean, I know Complexity are representing North America, but all the South American teams are going to be beating each other down. You got Gen G versus the Ultimates in that NA Open 3 rematch. GK versus Wildcard, and then Twisted Minds versus Dignitas. That upper side, K Corp and Falcons. All of that fun stuff with Vitality versus NRG. That 2-0 round looks juicy. What are you looking forward to, Hercules?
Oh my gosh, I feel like almost every single one of these matches is really, really exciting. I think Karmine Corp and Falcons is a matchup I desperately want to watch go down. Same with Vitality and NRG, just to see if NRG can bring, you know, a little bit more pep into their step in comparison to what we got from them today. And then, of course, the rematch, Ultimates versus Gen G. Ultimates are going to be trying to get their revenge from that Open 3 where they've had fallen to them. And we're going to see if Gen G actually can bring the heat that we saw in that Open 3. So big day for a lot of big teams tomorrow. You guys definitely don't want to miss out on it, especially because this is where we find out who goes home and who gets to go and play for you guys in front of the crowd.
Well, you know what else we get to find out, Hercules? What streams those matches are going to be played on in round 3. Starting off with the main stream, we're going to start with Vitality versus NRG. Always going to start with that banger, going right into Karmine Corp versus Falcons, on to Foot versus Team Secret, and then Chiefs versus Luminosity. So all the 2-0 and 0-2 round matches you can catch on the main stream day 2 tomorrow. And that means that you get the other 4 games over here on the alternate stream. We'll start with the Ultimates versus Gen G, Furia and Complexity, follow that right up. Wildcard versus GK, right up into Twisted Minds versus Dignitas. And if you guys look at the very bottom there, you'll see how the rest of the rounds will shake out. We do 3 matches in round 4, and then we have one last match in round 5 here on the alternate stream. And that will follow, or that will finish things up here on the B stream tomorrow. So we got another huge slate of matches, 16 of them in total across both streams. I'm excited. Hercules, I know you're excited. Guys, it's been a long day of Rocket League. If you've been with us all day, that's pretty crazy. I hope you didn't get fired for watching it on your second monitor at work. But if you didn't have work today, then you're probably fine. Friday, going to be another long day of Rocket League. So if you missed any of the action today, I guarantee you it's going to be even better tomorrow. Rocket League majors only get better like wine. It ages just fine over the weekend, and we're going to age a little bit longer here in the next 24 hours. We'll see you guys in the morning for day 2 of the Birmingham Major.
First thing I see when I look at the car are them big boy wheels. Black on black, gotta coordinate when I get to the grill. Headlights looking like cat's eyes high being cut through films. Press the start, you hear it really come alive, it's real. Black on black, my wheels really come alive, it's real. Black on black,